Good morning, everybody. Welcome. I'm Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins. Good to see you, Chris.
You too. And we have made the trek up north for us to Henderson, Nevada, where we'll be following and broadcasting the USATF 100-mile championships as part of the Jackpot Ultras this weekend. So I'm looking forward to this.
It's going to be great.
Any chance we get to do these races, I love it. I mean, and the reception is so positive for us when we're, able to bring these races to people that are interested. And it's a little bit different, but it being a Friday. I was thinking, we're going to really cut into some companies' productivity today.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. I'm sure we have lots of YouTube tabs set up on work computers right now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For instance, when we're doing Cocodona later this year, I'll be in on, during the evenings to broadcast, but during the day, I've got I've got it on in the background, watching and following, and hopefully everybody out there is going to enjoy following with us here today. The Jackpot USATF 100-mile championships. It'll be starting at the top of the hour, so about 20 minutes away. We're going to talk about some of the competitors in that event. This is the first year that the Jackpot Ultras is being conducted and overseen by Aravaipa Running. Prior to this, it was Ken Rubley, a very valued and energetic member of the running community. If you've ever met Ken, you know you've met Ken because he is he's got an infectious energy, and I see that some of it has rubbed off in Jamil as the way he's dressed this morning.
I understand from Jamil that suit he's wearing is actually a hand-me-down from Ken.
I believe it.
Ken gifted him the suit. Those of you, you'll probably be able to see it on the live stream, but right now, it's very much of a casino-themed suit with playing cards and 777s and slot machines, and it's a classic jam look.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get some video from the start-finish line area. There are a couple of Vegas showgirls that are here to take pictures. It's a beautiful day out here. Like, we're hearing 40 degrees. I'm not buying 40 degrees.
I'm not buying 40 degrees for a second.
We're wearing very light,
yes,
material, and I feel very comfortable. I think it's actually going to get a little bit warm, possibly for some of these runners later in the day.
Lots of cool outfits here. I'm seeing our timer, Mike Melton, with a gold sequined blazer on.
Yeah, he looks fantastic.
He looks fantastic. And by the way, back on those of you who might be watching at work, come join us in the chat. We promise not to out you. If you are at work, let us know your level of productivity, and we promise to engage. Again, this is Aravaipa at its best. We would love to hear from you on the chat. Any questions that you have. It is a 1.17 mile loop. That's the short loop. 1.17 mile loop is the short loop. The 24, 48, and 100 mile runners tomorrow will take the longer loop, which is 2.3 miles. In order to make it an even 100, an exact 100, and for those of you who didn't tune in to the preview show last night, we did hear from Jamil that he has the course already certified and pre-validated. It looks like 1.70.
Yes, it has
1.71.
So for those wondering, in accordance with a bit of a history, I mean, we can't deny what happened last year, and because it's basically what happened. There were some discrepancies with the measurement of the course, and it nullified a world record.
Right.
That is not going to happen this year. We have a certified course. We have it in paper. We have it in writing. So if there are records that come down today, they will count.
Yes.
So
yes,
and it was a very unfortunate situation.
And absolutely, especially with respect to some of the age groupers we have running today. The 5 octogenarians, 72-year-old Claudia Newsom, Jean Pommier, 59 years old, Eric Clifton. I haven't gotten a glimpse of him yet, but 64 years old. So we have some compelling stories at the front of the pack, but also throughout the pack.
Yeah, we're going to also, like you can see right now, we've got some visuals of the start-finish line area. It is a gorgeous day. The loop at Cornerstone Park actually heads all the way around a quarry lake. So basically every loop is just heading right around the lake over and over and over again. There are a couple of small hills. There's a hill as you head up to the finish line. It's maybe about 15, 20 feet of climb. And I believe that there's another, you actually descend as you head down, around the loop. So that's why you've got the elevation at the...
That can wear on you by the time you get to, say, lap 78, 79, 80. There are 85 loops. To make it an exact 100-mile race, the runners will be starting with an abbreviated 0.48 mile loop. They'll actually be running around the grass field immediately behind us. They'll complete that 0.48 miles, come through the start-finish line right in front of us, and from there, the 85-lap countdown begins.
Yeah, we're literally right on the start-finish line. It is right in front of us, right behind the camera that we're actually on right now. So we've got a Front row seat, the best seat in the house, really.
Oh,
we'll be
yeah.
able to see the runners coming up the hill, and we're going to bring you shots from all over the course today. I know that we're going to have several filmers. I know that when one of our other guests, when Patrick Herring comes in, I'm probably just going to grab my phone and do some filming as well.
Do your thing.
Yeah, and get a little bit of running myself.
That's right.
You know, I can actually just, follow around a couple loops and, under the guise of actually working, but also get my miles in so I can, have something to show for it
Well,
on
and
Strava
with a
today.
1.17 mile loop, it's long enough that there are some nice little spots where there's some good shots to be taken. There's also quite a bit of wildlife here at the park. Ducks and geese and little critters scurrying around. Waking up this morning, wondering what all these crazy people are going to do all day.
Yeah, you have to wonder, all the geese and everything, probably just like looking around, like, why are there so many people, and why are there showgirls over there?
Right.
Do we know if there is going to be an Elvis sighting today? Tomorrow. Okay, so part of
Elvis only works weekends.
Well, those of us that were here last year remembered Elvis and his arrival was something to behold in all sorts of fashions in his beautiful pink Cadillac.
Mm-hmm.
So the way that it's set up is that there are a couple races that are starting today. We've got the USATF 100 mile, which is going to be the primary focus of our coverage today. We're going to stay on through the men's and women's podiums tonight, and then also the 48-hour starts.
Yep.
But there are also 24-hour, 12-hour, 6-hour as well that will be starting tomorrow. So the race coverage will. There is a lot to cover here. We'll get to as much. We've got a lot of time to talk about it. We'll talk about some of those fields, but the focus is going to be on the 100 mile. And I guess getting right down to it, there's a couple of heavy hitters in this field, and I think that the discussion as to who is going to win a national championship kind of starts with a couple of those big names.
Yeah.
The biggest one, I think, being Zach Bitter.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about a former world record holder in the 100 mile. And, I would have to say that any discussion about who is going to win today would start with him.
I agree. And, these conditions, like you said, it might end up being a little warm, but these conditions, at least at the outset, are perfect for a potential record attempt. So.
And Zach is no stranger to running hot. I mean, he lived in the Arizona for years, and he lives in Austin, Texas now, which is a pretty warm place to run a lot of the time. So, I believe that
they're getting ready for a group picture, and it is funny because there are quite a bit of costumes emerging.
I see another notable runner. I see Ed the Jester Eddinghausen over there.
Ed the Jester.
I haven't seen him in quite a while. I'm actually happy to see him.
I suspect he's running the 48-hour.
We can take a peek on that.
But it's nice to see. It's nice to see him. But yes, in addition to Zach, other runners with fast times on the men's side. Zach Marin, several years ago now, but has a 13:25 at Tunnel Hill in 2020. Sam Skeels has a sub-16 at Henneman in 2022, and something that stood out in Sam's results when I was checking him out is a 3:19 50K on the roads at the ComSet 50K USATF National Championship back in New York. So, I mean, those are two speedy guys. Also, last year, Jonah Backstrom did a 14 and change here at Jackpot. And you can't forget about Pete Kostelnik. You never know what Pete's going to do.
Yeah, I mean, Pete, you're talking about a guy who's won Badwater twice.
Yeah.
I mean, he does a lot of his training in the. I see him all the time out down in Phoenix, and he's taken some different paths over the last couple of years. I mean, of course, he did his Kenai to Keys run a couple of years ago, but he's definitely changed his focus. I know he ran Mogi on Monster last year. He's training for Cocodona, I believe, and he's started to focus more on the rugged. Like, I believe that one of his goals that he's working on getting into hard rock. Like, he wants to run that sooner rather than later. While he's still at the peak of his powers.
So he's moving towards the mountainous, more gnarly, bigger stuff. Which, I think this is a. A brief moment of silence. Jamil is working the pre-race briefing right now. If you might hear it in the background.
Your ankle timing chip. If you do not have it, you can see Mike over here at the Aravaipa timing tent. This is our timing tent for the day. So typically we may have it right next to the start finish. So if you have a timing question, if you want to see
Jamil is delivering instructions to the crowd as we are about 12 minutes away from the start of the race.
clockwise direction. So we're going to be heading only this way on the course. We do have two courses.
It is amazing to me how everything always starts on time at these races.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Like there are times where it looks like everything is all chaotic, and
then we have our USATF.
and yet it still happens.
And that is going to be the yellow signs out there. So it should be
Jamil marked the course in the dark last night.
Okay.
After our preview show, and then did a recheck on it. So I have a high degree of certainty it's accurately marked and accurately measured. For those of you who are wondering,
I see. We're not timing. Timing is over there. Sorry.
sorry about that.
So actually, that was Bajargal Biamba. Have you seen him before? BB.
No.
Check out his race resume. He's a wildly successful, like, multi-day runner.
Really?
500 plus in 6 day type of guy.
Wow.
Yeah, he's doing the 48 hour, and I wouldn't be shocked to see him roll up with 250 plus, maybe 260. So even though we won't be focusing on that directly, I think I'm going to keep an eye on him because he's. I mean, there a couple few years ago he actually won across the years, and just did so in a very deliberate fashion. He was. John Maroshek was leading the first day, second day, third day, and BB just caught him and passed. He's won self-transcendence.
Okay.
So
he can go
for a long time.
Speaking of keeping an eye on, as we talked about this last night, 5 octogenarians in the race on the men's side, 4 of whom have experience here before. A 5th who is maybe the most decorated ultra runner in this field, Ian Madison. Multi-time Grand Slammer, and it'll be interesting to watch those 5. All of them, by the way, have completed the 100-mile distance within the last year. So these are not guys that are coming here to just see if they can do it. And we may see a little throwdown. Now, of course, we're not likely to still be on the air when they finish, but it'll be fun to keep an eye on them as they're making their.
Do
loops.
we know what kind of time frame they're looking at as far as their anticipated finishes? Are
Most
they
of
going to be sub-24s or
no? Most of their recent finishes have been between 28 and 32.
Still faster than me.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're running sub 30, then maybe I'll have to race some octogenarians. And I'll still, finish behind them.
Some folks in the chat asking on the women's side, Sally McRae is here.
Yes.
Sally is well known in the ultra community and is here running a flat and fast 100-miler as a tune-up, a desert tune-up for her attempt at the Cocodona 250.
Yeah.
Coming up pretty soon, 2 months away. And so it'll be fun to watch Sally. Another couple of strong women, Heather Huggins, bunch of strong results in Southern California. Megan Eckert, excellent results at mountain hundreds like Bighorn and High Lonesome, as well as a 16:51 at Brazos Bend in 21, so can run the fast stuff. I think it's also duly noted that Van Pham is here. She wins the award for the largest number of ultra finishes in the field at 384.
Oh, good Lord.
So this is her 385th, and not to be outdone, she's also going to run tomorrow.
And another runner that I don't know if we've ever really discussed before. I don't know if she's raced a lot lately. Christina Pham.
Oh yeah,
Pham
Jamil
is
mentioned
in the
her
field,
last
and
night.
she is
a former Aravaipa team member, right?
Yeah. So she no longer lives in the valley, I believe. I believe she actually is a college professor up north now. But she has done. I believe that she holds some age group national records.
Really?
Like in the 50K.
Okay. By the way, just to give you an idea of where we are, it's less than 8 minutes to the start, and Jamil has just sent the USATF 100 milers over, as I mentioned, to the grass field behind us, where they'll run a 0.48 mile loop before coming through the start finish. And the 48-hour runners are assembling right in front of us now. And both of those starts will take place simultaneously at 8 a.m., and this being an Aravaipa race, 8 a.m. sharp.
So, yeah, I actually was looking, Christina, according to her website, she has 12 national age group records at various distances.
Is that right? And how old? Is she in her 50s?
She's in her 40s. I think
she's in her 40s?
In her 40s.
Okay.
I can't remember exactly. I can pull up her age here, but she is 50.
She is 50.
Now, so.
I wouldn't be surprised if she has her eye on a 50 and over record.
See if I can. Yeah. Wait. I don't know. It is the 48 hour. Okay. That's starting. I guess they're starting on the same spot.
No. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 48 hours starts right here.
Oh, so they go behind us.
The 100 does a little loop around the grass field and comes through and starts their 85 miles.
We'll have to see if we can pull up a course map or something like that. Yeah, I can see the jesters lined up for the 48 hour.
You guys are starting under the truss, 100 milers, inflatable arch.
Jamil is getting everybody going to make sure that the 100 milers don't inadvertently start with the 48 hours and vice versa. Probably a good idea.
Yeah, it'd be a heck of a way to start your race. You're literally running in the wrong race.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are two starting lines to that end, so we'll have to.
Mallory Showalter, thanks for commenting on the chat. The perfect Friday live stream to listen to while at work. Absolutely.
I love the idea that we're going to basically just cut into productivity.
Exactly.
For runners all over the place.
We are working every day to support your work-life balance, folks.
Yeah, we're happy to be on in the background.
Yeah.
One of the things also that I love to see and hear about is that the Bryce, are you able to help? Somebody was asking a question.
1.17 for the 48 hours? No, 2.3. 2.3.
One of the notes about our location is that we are where the timing normally is. We are set up where Mike Melton is normally putting up
We have
shops,
people asking if we can check their chips and so forth, and we are extraordinarily unqualified to do that.
Maybe have to put up a sign that says we are not timing.
We are not timing.
I mean, we can do our best to help out, and we're happy to help, but we're probably not going to be the most useful of tech support when it comes to that kind of thing. They're asking the wrong person if they want to find out what's going on. We're just watching and relaying what we see to you out there in YouTube land. I got us charged up. We got our coffee.
Yes, thank you for doing that. By the way, too, I know that many of you around the country are battling inclement weather.
Man.
Just taking a quick glance, we have 0 clouds in the sky.
Yeah, you can see they've got on their shot of the hard cam. They can see those clear, beautiful skies.
Clear blue skies and
the hills in the background.
I would say upper 40s. If you're right in the sun, probably the 50s. So in addition to watching a fun race today, you can warm your hearts watching these incredible athletes make their way around this park in beautiful, beautiful Nevada sunshine.
Last year it was much colder. I mean, it was flat out cold. Today is much more mild, so hopefully that'll
And the third member of our commentating team will be coming on a little bit later is Patrick Caron, and he in fact came from the East Coast and was delayed by a massive storm back there.
I wonder if his travel was affected to the level that mine was.
Yes.
That's something we'll probably talk about over the course of the day as the the travel and how everything, people getting to Vegas had some adventures, whether they were flying or whether they were driving. I talked with Rich McKnight, who is running the 12-hour this weekend, and crewing Zach Bitter today, and he said that he was joking that his car looks like he drove here from the East Coast because of how messy it is. I mean, when you come from Phoenix and drive to Vegas and you have to drive through a snowstorm to get there, like it's a very jarring thing to.
Yeah. I was too much of a wimp. I went the long way.
Oh, you went?
I went
the
around
South
the storm.
Loop?
I went over to Needles and Bullhead City and through there.
Okay,
So,
yeah. Like most people that did, like went through Bullhead City and Havasu
Yeah.
to avoid the weather, because
Yeah.
if you went the normal quote US 93 route through, the straight line distance from Phoenix to Vegas, what is it? The future they're actually building the I-11. Yes,
The I-11, yeah.
which has been proposed for
Matthew
our lives.
Feldick joining in the chat. He's enjoying 3 months in Australia. Those of you who know Matt, he is Aravaipa's head of marketing and the mastermind behind a lot of this.
We can't get away from him even when he's across the world,
Yes.
literally as far as humanly possible. He's only a chat mention away.
Yeah. Apparently, where he is down under, the weather is nice also. So we're just under 2 minutes from the start. 48-hour runners. I'm going to ballpark that there are about 40 starters in the 48-hour race. A few in costume. Everybody looks
I'll see
relaxed.
if I can get a verified number on the number of. Looks like 40.
And
Looks like 60.
60 runners.
60 in the. 60 were registered for the 48-hour. As we mentioned, we had some impressive names. Ed, the Jester, Eddinghausen, Bajargal Biamba. I saw Amy Maurer out there. Amy Maurer's.
Okay.
She had I believe she actually has the American 6-day record for women. When she ran across the years, I think she did about 460 across the years.
In the 6-day?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a shorty for her.
Jeff Garmeyer was
He's in the 48?
I believe. Jeff Garmeyer's still in the 48, correct?
Yeah.
I don't see him. I mean, you want to talk about a guy who...
He might. Yeah, I mean, his FKT this past year was
I mean,
incredible.
of course,
Looks
Jeff
like
Garmeyer
we're about
is...
to get started here. So again, the 48 coming right off the starting line in front of us.
And we're off.
And they're off.
I noticed Mikey Sklar is another strong runner. John Marushak has done, I believe that, I don't know if he's ever done a 48. Well, yeah, he's done a 48-hour. He's done it at Fat Ox, and he's had 190 miles in 48 hours.
Just taking a peek behind here because I can see the 100-mile start just behind us. As I mentioned, they're going to make a quick loop around the grass field and come right through the start finish.
Okay, so we will have them coming. I was a little bit confused as to...
They're doing there they are right there.
Well, I thought John Marushak was running the 48-hour, but I see him standing behind us in jeans. He's sick. Oh, okay. He's sick, so he's running the 24.
If you're sick, just jump down to the 24.
Because running 48 hours when you're ill is just absolutely insane. And you know what,
and
John
Mike Melton is a sartorial splendor in the gold sequins.
Looks like we've got eyes on Zach Bitter as the unsurprising lead runner in the U.S. Championship.
Yes, and for those of you viewing, if you see me looking to my right, your left, that is the small incline that comes up from the level of the lake, and we'll see them coming by here 86 times. And Mike is doing something with his remote control.
I think he's synchronizing the clock.
Yeah.
Have you tried turning it off and turning it on?
Mike Melton from Florida. my race results. By the way, if you
Yeah.
want to get the up-to-the-minute results, just go on there.
Maybe we can have Bryce pin the a link to the results
Yeah.
on the top of the chat,
You
so
can
that
all-
way
yeah,
people can
get the live tracking.
check for
Mike,
themselves.
Mike times, it seems like a dozen of the Aravaipa races, and particularly some of the most biggest and most competitive ones, Javelina, Black Canyon.
Yeah, if there's a U.S. or world record to be set at a race, odds are Mike Melton has timed it over
Yep.
the last 10 years.
Absolutely.
So.
Absolutely. Desert Solstice does an excellent job there. So we're seeing this lead group again. They're just less than a half a mile, so that they can make sure they get their pure 100, and they'll be coming right through the start finish
Okay, so that is Jam on the cam.
on the bike cam. He did say he was going to unveil a little new bike cam thing going here. He's rocking it. Here they go. Jamil coming through in his suit. And 85 to go. 85 to go, boys.
We'll see if this auto updates on myraceresult.com. Okay, so it's got live updates active. We'll see if it pings here. Otherwise, we've also got
Beautiful morning. Everybody looks relaxed. I think they're getting ready for a warm day. Looking good.
There's Christina Pham right there in the black with the Aravaipa Running hats.
Christina Pham in the 50 to 54 age group. It's nice they've got their numbers with their age groups on it. There's Sally. Hi, Sally.
Hey,
How's it going? Sally McCrae coming through.
She was fantastic on the Western States call a couple years ago.
Oh,
First year I was watching, and she was keeping the energy level very high as she was working the graveyard
Yeah, she
shift.
did. She had to work the graveyard
1 to
shift
4
for sure.
a.m.,
Yeah.
which in normal instances is like not going to be a very exciting time, but when it's Western States, the mode is different.
Yeah,
you know, like you're still
absolutely.
talking potential. You know, if you're talking, midnight to 4 a.m., you're talking, 17 to 22 hour finishers
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Still impressive running. You might
And-
not have the top tens, but
Yeah.
well,
And it's a time, until about the 23-hour mark, it's a time that's very quiet around the track.
Yeah.
So giving that jolt of energy that Sally provides in that portion of the coverage is excellent.
Let's see if I can get us some early split information on. Looks like I think that we're still getting.
Yeah.
Folks, when you get to be my age, you can't see the mouse on the monitor across the table.
That's right. That's right.
Let's see. There we go. Okay, so we're not getting any live.
So we
results
will
as of
likely
yet, but
get
we'll-
likely get our first glimpse of some of our octogenarians as they begin their 85 lap journey.
Yeah, right now you've got the static shot, and you can see what we can see. We're literally to the right of where the shot is emanating from.
Yep.
So, and you'll see plenty of these people over and over and over again. Whoops, what happened there?
Ed Russo coming through, 83 years old. He's looking good, getting his day started.
So you were able to take a spin around the course yesterday?
I did. I took a spin around the course, and really, I mean, for a 1.17 mile loop, it's I mean,
It's very pretty. Like,
yeah, it is pretty.
It's a nice. So we're in Henderson, Nevada. We're about 10 miles east of the Strip, and it's got you've got a really kind of mellow vibe around the park. I mean, it's a largely residential area. There's a couple of shopping centers just over on the other side of some condos, and but it's a really peaceful area. And actually, I'm hoping that we'll be able to get some shots of the other side of the course as well, because like when you go down and you're kind of walking over the lagoon and around, it's a pretty nice area.
And as we were talking about last night, it's a former gravel pit mine.
Yeah.
That they've turned into a park, and it's heavily used in the local community and extremely well maintained. Lots of activities. I suspect some of the locals might come by and be a bit surprised by what's going on here today.
Coming out for their local or their daily 5 mile or 3 mile run,
right.
and only to find that they're sharing the course with 100+ people. So yeah, we've got I think it was 60 that were registered for the 48, but 59 knowing that John Marushak is not running. And then in the 100 miler we've got 66 that were registered in advance of the event. So we'll see if we're going to get some.
We're getting a shot. We're getting a view now of our next two octogenarians.
Yeah, like I'm. You look down this. There's some pretty. Pam
Todd
Reed is
Lee.
running in the.
Hey, Todd.
I see.
Good to
I didn't
see
realize
ya.
Pam Reed is running in the.
She is
100 miler.
not making the trip.
Okay.
I chatted with her the other day. She's doing a 100-mile drag a sled race next week. The Drift 100 in Wyoming. So she's doing some sled practice today.
As part of her warm up
Now
for a
there
summer
is the
doubler.
legendary Ian Madison making his way through. He's gave us a quip. He's happy to be dead last. I think that means he's playing to his pre-race strategy. Ian Madison. I first met Ian at my very first Vermont 100 in 2002, so almost 20 years ago.
How many times did you run Vermont 100?
5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
and Ian was in the midst of doing yet another Grand Slam that year.
So after. Okay, so this first, it's obviously way too early to provide any sort of conjecture or expectations. We'll just kind of keep an eye on.
But a
and
lot
see
of the
who's-
names that we talked about, Jean Palmier,
Yes.
kind of close to the front, 59 years old from Cupertino, California.
Sam Skeels,
Sam Skeels right there. So, this will obviously evolve over the day, but nice to see it. This gives us a good sense of who actually made it to the start. There's Eric Clifton. Okay, from Winchester, California. So Eric Clifton just in that group with, so he did make it. That's great. Eric Clifton, among other things, is the course record holder for the Western States 8K.
Oh.
There's no such thing as a Western States 8K, but he did get to the top of the escarpment faster than anybody ever has and promptly dropped out at about mile 15. Back in the day, Eric was known for, going hard off the front and hanging on for dear life.
Every year you hear about, I know that at Boston it's known for that. I believe that there was a Utah school teacher that had decided to run out with the lead pack for the first couple miles, and he's doing 5 and change pace, and at Boston, and nobody knew who he was, and they're like, who's this guy and where's he coming from?
Yeah.
We have the lead men coming through our view. It looks like
So Zach and Daniel running together.
literally
They have
neck
84
and
to
neck.
go.
Yes.
They look good,
Yeah,
as they should.
they're very relaxed and enjoying themselves.
That's Jonah Backstrom again. As I mentioned, has a
Is there
has
any
a 14 and change finish here.
Is there any truth to the rumor that Justin brings up that Hoka named the flagship road shoe after Eric Clifton? Maybe he rolls with that. Maybe he just he calls it. You know.
Yeah, hey, that's my shoe. Although Eric Clifton is more known for these like super minimalist racing flats that he would wear. We'll see, as well as his flamboyant, would be putting it mildly, tights that he makes himself.
Oh, he's a crafty guy.
Oh, yes. So, by the way, a little bit later, we are going to try to get the USATF liaison. Megan Camfield is here. I just got a sight of her, better known as the Queen, capital T, capital Q. And hopefully we'll get her on a little bit later to talk about the USATF and their feeling about this race. A few other athletes coming through, and the first place woman, bib number 19.
That is Sierra DeGroff.
Sierra DeGroff, looking steady.
I believe that she raced another Aravaipa event recently. I can't remember.
And there's
what it was.
Pete just getting warmed up. Hey, Pete. And Christina Pham.
Yep.
Yeah, coming through. Pete Kostelnik still has his jacket on.
I believe
so
Sierra DeGroff ran across the years. I believe that's where I saw her. Yeah, she actually won the across the years 100-miler for women with a time of 17:17. So she is
not
somebody
too
that will-
shabby.
No, we're going to have to keep an eye on her. She's got a robust race history. She ran Leadville last year and was finished in under 28 hours. Angela's Crest ran it in. Wow, check this summer out. Cascade Crest, Angela's Crest, and Leadville.
In last summer?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah. So Sierra DeGroff is, she can put down some
Yes,
miles.
indeed. Sally McRae coming by.
She had a
There's Jean Palmier.
32:36 at Cascade Crest, a 33:17 at Angela's Crest, and a 27:32 at Leadville.
Nice.
So she's, I don't know. I guess that's a name that we hadn't.
No,
hadn't
it wasn't on
discussed.
my radar either.
And she showed that she can run the flat and fast with a 17:17. And I'm going to see if I've got anything. Okay, so she ran Rocky Raccoon at the beginning of last year too, and ran a 22:58. So she has improved on the flat fast stuff by several hours over the course of a year. So that's a name we're probably going to have to keep a.
Here
close
comes
eye
Eric
on.
Clifton. Hello, Eric. Good to see you, buddy. Yep, rainbow tights, a small ponytail.
He made those himself. That's impressive.
And racing flats. Yeah, he makes his own tights.
And it looks like we might have some choppy feed from the bike cam. We'll see what we can do to improve upon that throughout the course of the broadcast.
Yeah, again, Jamil is launching a little experiment with the bike cam today. So, as with everything,
He's always experimenting.
He's always experimenting with something, trying to tweak, trying to improve. After this live stream, all eyes are on Cocodona, Aravaipa, and the whole team. It's a monumental undertaking to prepare for that. Obviously, for the live stream, it pales in comparison to preparing for the entire event. But that's less than 2 months away. So.
In the way too early standings today, we're talking. It looks like our 1, 2, 3 are 1 and 2. Daniel Goldstein and Zach Bitter neck and neck, literally crossed at the same time. Jonah Backstrom just a couple seconds back of them. On the women's side, we have Sierra DeGroff,
with then
Christina
Pham
and Sally McRae.
Yeah.
So.
And after a few laps, we'll get an idea of what their sort of pacing is. They get into a rhythm, of course. But I dare say it's warming up. Now, of course, we're right in the sun, or I'm right in the sun.
Yeah, you're like right square in the sun.
Right.
I've got a little bit of coverage, but I'm also in the shade as well. I'm pretty comfortable right now. So. And we've got eyes on the start-finish line, and that's going to be our base, like kind of default static cam today. I know that Jamil is around on the bike. I know that we can almost assuredly expect some drone shots over the park, and that's really cool because the one thing about this is that you can literally follow the entire. I mean, you can like if you stand in the right spot in this park, you can see the entire course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
oh yeah.
And you don't even really have to try too hard. Like,
and
I would
remember
say,
the 48 hours, and we'll see some of them coming through. They have a longer loop.
Yeah, like a
2.3.
Yeah.
So they obviously they mix in, but that's also part of the fun of this. And when it gets to tomorrow, most of the USATF runners are finished, but they still have quite a few of the 48, well, hopefully all of the 48ers still out there.
And I know that, everybody has their preference when it comes to the races, and I would much rather run certain.
We are, but we can answer your question. If you look at, he's got a gold sequined blazer on.
And the nice thing is also that there are a couple ways to track. As you can see, we have the link up at the top of the chat. The My Race result is what we're using here in the remote studio. We've got that, and we've also got live.aravaiparunning.com always running as well, I believe. Or actually, no, we don't look like we're getting any sort of data from that. So scratch that.
Mallory Showalter in the chat commenting on my remark about Pam Reed, 100.
Grab that balloon. It looked like it was going to blow away.
Oh, yes.
As you can see, we are
in with the
celebratory fashion.
The card theme. We've got hearts, clubs, diamonds, spades. Yeah,
put that.
We'll just put that over here
wherever we can find room for it. A special thanks to Bryce Brooks for being on the studio. Basically, it's a full remote studio that we've got set up here. It's actually pretty fantastic.
It's excellent, and right here at the start.
I love working in the actual studio that Aravaipa has built, but I also love being on location. So, given the choice, I would much rather be on location. That's why, for instance, when it comes to Javelina, I like to be right at the start. As we see,
Zach and Daniel finishing
they're just
their third
out
lap.
for a
Chatting.
nice little chatty run right now.
Yep.
And what's amazing is they're probably running at about a 7:55 pace or
Yeah.
so, and just enjoying the gorgeous day here in Henderson, Nevada. I see that we have an aid station fireball sighting.
Hey,
in the chat.
Liam, good to see you. Welcome to the chat. Maybe you can regale us with some stats.
Yes. I was going to say, if there's anybody who's perfect for chatting, I would love to have Liam in person at one of these events. He did come out to Arizona. He came from the cold of Toronto during the big football weekend and came out and ran.
He ran Pemberton.
Yes, he ran the Pemberton 50K. It was his first time being out, so it was fun to actually hang out with him, and we grabbed a bite to eat after our group run. He came out to our events, and for those of you who aren't following him, who are watching this, you have to follow.
Give him a follow.
Yeah,
give him a follow.
So Liam Tryon is Aid Station Fireball on Instagram. Great follow. You come for the memes and you stay for the info.
That's right.
So, he's also on Twitter too.
He creates these charts and graphs and statistical analyses and comparing past years.
He's truly one of the best in the business at that.
Obviously,
that's one of the cool things about this sport. It's still a niche sport. I mean, if we're being completely honest, but we love to do the coverage and we love to have people watching, but Liam has made himself a very notable person in this space and a very, respected person in this space simply by caring a lot, simply by his passion and his talent, obviously. But, he just loves talking about and doing this stuff. And so, his Twitter feed is rife with all sorts of information and analytics when it comes to, ultra running. So our lead woman, Sierra DeGroff, coming through.
Yeah. Chris, just to let you know, I want to bring Patrick in so that we can have the full team.
Absolutely.
So right around 8:30, we're going to swap out.
Okay.
And then we'll kind of swap out.
I'm swapping out.
I'm swapping out.
Oh, okay.
I'm swapping out. No, you're staying on. You're the anchor man. But I just wanted to let you know
Okay,
that.
sure. Yeah. It's an open race. I mean, you don't have to have qualified to
No,
run. You,
yeah.
you just have to be a USATF member and want to run 100 miles. I think that's one of the things that that draws the appeal for this race across several different age groups is that this is where you can genuinely become a national champion.
Yep.
So
Back in my competitive years, I ran a couple USATF championships. The 50K at Calmset in New York. There's Ed Rousseau coming through, and the 100-miler Rocky Raccoon for several years was a 100-mile trail USATF championship.
There's
In
Jeff
fact,
Garmeyer.
one year I finished second there, and Jorge Pacheco won the race, and he's not an American citizen. So Joe Prasadis came up and gave me my USATF medal, and I was like, oh, that's great, thank you.
that was yet another race where you and Jorge Pacheco went head to head.
And he won. Yes, he was 7 for 7 in that regard.
Yeah.
The only time I ever beat Jorge is when he dropped out.
And that actually was a very interesting discussion. You had opened up a can of worms on social media about that on Twitter. I remember you discussed
We're
whether or
bring
not
this up.
no. I mean, not the Jorge Pacheco dig in particular, but overall, you talked about, did you beat somebody if they dropped out? I mean, it's kind of an interesting way to look at it. I mean, I think that the consensus was that, yeah, but you're not celebrating it. You're not like, yeah, I beat so-and-so. It's like, well, I did beat them, but I'm not like, it's not celebratory to, to.
It was
at it that way.
interesting to see the reaction to it because, I mean, there's really nothing that fires up ultra runners more than the conversation about DNFs. and did everybody who finished Western States in 2017 beat Jim Walmsley?
Technically,
yes. He only ran 78 miles. But is that something you can, claim on your resume?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it's not like I do know there is a runner who, if you ask him about all of the races he's run, all of the 100-milers, the event he is most proud of is having beaten Jim Walmsley in a beer mile.
Yeah.
up in Silverton.
I believe that.
You can see if we are on the start-finish line cam, the colorful Ed Eddinghausen has just come through.
Yep.
He is doing the 48-hour, adding to his lifetime total of 100-mile races. Mm-hmm. It's somewhere in the 200 ranger, I believe, somewhere in there. We can check Davy Crockett's depository of information about that.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. So it's interesting. I'm getting a sense of it now. The 48-hour course goes a little bit lower than us, and then they make a turn and then come up through here. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, a hairpin turn is not going to have as harsh of an impact on this on these runners as as it would in a shorter distance.
Sure.
That's one of the things that always amazed me, about some of these world records that have been set on courses where there are like multiple hairpin turns. It blows my mind that these runners are able to do so on those courses. Let's see.
I don't know. Zach and Daniel are moving quickly enough right now. I think if they had some hairpins, they might feel it. But
the last time Sorokin set a record, it was on a course with like multiple hairpin turns.
Incredible.
Like put him on a course like a simple loop or like a high school track type of situation and see what he could do.
Yeah, the sharpest turn. I did a little tour of it yesterday. The sharpest turn is basically a 90-degree turn at the end of this straightaway.
Yeah.
The rest of it just kind of gently loops around.
One of the things that'll be fun to chat with Patrick when he comes on is that he is a sneakerphile.
Oh my gosh, yes. I can see him over. He's probably checking out everybody's footwear already.
Yeah. He's definitely going to have the hookup on that one. He knows. And
by the way, nice subtle shout out to Scott Trayer calling them sneakers.
Well, they
Scott, if you're watching out there, we love you, man.
They are.
What sneakers you wearing?
It's a Bostonian thing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't understand.
What sneakers you wearing tomorrow? Speaking of sneakers, it looks like Zach is sneaking slightly ahead of Daniel Goldstein, but still super early. I'm sure Zach is
He
rocking
just
a
looks
pair of Ultras.
so like he's just so fast. I mean, even in a he's so much fun to watch run. Zach is.
Is that Summer on the chase cam?
It is Summer on the chase cam.
Summer on the chase cam.
So,
Bryce's better half.
Yeah, Zach is basically a second or so ahead of Daniel Goldstein at this moment. But again, 4 laps into the race, it's not exactly anything notable at this point.
I see Todd Lee coming up again, and I first met Todd in my early years of running 100-milers. He was a stalwart of the Southern California ultra scene, and did some training runs with him at on the Angeles Crest course.
And Jonah Backstrom
good to
coming
see he's
through
still going.
in third, probably about 40 seconds back, perhaps, of the 2 leaders. I have a Bill Dickey sighting. I did not realize Bill Dickey was here. Morning, Bill.
Morning, Bill.
I first met Bill at Across the Years a few years ago, and we shared a couple laps, and I went, as runners nowadays do, went and looked him up online on Ultra Sign Up, right. and I looked at his results, and I was like, the next day, because ATY is a multi-day event, and Bill does the 6-day. I said, Bill, you ran Western States in 1980? Right. Like, that's amazing. He said, I ran it in 79 too, but the records don't go back that far.
Right. Those were the syrup bottle. Those were the syrup bottle days, I like to call them.
Yeah, we have Jeff Foote just coming through on the cam. Looks like our chase cam is following Zach Bitter and Daniel Goldstein on the other side.
So Summer's getting a little speed work in.
Yeah. Well, Summer and I have the same coach, and she's probably actually doing the workouts, and I'm here hanging out and talking. I'll get some miles in later.
Shout out to Peter Mortimer.
Yes.
Chris is here. Don't worry. He'll get some running in with it.
Yeah, I am at a park that is open for running, so I have no excuse.
Well, Chris, I am going to pass the headphones on to our colleague, Patrick Karen, and I'll probably circle back with you in a little bit. I'm going to go get my dog out for a walk.
Oh, for sure.
All right.
It's a great place to bring a dog.
So it's very nice, and it's a dog-friendly place. So I'll catch you guys in a little bit. Thanks again, everybody, for checking in on the chat. We'll be here all day and into the night.
And for those just tuning in, we're kind of just free-forming it today in terms of, like, we don't have any scheduled out times as far as our broadcast teams and collaborations. So between myself, AJW, and Patrick, basically we're the ones that are mainly going to be on, but we're going to see what we can do to pull other people in from around the scene and really get some feel and flavor for what's going on today. So I'm so excited that you're here. I'm so happy. Patrick Heron, folks. Patrick got out here, was it last night?
Yeah, a little late last night.
Sounds like you had an adventure getting here.
A little bit, yeah. It was probably, I think about 16 hours worth of travel.
Oh, my
goodness. Nothing too crazy, but not ideal either.
And you came out from the East Coast. Did you have a layover, or was there any sort of delays?
Yeah, layover in where is it, Minneapolis.
Okay.
For maybe 3 or 4 hours, and first flight was a little delayed. So yeah, I got here about, I think, 11 last night, and still on East Coast time this morning. So up at 4 and got
and
a little run in, and
your run in. Yeah, you have actually one of the more impressive running streaks. So I guess for those that aren't familiar with you, can you tell us about that streak?
Yeah, I mean, it was certainly far more impressive running streaks, but maybe given my age,
How old were you when you started the streak?
Yeah, so I think I've been streaking. They were maybe 18, 19, so I've got a 6-year head start or so.
At this point, you just got to outlast.
Yep, yeah, exactly.
And I love having you on, Patrick, because you know as much about this sport as anybody. Like you are a true student of the game. Like the first time that we did a collaboration at Desert Solstice 28, you knew everything. You had split data. You had information on. I mean, and your ability to point out a shoe from 80 yards, is absolutely unparalleled.
Yeah.
Like, you are a true fanatic of this sport in every sense of the word.
Well, thank you. Yeah. My shoe knowledge probably could use a little refreshing. At the time, I was working, full time at a running store, and so it was very up to par. But yeah, no, I really enjoy following the sport. As both a competitor and just a fan of the sport, and just really excited to be here. It's my first time out. Probably in Nevada.
Oh, really? You've
So
never been
yeah,
to
no.
Nevada?
Pretty funny coming into the airport and everyone's what are you doing in Las Vegas?
It's a different experience. Yeah, of course. The event being in Henderson, but you can also I hope you get a chance to kind of see what's over on the other side
I'll
of
try
town.
a little bit, or at least plan a return trip. So yeah, no, this is a beautiful venue.
Yeah.
Definitely, really, and yeah, I love that we can just see the whole course from where we're seated.
Yeah, our vantage point, probably even sitting down, enables us to see about 80% of the course. Like there's a quarter that kind of dips down that we can't see directly, but it's a very open course. And because there's a lake in the middle, you don't have to worry about anybody cutting the course.
Yep.
I mean, if they can cut the course and cut time, I would be thoroughly impressed.
They'd be a little wet. I think we could point them out in the crowd.
Yes. How do we know you cut the course? Oh, you're just completely drenched.
Sopping. Oh, no, it's sweat.
What have you seen? Oh, and by the way, you have the most excellent handwriting I've ever seen. Like, it's so clean and perfect. What have you seen so far? Anything that obviously we are so early into the race. I mean, as you can see, I've got a leaderboard over there to your right. Basically, you're 4 laps in. We talked about, a couple of the big name runners that are involved today. What are you looking for and what are you looking at?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty, unique field that often comes out to these shorter course, either both fixed time or just short course road hundreds. And often you see a lot of the same folks, which is cool. There's some folks here who I know from races in New England who are traveling out here, and just looking through the results, people with 200, 300 plus ultra sign up results, holy smokes. So I feel like it creates a pretty unique culture to the event. In terms of the front of the field, I would say, there's some, maybe lesser known names in the grander scheme of things, but people with, a stout kind of history of results. It's just interesting to, some of them maybe trying out a new racing format, like Daniel Goldstein, who just passed us. I think he's from where is he from?
Pittsburgh.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm a little familiar with some of his past results, and I think this is kind of a new undertaking for him.
Okay. What else does he run? What have we?
Yeah, he just ran Beast of Burden, the winter edition in New York, 50 miler, I think in January of this year. He's run some. So he ran that in 7:14 for 50 miles, and that's can be a pretty tough rate. Not necessarily a lot of elevation or anything, but you're running it in January in I think it's upstate New York. It's freezing out there. So I think that was his kind of big training run coming into this. He's been racing, I think, since 2017 with a number of different ultras. I have to go back and see what, but he's kind of a familiar name to me on the East Coast scene. And Also, one of the things someone pointed out, I think it was Jameel on Twitter, I was pretty excited to see like the 80 plus, race going on within the race.
It's going to be a dogfight.
Yeah, there's like five on the men's side in the 80 to 85 range.
Arguably all of
And-
the best 80 to
Yeah.
85 age rangers here, I mean, and that's not to say that, I mean, there are other people, like it's weird to say, but there's depth in the octogenarian, segment of the race today. I mean, one of the guys we were talking about a little bit earlier, Bill Dickey, I mean, he's not in contention, but I mean, he's out. Actually, I think he's out. You who think like, oh, it's too late. No, it's never too late to get into this sport.
No, not at all. Yeah, and I think part of what this is like a USATF championship. There are various age group awards and records. It's USATF certified course, so I think that makes it attractive to people not necessarily competing for the overall win, but either going for an age group record. I was kind of going through some of the records that have been set here in the past decade, and there's several across. Not most of the records that have been set here are more age group records than overall records. But yeah, pretty cool on that end. Just checking. I like this little straightaway that we have. See folks coming from a while as they come into focus.
Tagger Van Etten in the chat asking if Zach is going for sub 12. Have you talked to Zach or anybody in his camp about what he's looking to do today?
I haven't. Yeah, no. We'll have to maybe do a little sleuthing from
yes,
his.
for sure. I know that Rich McKnight is crewing him today, so we'll we know people, so
Yep.
I'm sure that Rich would be able to give us an idea of what he's looking to do today.
I didn't get the impression that he is necessarily based off of some of his kind of social media leading up to the race, and he's got a great podcast, and he's just a great content guy, always producing stuff that is engaging. My guess is he's just going more for just kind of the overall win, not necessarily a set time.
I was wondering about what is your approach when you're that kind of runner? You I guess you could conceivably go out for that push for that record level of performance every time out, but in his case, quote, just the win means what, a 12 to 12:30 100 miler?
Yeah,
and,
I think his
on the back.
He's got the men's course record here. I think 12:52 is pretty sure what he ran back in 2021. And he was actually pointing out that he ran in 2021 due to, I think, maybe the pandemic, maybe other things. The race was actually held in April.
That's right.
This is the first time it's being held in March due to, now Aravaipa, new ownership, and Black Canyon it previously was always the same weekend as Black Canyon.
Yeah, I have a couple of friends who actually had never run Black Canyon because they were always coming
Oh,
for
okay.
Jackpot. Jeff Foote, who has run more Aravaipa, has more finishes than anybody.
Wow.
In the Aravaipa. I believe he's run over 150 Aravaipa races.
Wow, that's
But he would come up to Jackpot every year
Okay.
because he preferred to run 100 milers
Yeah.
as opposed to only 100Ks. And so
that says something.
the last couple of years, though, he's been able to run Black Canyon as well as Jackpot. So he's
Okay.
getting his miles in. He's out here in the 48-hour today,
Yep,
too.
okay.
Or he might be in the 100-mile USATF. I'll have to take a look and see what he's in.
Yeah, so I think what Zach was saying is that year that he ran 12:52 here, he it was getting up into the 90s, so very different weather conditions. I mean, it does feel fairly it's pretty exposed, pretty hot feeling right now. I don't think the temperature is all that high, but it's still warm in February here, but definitely 2 months later, I could see it being some extra challenge.
Well, it says, I just checked online, it says 49 for a temperature right now. This is the warmest 49 I've ever felt. Especially when you're sitting in the sun. I've got a little bit of shade, so to me it feels absolutely perfect. It's normally 49 to me feels very cold. I mean, I'm a desert rat, at this point. I grew up in the Midwest, but I can't handle that weather anymore. I'm not about that life. Now I'm, now it's all about, I want it to be in the, 70s, 80s, 90s even. but yeah, this is the most comfortable I've felt in 49 degrees probably since I was a kid.
Yeah.
So,
No, I'm feeling pretty nice coming from Boston area and then Maine. It's been around 20 something degrees average for the past few months.
Zach does his mark in 2021 is the current course record at 12:52.13. On the women's side, Camille Herron actually has the overall.
Yep.
In 12:41.10 last year. Of course, due to some circumstances regarding the course, it was not ratified as a world record. But as far as the Jackpot record, it is the the top performance in history, which is not a common thing. I mean, to have a woman hold the overall record, and she did it beating Arlen Glick heads up.
Yep.
Which is amazing because you're talking about in Arlen, one of the most amazing runners in the world, and Camille and Arlen went heads up last year, and it was really exciting.
He
to
ran
watch.
13:04 or something that year. Or
It was 13:10.
Okay,
Yeah,
13:10.
So Camille beat Arlen by 30 minutes. That's impressive.
Yeah.
I did see somebody in the chat. I saw Jake Jackson mentioning that road ultras are the niche within the niche. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Jake has had some impressive performances out here. I believe he ran a 14:10 here, actually finishing or 14:12 in 2021, finishing second to Zach Bitter that year. So, which that year, you look at the top 7 of the Jackpot 2021. Check out this field. Zach Bitter, Jake Jackson, Stephanie Flippin, Camille Herron, Micah Morgan, Patrick Regan, Marissa Lysak. Like, that is a stout field.
That was this 2022?
That was 2021.
2021,
Yeah,
okay.
so this race has had some extremely impressive fields in overtime. Last year was great. It was Camille Herron, Arlen Glick, Alex Nichols, Nicole Monet, Mark Hammond, Jonah Backstrom, Stephanie Flippin. I mean, I believe that Pat Regan was out here too. But yeah, I mean, you had a stacked field out here last year. This year, the marquee value is not what it has been in other years. Just calling it what it is. But there is still some talent out there. And
absolutely, yeah.
One of the things that I'm kind of looking forward to is on the women's side is Sierra DeGroff, the current leader, obviously, just a few miles into the race. She has come on very strong. I don't know if you're familiar with her at all. Only
a little bit, just from some research for this and seeing her name.
Like she ran a Rocky Raccoon in the 22-23 hour range in at the beginning of last year. Okay. Then she had a summer that involved Angeles Crest, Cascade Crest, and Leadville.
Wow.
And at the end of the year, she ran across the year's 100-miler and finished in 17:17. So she has built up a heck of a resume in a very short period of time. And, I think that she's probably out here to try and win a national championship. And it could be a breakout race for her in terms of, if her upward curve is still moving, who's to say that she couldn't come in and throw down 15 and a half hours for a 100-mile. I mean, that would put her in, some, pretty rarefied air at this point. It would make her one of the, best American, 100-mile runners at this point. And she's shown that she can do it across multiple distances, or not distances, but multiple terrains. It's not just a road style. Because one of the things, the nice thing about this is we've got probably 15 hours to talk about whatever we want to talk about in conjunction with this race. There was a bit of, I guess, I don't know, consternation perhaps at the North American Ultra Runner of the Year voting, in that, and just how it's approached and covered, that the road ultras and the flat ultras don't get the respect that some people believe they deserve, because it's entirely a different sport to some people. Like Jeff Browning came out and ran Desert Solstice, and he'll tell you that he was is in as much pain after that as he is after Hard Rock.
Yeah, I remember him saying it's a totally different sport.
Yeah. Yeah, he came off of, and I believe he ran like a 16-hour, which is an extremely respectable time. But he was hurting. He was hurting real bad.
I mean, both physically and mentally, totally different. I mean, physically, just the repetitive nature, just the lack of variation on your muscles is its own challenge, and then the mental aspect of this course being 85 loops or Desert Solstice, if you're
being
running
400.
the 400 plus loop.
You can see this beautiful drone shot on the far side of the course out here in Henderson, Nevada at Cornerstone Park. If you're in the area, if you're within driving distance, come on by and hang out.
Yeah.
We do have some distances starting tomorrow. Do we have race day registration available for people if they wanted to come out? So, we do. I just got the heads up on that. So, if you're in, I don't know, Phoenix, L.A., and you want to come to Henderson and and drop into an ultra, you can do that. We got you covered. So, we do have race day registration available. See some people looking for shout-outs in the chat. Shout-out to Josh Werner. Is Josh running the 100-mile, or is he in the 48-hour? I can pull up. It's not touchscreen. I can pull up.
No.
What is Josh Werner running? Joshua Werner. So right now, in the way too early stages of the race, your top three men are Zach Bitter, Daniel Goldstein, and Jonah Backstrom. It looks like Zach has about a minute lead on Daniel, and Jonah is about 30 seconds back of Daniel as well. On the women's side, Sierra DeGroff is in first, and Christina Pham in second, and Lisa, is that Caballos or Cabales? In third.
Richland, Washington.
Sally McRae hanging a little bit further back. On the men's side, as far as like notable names that are further back, would be Pete Kostelnick, Sam Skeels. It's too early to, we do this every race.
Yeah.
And we're always guilty of like trying to say, oh, well, who's winning, who's leading. Folks, we've got a long day ahead of us. So the leader at this point is almost inconsequential, which has always made me kind of wonder, like, if I were to go and enter a race like this, just go hard for a lap or two to say that you led a national championship race. Nobody can ever take that away from you.
No, they sure couldn't.
So maybe that's what I'll do next year. Is I'll run the Jackpot USATF and just go sprint out for a few minutes and stay ahead of. Stay ahead of the pack, so I can say that I led a national
We'll be covering you live.
race.
We'll say, "Wow, Chris is on pace for a 13-hour 100. He's cruising."
And 36 hours later, when I actually finish, we can just talk about what could have been had I sustained my pace.
Yeah, I don't know if you talked about Jonah. In my research on him, I was pretty intrigued. He's run this the past 2 years, and in 2021 he ran 19:08 for the 100.
Solid, yeah.
2022 14:10. Like, he almost improved by like 5 hours.
Yeah, that's
in 1 year.
amazing.
So either something went totally south in 2021, bad day, or he had like a really incredible day this past year. And just last year he also ran a 3:18 50K at Jed Smith, and he's new to ultras. Like, I think 3 or 4 years of running ultras at 49 years old. I just thought that was a pretty cool
2019
story.
looks like his first actual ultra. So I mean, he's, like you said, 3-4 years, and he's already down to a 14-hour 100 at last year at age 48. That's impressive.
And so I definitely am expecting him to stay in that. He's third overall currently, 6 loops in. But I think he has shown that he definitely has the potential to have that podium position.
He was hot on Mark Hammond's heels for third last year. He finished a minute behind him. Like, when you talk about like competing at that level against a runner of that caliber, you're definitely in the conversation. So we would be remiss if we didn't look at him as a genuine contender today, even though we do have an 800-pound gorilla in the field in Zach Bitter. That's one of the things that's cool about this is that we get to watch one of the best, very best in the field, like do what he does with surgical precision. I mean, he knows how to run these races. He's dialed in, and he's got his experienced crew here with him. So I'm excited to see what he does today, whether or not he's chasing a sub 12 or any sort of record. Like I would assume,
I feel like he may have recently shared some of his kind of racing plans for 2023. Thought I'd written it down, but let's see if I can pull it up.
Is Andrew Glaze in the 48-hour or in the 100-mile?
100-mile champs.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the first time he's done it. He's done the 100-mile here three other times, I think.
Okay.
But first time doing it. Champs.
So Andrew Glaze is in the field as well. Of course, Andrew Glaze, an extremely high-volume runner. Impressive that his body is basically maintained, as somebody in the chat said. He's been running 100 miles a week for 2 years. That's some volume right
Yeah.
there. Think about that. That's a half marathon every day for, on average.
I'd be curious to know how much of that's doubles or single runs. Yeah. And how much, especially, I've had similar mileage some years for sure, and it definitely gets trickier when you add a 100-mile race in there.
Yeah, because as part of your run streak, don't you have what do you consider a minimum run for as part of your run streak? Is it like go out and do a mile, or is it go out and do 5 miles?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For me, it kind of evolves, I guess. I think when I started, it was probably like a mile, and then, then as I kind of got more into the sport, it was like, half an hour, and then it would be like an hour.
So nowadays you do like a 10K every day?
Yeah, generally I'm getting out for like at least an hour,
And yours are really fast. So like that. So folks, when he says he's out for an hour, your fastest 100-miler is sub 14, right? Like, or
yeah, 13:50.
Yeah, so like folks, he's being modest. Like you. So
I haven't run that recently, but that was I haven't run 100 recently. That was back in 2017.
How old were you then?
19.
You ran a sub 14.
Ultras at like 17, 18, and I kind of think I just felt the pressure of like, gotta run 100. But after that, I'm like, well, there's so many more options in the sport, and I'm definitely love the trail and mountain stuff, and so that's kind of been the recent focus.
I hear there's a race in October out in Arizona that you could possibly come out and run a fast 100 on the trails. So if you're interested,
I know,
I'm sure we can squeeze you in.
Convince me.
I know that Heavily 100 is sold out, but somehow I think we'd find space for you if you decided to come out for that. I don't know, Bryce, can we make that happen? Because I'll be honest, I think I'd great to have you out there. You would be in the conversation for that golden ticket, like right off the bat. I mean, even if you haven't run that kind of distance in a while, like we know what you're capable of. And if you say you're a stronger runner at this point versus when you were 17, 18 years old, like, I mean, goodness, like I would be excited to see what you could do.
Yeah.
So we are here at Henderson. I see we've got the drone shot. So that is basically overlooking our start-finish line area. There is so you see runners coming in for a sharp hairpin turn from right to left on your screen. That is the, quote, long course, correct, Bryce? That's part of the long course that the 48-hour and other distances are going to be doing this weekend. The 100-mile course is different. It basically is more of a standard like circular loop around.
Yeah, a little less turns.
Yeah, so there's a couple of hairpins. So you've got runners going every which direction here. Thankfully, there's enough of them, and the course is very well marked. And frankly, you can see the start-finish line from anywhere, so it would be hard to get lost here. It would be very impressive. That was Sierra DeGroff coming by. Yep. Excellent runner. I'm really excited to see what she does today. Like I said, I shared not shared, but I was on the course when she was running at across the years, and she ran her 17-hour 100-miler. So I assume that she's going to be trying to better that. So she's actually moved up to 4th overall, again, in the way too early stages. But, yeah, she's, 7.5 miles in the first hour, and she looks like she's just out for a nice casual run. And she's a local. So she's, she doesn't have to deal with, any sort of travel situations or anything like that. I'm sure that, having this in her backyard was one of the reasons why, she's participating. She didn't have to, make extenuating travel circumstances. So.
Yeah, it looks like she took a little maybe minute stop there at her personal aid station and got back moving. It'll be interesting to see also, how many people potentially, well, not that we can necessarily know this, but some people, if they're planning on, kind of going out faster to start, bank some time in the earlier kind of cooler hours of the day. Not that strategy always pans out, but I know like at Javelina for sure, people sometimes will, run a little faster in the cooler temps.
Well, we're looking at a high of 60, so I would think that it wouldn't be too much of an issue. But when it's 60 and it's completely, there's not a cloud in the sky, folks. It's so clear, and the sun will begin to beat down on some of these runners that. And maybe heat mitigation does begin to play a part when it does get warmer. But then we also know that out in the desert, when the sun goes down, it gets really cold. So it's going to feel good to be running harder. Coming into view, I was our current second place female, Christina Pham. Christina, I don't believe, has run a full 100-miler, but she has some pretty impressive 50K times and 50-mile times. I know that she has had some records set at Desert Solstice. I can let me see if I can pull up the records from Desert Solstice to see.
Nice work. Here comes Pete up through the start finish.
So with
I volunteered for a live stream. Thanks for fun. I am on that. Right? Yeah.
looking at, so Christina Pham in 2017 at Desert Solstice set several American age group records. In the women's 45 to 49, she set the 50K, 20-mile, 30K, 2-hour, 25K, and 20K, 10-mile, and 15K.
I remember she was ripping that day.
And I do remember, Desert Solstice, most runners are running, a, quote, fast 100 or maybe doing a 24-hour run. Christina did not go in with those intentions at all. She wanted to go and bang out the fastest 50K possible, and she ran a 3:57:18, which, as far as I know, is still the American standard for women. We could, look that up. But yeah, she has held
for the 50 to
40 to 45 to 49.
Okay.
So, but now she's aged up. So she's 50, and so she's probably the odds-on favorite for the the age group, but she could be a contender for the overall women's win today. So.
Mm-hmm. With the USATF champs, I know there's the open field, then there's Masters, but do they also break up the Masters into several? Yeah,
I do believe so. I believe that
as
are the championships recognized, Bryce, in tens? Is it in regards to? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is an unusual one, and one of the things that people, at races, at Aravaipa races on the trail in particular, be asking about age group awards. They normally don't have them, but this being a national champ age group record, let's see if I can pull that up. So the 100-mile 50 to 59 is currently held by Connie Gardner at 16:04. So it sounds like that's what Christina is going for.
Is that a desert solstice? Or
It was set in 2014. Let's see if that was a desert solstice run.
and I know there are distinctions between, road versus track. Desert solstice being, a track record, and this being road.
$16.04. It looks like. Okay, so that those are the age group breakdowns then. 5 years. Okay, cool. Thank you. So it is every 5 years as opposed to every 10. So it was she said it in August of 2014.
Oh, okay.
What race would that be? Would that be 6 Days in the Dome, perhaps? August 2014. Yeah, that was at 6 Days in the Dome. But yeah, but I don't believe that Christina has any 100-mile finishes to her credit at this point. So this is a step up in distance for her, I believe. Yeah, she's got a lot of 50K and 50-mile range. It looks like her longest might have been Whiskey Basin 88K in 2017. I know she's run Cronking Scramble. I know she's been a regular out at a lot of the fixed time races down in the Phoenix area. But yeah, this will be interesting to see. Her last event actually on Ultra Sign Up is over a year ago. Across the year, 6 hours, she won with just under 41 miles in 6 hours. So
That's speedy.
yeah, we'll see what she's got. Thank you very much to Jake Jackson. They're separated by 5-year increments over the age of 40, which would make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I knew that. I didn't know if if there's like a specific, I feel like Masters, like maybe an overall Masters award. I'm more familiar with, how they've done it at like Loon Mountain Race and some of the mountain running championships.
Judson Cake in the chat.
Judson!
Loves your hair.
Thanks, Judson!
Yeah, I actually.
Judson's a local legend from Bar Harbor and Greater New England.
So yeah, your hair is the longest it's ever been since I've known you.
Yeah, I've strayed from my buzz cut days.
I remember that's what you had when I first met you.
Jamil has inspired me with his luscious locks.
What's funny is that you look at pictures of Jamil with short hair from like several years ago, and it's very, very different, very jarring. He's got the trademark locks now that are so easily recognizable that when you do look at old photos of him from 10 years ago, it's like, oh, that's different. Yeah, Jake Jackson, representing in the chat. Where are you at, Jake? You were here. I believe you were here last year, weren't you? I mean, I know that you're a regular to the Jackpot race, so. I always love hanging out with Jake. He's, so much fun,
great.
Very talented athlete, and also just a cool guy. So,
yeah, let us know your schedule, Jake.
Yeah.
What's 2023 look like? Probably Desert Solstice, maybe.
Oh yeah,
come December.
Jake has had some amazing 24-hour results at Desert Solstice. He's topped 160 miles there, I believe.
Although this year actually will be the champion, the 24-hour world champion.
Is this? I lose track of the cycle.
I'm pretty sure it's for for 2023, because I feel like that was one of the topics of conversation this past December, of just, it'll be a different field for 2023 at Desert Solstice, potentially more people chasing shorter distance records, with the majority of American top 24-hour runners being at, I think Worlds is, within a few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Jake's currently on that roster. Got our cameras out. There's Sam Skeels coming through.
Are you familiar with Sam, or?
A little bit. Yeah, I checked my notes on Scan.
I did look, and I believe he's got, I believe, a sub 15.
Yeah, he's quite a few fast results to his name. 44 years old.
So Sam Skeels, actually, I raced against Sam Skeels last
You did?
year.
Oh.
At Hennepin.
Oh, okay.
He finished second overall, and I was second to last.
He ran 15 and change there?
58.06 at the Hennepin 100. Yeah, so if you look at the results, he's at the very top, and you keep scrolling down. As far as, actually, I was the final finisher sub 30, so
Nice.
we literally could not have been, he was one spot from, being the first versus my last, so. So, yeah, I've raced him,
Did you have double the fun if it was double the time, or
I
half
get my
the
money's
fun?
worth on a course, Patrick.
Yeah.
That's one thing that I can always be proud of is that, if we're paying by the mile, then it's all the same. But if we're paying by the minute, then I get a great value at my races. So, yeah, John Marushak said he didn't recognize you this morning when you're with your flowing locks.
Oh.
So. Great drone shot approaching the start-finish line. You can see the runners. He is in the 48-hour.
Okay.
So, we've got time that we can kind of delve
crossover
into,
coverage.
see what else is going on in the course because, there's only,
Nice work.
we've only got about 14, 15 hours to go. So, we have to budget our time accordingly.
Loving the short.
You can see Andy Jones-Wilkins taking the dog out for a walk on the course.
His dog greeted me very happily last night at 11 p.m. Probably woke Andy up, but I was glad for the welcome.
Smith would love to do the night run someday. Come on out. Aravaipa has multiple fixed time race options, and I would say all of them have a 6 hour. I know that we've got 6 hours available here at Jackpot, across the years, Fat Ox, Hotfoot Hamster, Jubilee. Yeah, so we've got plenty of options.
6 hours are great timed.
It's a nice solid run.
I love that 6 hour.
If you're a decent runner, you get a marathon plus in, maybe a 50K or something like that. Typically, you see most runners, top out at about the 40 to 42 mile range is usually good enough to take most of those events, at least the ones under the Aravaipa banner. Occasionally you see somebody pop in and drop a 50 mile, I think Nick Curry did that one time, so, but 6 out, as you see Jeff Garmeyer approaching the finish line on a loop. He's doing the 48-hour. Do we know what Jeff's goals are for this weekend? Is he just out here to have a good time, or is he looking to drop a couple 100 miles? Or
I don't know what his goals specifically are, but he's usually got something up his sleeve.
or just to be as entertaining as he
Long
can
training
be.
run for his next epic adventure.
Is he running Cocodona this year?
I haven't seen him on the entrance list, but I would not be surprised.
So he might be doing a Cocodona training run, which actually there's a few people that look like they're doing this as a Cocodona training run. Sally McRae, for instance, which is kind of mind-blowing to think that a 100-miler as a training run is part of your plan. But but 250 miles is no joke.
It's great way to like test gear, test nutrition.
Sure, yeah, in a very controlled environment.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, on a race like this, obviously you're only a mile away from or actually technically a half mile away from the aid station at any time.
Yeah.
So you can definitely
can always be switching things up and
Yeah.
trying new things throughout.
absolutely and dial in and just get more comfortable in what you're trying to accomplish and being ready for other races as well. So in terms of shoes, have you been keeping an eye on some of the top level competitors as they've gone by?
Only a few. I wrote down a couple. I think, Zach's wearing. He always generally wears, even for the 100 miles, like the Ultra Vanish or Carbon shoe. He has, which is pretty minimal shoe, but he's generally always been a pretty minimal shoe kind of guy.
Yeah.
And then in contrast to that, Daniel Goldstein, who I think is now moved into third, but he was wearing kind of the opposite Nike Alpha Flies, and you see a lot of those. I feel like in the road. We see a lot of those at Desert Solstice,
For
either
sure.
the Alpha Fly or the Vapor Fly. I was surprised a few folks out there were wearing like either trail shoes or kind of trail hybrids, like Challenger ATR, and saw some people with, I think it was the Ultra Lone Peak. It's all sidewalk, right?
Yeah. Well, it
Or
does.
is
There is a little bit of, I guess, gravel depending on which loop you're on the other side, but it's not. Yeah, it's not like you're running on anything resembling like trail.
No.
So.
But I mean, comfort's key. That's the most important thing. So, whatever your feet feel familiar with and like.
If it gets you to a 100-mile finish, then it
Yep.
probably worked. whatever it might be. Yeah, Jake, in the chat, I agree. Jackpot is the perfect race for family. Lots of spots for the kids to play, and easy for spouses to crew from. I'll see if I can get some video from Crew Row here.
That would be fun.
Along as well. Like that was one of the fun things last year was, as we were following Camille as she was approaching her final couple laps, like kind of running through, and like the chute that they run through with all the crew spaces was really full of a lot of positive energy and excitement and cheering on, because we knew we were on the cusp of seeing something special, so that's a great feeling. And I love that at a lot of these races, whether it be something such as Jackpot here in Henderson, or back in in Phoenix in Fountain Hills running Javelina, you get to that finish or shoot concept is just such a great thing to see at these races. It's really a fun thing. And
I feel like Aravaipa does a great job with that. More like, I don't know. I associate that kind of like just these
it feels
like kind
bigger.
of pop and aid stations with
Yeah.
Aravaipa events, like that doesn't exist at some of the other.
I mean, you'll
events I'm
see
familiar with.
at some of these races, you'll see. At Javelina, for instance, the runners, as they're coming in, like high-fiving like this entire group of people, like, you've got a whole audience of hundreds of people that are lining the finish part of the trail, and it's, the energy is infectious. And, I wish everybody got a chance to experience that kind of, energy at an ultra, because a lot of times ultras can be a little bit of a very quiet, endeavor for a lot of people. But like when the energy is big, it's infectious. So
especially on a race like a course like this, just with what could be the monotony of many loops. It is nice to have kind of that added energy out there. One of the things I'd be curious to chat with you about is just what. I'm kind of looking through the past. I think the first year this was the USATF Championships was, I think, 2019 was the first, they had, the 100-miler before, but 2019 was the first, 100-mile USATF Championship being held here. And, every year since. And looking at the finishing numbers, in 2019 we had 21 finishers for the 100-mile national champs, 26, 2020 was 28, And then 2022, we like totally doubled to 51. But, slowly increasing, but still, and that doesn't include the people who, do not finish, which might be like 10 to 15 people additional. But pretty relatively small field. And unlike something like Desert Solstice, which, has a hard cap on the number of runners in the field. I think it's around 30 runners is the cap,
that's
maybe.
in a full year.
And that's just due to the being on a track, and there's not, there's only so much room in lane 1 and 2 of a track. But here, I think there doesn't have that same limitation, and I would love to see this race and this this national championship, 100-mile road national championship, continue to grow in popularity. And I'm curious to think about what would allow for that, what would bring that, what would attract more people to this discipline, because it is very accessible in nature. I think it allows for a lot of crossover athletes who are potentially fast road marathoners, fast. We saw that at Black Canyon, where there were several newer folks to the ultra scene, but it's a little harder when we're talking trail. And I just think this race has, in this distance and this national championship has a lot of room to grow.
Well, I think that we saw for years a steady growth trajectory in 100-milers and in ultras in general. Obviously, 2020 threw a wrench into things in terms of growth. A lot of races took a hit due to COVID and extenuating circumstances there. But I think we're kind of other than that dip, we've seen it start to grow again. In terms of the accessibility of ultras, I agree with you. I mean, one of the things that blows my mind is the number of, for instance, Western States qualifiers. You know how many Western States qualifiers there are now? Over 210. Yeah. They draw 250 names for the lottery. So if you were to average it out, obviously it doesn't work that way, but basically one runner per qualifier.
And that's now they don't even have the 50-mile as a qualifier.
That's all 100K and above. So I think that we'll see a race like Jackpot, the USATF 100-mile, grow when people realize you get an opportunity to contend for a national championship, and even if the field is more modest, maybe in some of the age groups, still nobody can take that away from you if you have an excellent perforence. Jonah Backstrom just came through.
Who shows up on the day?
So I did a quick little dig here, and so Jonah Backstrom, get this. Last year he ran a 14:10:08 at age 48. The USATF 45 to 49 record for men is Olivier Leblanc 14:09:45. He came within a minute of the national record, so I'm sure he's got to know how close he was last year, and I would assume that he's looking to beat that this year. But yeah, I mean, he was 15. How many seconds is that? 15 plus math. 23 seconds off of a national age group record last year for 45 to 49. So, yeah, I'm sure he is looking to shave at least 24 seconds off of his. Think about how little that of a margin that is. When you're talking about a 100-mile race, I mean, it's a second every 4 miles.
One little bathroom break or one water refill.
Absolutely. That's how
literally improve that with just your aid station transitions.
I mean, to be honest, I'm sure that's what, if he's got crew here, I'm sure that they know, exactly how much time they need to help him shave off. So we do have a couple of age group record holders here in attendance. It looks like Jean Pommier has the age group 50 to 54. It's pending, actually.
Was that from here or?
From in 2019. I would assume maybe that's no longer pending.
Yeah.
You'd think 4 years later. Okay, so maybe the USATF site needs to be a little bit more assertive in their in declaring things, but we're going with the information we have in front of us. So
I just bought some USATF officials over there. It'd be fun to get them in the booth later.
Yeah,
later today.
I
Share
think it'd
some
be
of their
great.
Perspective.
For those following the octogenarians in the field, the 80 to 84 record, currently the national is 32:09:27, and that is Bill Dodson, and that was set in 2016. It's fun to talk about like a record being potentially in jeopardy, especially when it's for runners that are in their 80s. That's actually a really cool thing. I wonder if that would be a world record. I could check to see if we've got that information as well. Because if AJW was correct in talking about these runners potentially being in the 28 to 30 hour mark, they're going to shatter that U.S. record. And there's 5 or so that are like at competing at a high level for that age group. It's going to be kind of fun. There's all sorts of storylines we can talk about and play around with here this weekend. That is an aerial shot of the start-finish line area as the runners are coming in here at Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada. We're at the USA Championships as a part of Jackpot Ultras presented by Aravaipa Running.
Somebody dropped this. I don't know what it is. Or
Flash.
Looks like a flash drive.
by the spillway.
Let's see what's up.
Some secret files on there.
Let's see what's up the safe over here.
So we were just joined by Bill Dickey for a moment here. Are you familiar with Bill?
Not too much, no.
So Bill ran Western States in 1979.
Wow.
Yeah, he's been around a while. Great guy, so much fun. I spent time with him every year and across the years. He comes up from California, comes out from California, and just an absolute sweetheart of a guy. Everybody loves him. Always full of positive energy and support for everybody out on the course, and he goes out and he gets his miles in. He'll go and do 6 days across the years, get 100, 150, whatever it is. He doesn't care. He's out. I mean, that's a lot of these fixed time races are that way, where these runners are not. Not everybody is here to throw down and compete for a national title. They're just out to be a part of a very unique subset of ultra runners that participate in these kind of events. It's tailgating with a little bit of running and walking involved for a lot of people. I mean, across the years is absolutely that way. There's literally a row of RVs on the back stretch, and people just kind of camping out and putting out tables for themselves and for others, maybe with a few cocktails available or some snacks or whatever. It's a different vibe for sure at these races.
That's what, the car rental guy was asking me, like, oh, you doing some partying while you're here? And I was like, well, it's kind of like the runner's form of partying. Not maybe fun sounding to you, but to us, we love it.
So Zach Bitter he just passed through again. He is approaching the half marathon point. He is at 1 hour 27 for just over 12 miles.
And see his splits per.
Yeah,
per
we can
loop.
do that.
I'm curious to see, or maybe they don't have them.
We'll see if we can get that information.
Yeah.
I would assume that we have access to it.
Maybe.
Take a look at the. We'll see if we can get his splits here.
Knowing Zach, I'm sure they're within
within
a
a
few
couple
seconds
of one another. Yeah. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like we've got the ability to pull up splits on we'll see if we can do it this way. Get a little bit creative. With the lighting, I have a hard time seeing the mouse, so I
Yeah.
apologize at my inefficiency in trying to. It's not letting me click on that. I'm going to open up another window on this laptop so I can. Yeah, we'll see if we can get some split data, which would be, obviously key to us being able to, maybe do some analysis.
There goes Pete Kostelnick coming through the start-finish.
I'm sure that, we just had a woman run by with her dog, probably
They're
kinda
going the wrong way.
what's going on here at Henderson, Nevada's Cornerstone Park. Yeah, I don't have. So I have his last lap split was an 8:33, and that was for the lap. But
For one lap, yeah.
Right. But if you're not that great, you can take your time but still get up it.
So that's like low 7-minute pace.
just out for a run, just out for a nice little stroll. So if he were to, my math is so bad on a Friday morning in Nevada, in southern Nevada. I'm just going to leave it at that. What would be a 12-hour, 100-mile pace? That would be.
You're testing my.
Hey man, hey
it's
Pete,
a-
folks out in the chat, do our
around
math
those
for us.
7
Where's Liam at? Where's Aid Station Fireball?
7 minutes.
Okay. Oh, and Taggart's in. Taggart would know that probably very specifically. Steel Town Runner in the chat. Hey, good morning. Of course, he was out here last year with us, hanging out on the course.
Oh, nice.
He came on to the live stream and hung out, and we corralled him into doing some broadcast work.
Nice.
Did a great job.
Yeah, no, he's got an impressive
he knows his- That's the
encyclopedia.
I love, being around and getting to know people like you and Steel Town Runner and Liam Tryon, Steve Finkelstein, the keepers of the information and just how much you guys know and are able to share. It's great because I have such an interest in learning about the history of the sport. Where it's been is just as important as where it's going because to see the numbers change over the years is absolutely staggering. I mean, the idea of, a few years ago, the 100-mile record was, in, the 12 range. And now, through the efforts of one very amazing runner, our perception of what was capable is, completely shattered.
Yeah.
With what Sorokin has done. We've talked about that. Man, how cool would it be to get him at Desert Solstice? He did, a sub-11 on a course with hairpin turns. Unleash that man on a track and see what he can do. We could have a very special day.
Yeah, I would love to see him come out there.
Oh, yes. Taggart had the math already. 7:12.
7:12.
Pace
All
is
right, low 7. I was on.
It's a
point.
12-hour 100-miler. I love our people. They're so great. BB
When's
coming.
Taggart coming out here? That's the real question.
Well, Taggart has different focus right now. I know
Yeah.
he's been focusing very intently on OTQ. But
chipping away.
we do know that, and he knows that he's got an open invite to come out here and throw down in the desert, whenever he's ready to, jump back up in distance. So, but I'm rooting for Taggart to hit that goal that he has set for himself. It's what is that now? Is it 2:18?
sub 218.
Yeah,
is-
I mean,
yeah,
218 marathon, and he's right
218
there.
flat,
Like,
yeah.
he's, it's going to happen for him. I hope he gets it. I hope he gets it sooner, so he can come back to the,
Yeah.
to the ultras sooner. So,
No, it's definitely that's a fun milestone to chase. And just, it's also, well, I was going to say you can do more marathons, but also at that level, not necessarily. It takes a lot out of you. I mean, I've, run my share of road marathons, and you can often feel more beat up after those than even a 50-mile.
Oh,
100K,
absolutely.
like trail.
a 50K trail beats your body up far less than a hard
Yeah.
run marathon. Like a hard run marathon is absolutely like crushing on the body.
Yeah, no, Boston Marathon, like post-Boston Marathon, is kind of probably the sorest I tend to feel.
When was the last time you ran Boston? Did you run it?
Every
What?
year.
Oh, you
for
run
the
it every
last
year,
8
okay.
years, yeah. Yeah, you can start running when you're 18 for Boston Marathon, so that's
you just gonna
that's my
ma-
other streak, the Boston streak.
the Boston Marathon streak. And as you started at age 18, you could definitely corner the market on that one as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, the race director, Dave, has, although his are like, technically unofficial, but he runs the course from Boston, like, he's the race director of Boston Marathon for the past, I don't know, a couple decades, and he runs, he directs the race all day for 10 plus hours, then at night he goes from the finish line back to the start line. He does it every year. It's pretty impressive.
Our lead woman right now, Sierra DeGroff, is also on her 12th lap, so just over 12 miles for her.
Yeah,
Christina Pham in second, Megan Eckert in
sixth
third.
overall.
And on the men's side, Zach Bitter, Jonah Backstrom, Daniel Goldstein, Sumner Jones, Zach Marin. I'm not familiar with those two, both from Ohio.
Zach Marin. And,
Yeah.
He's our top-ranked entrant on Ultra Sign Up. But, yeah, I think... he had a 13:25 Tunnel Hill in 2020. Not familiar with some of his other results, but I remember that stood out to me.
Yeah, the 13:25 at Tunnel Hill, which is good enough for fourth.
I know. I was like, "Are you kidding me? Fourth place?"
Fourth place in a trail race.
That
Well,
year was
Taggart and Arlen Glick
yeah.
at the top.
Who
I mean,
was
both
third?
breaking 13. Don Reichel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
mile
well, and
treadmill
Sam
world
Skeels, who was
record
here
holder.
today as well, ran a 15:28 and finished sixth. Sometimes those, you have those days where it's like, like how do you finish off the podium when you break, 14 hours in a 100-miler? So yeah, we've got some very talented runners, and maybe they don't have the marquee value that we've had in years past here, but obviously some very talented race results. Because if you're throwing down 13 and a half hours, you're in the conversation for being one of the best in the country, and so that makes you a contender for a national championship. Because anything can happen in a race like this.
Yeah.
I mean, until proven otherwise, Zach Bitter is the favorite, and the prohibitive pick, in my case, but a lot of things can happen.
could happen, yep.
On, in a long race.
Yeah, and I
so.
don't think this is necessarily like a huge target race for him. So, if things aren't going his way, it might not make sense necessarily for him to.
Yes,
gut it
Steel
out.
Town Runner, trail race. When we say Tunnel Hill, trail. I mean, is it hard rock? No. But it's it's a different type of experience. I mean, trail means different things to different people. Like for instance, when I ran Hennepin, it was vastly different than my experience for running something like Javelina.
You did that 2021 or
2022.
2022. Oh, just last.
I needed a because I DNF
Last
Black
chance.
Canyon. I needed a Western States
Okay.
qualifier. So
Nice.
shout out to Michelle Hartwig, the excellent race director of Hennepin.
Yeah.
And also directs Kettle Moraine 100.
Okay. What's her
Ornery Mule Racing.
Ornery Mule
yeah.
Racing. Okay.
They did a great job. Like, I mean, obviously, I want to see people come out and run Aravaipa events. But if you're looking for an event in the Midwest, you can't go wrong with her and her efforts. She's actually coming out to run Crown King Scramble this year.
Oh, nice.
She and her daughter are running Crown King Scramble together, and
that's coming up.
Yeah, it's the end of the month. Don't remind me. I'll be going for my 6th finish there.
Nice.
I love that race. It's just a, Jeep road run up a hill for 29 miles and then 2 downhill miles. It's a very unique experience.
One consecutive hill, essentially, right? Or
it rolls for the first maybe 14 or 15, and then at that point it just becomes bonkers.
Yeah.
So. Steeltown Runner dropping facts. In the 1980s, there was a non-elite 100-miler in New York with a cutoff of 18 hours. That's...
Yeah, it's a different world back then. I mean, there's some... I love, like, Davey Crockett's, like, ultra running history podcast and some of the blog posts that he puts out, like... Just hearing some of the historical stories about the sport are pretty wild. And just the 11, like, yeah, I think then there wasn't necessarily like a profession for people. It was just like a lot of really high level elite amateurs.
Yeah. Well, and even today, like, there are so few people who are able to make a living strictly off of running. Like, they'll do like running adjacent things. Like, the most popular thing I think we see is probably like elite level athletes who are sponsored going into the coaching ranks as well.
Yeah,
and that's how they're able to, focus and leverage their talent into, making a living. But I mean, the number of people who can like make a living doing this just running only is, you can count on like 1, maybe 2 hands. So, at least in the ultra distance.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, there are plenty of very fast, shorter distance runners who were able to make a living. But Steeltown Runner, kind of drawing the comparison, a flat 14-hour versus a 250 marathon. Do you think that that's kind of
250?
Yeah. I would think it'd be a little bit faster than that, but that's... talking about, like, I guess in terms of comparable. But it's an interesting discussion. I mean, and we've got time for discussions today. We can discuss all aspects of racing in general.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, marathon's a way more developed, like, distance with much more, like, historical depth to it. I would say that what he says sort of makes sense, but if, like, most 250 marathon runners I know would not be a 14 hour.
Yeah, I think that and that's kind of what I was thinking, was that, like, I have friends who can run a 250 marathon and, maybe 245. I don't see them as 14-hour 100-milers, like, unless they completely, like, I think that it would just be like, I would think of more that, like, I think they'd have to be in the 230 to 235 range to be a 14.
Yeah,
like,
but I do think, like, as the sport evolves, I think, they're 14-hour, 13-hour, that's still, like, I think...
Well, let's cheat. Jake Jackson, you're in the chat. How fast is your marathon? Like, talking about a 14-hour marathon. I mean, Taggart is, 12-hour, and his marathon currently right now, sits around, 220?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
an interesting data point. I mean, Alexander Sorokin just ran, I think, his marathon PR just recently.
But but it was, like, what was his marathon? It was not it wasn't as...
Is it like high to mid 220s, I think, maybe? That's going to have to be fact-checked. But for a guy who holds, every...
It's a very unique, like, comparison split, like, when you talk about him,
he's not, I think it was mid 220s.
Yeah, I mean, and that's obviously very impressive, but it's like what differentiates him is what he does after that first 26 miles.
His range, though, I mean, like 100K world record to
24 hour. I mean,
world
do
record.
you think we see him break 200?
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a young guy, but
I mean, if he prioritize, like, based off of some interviews I've heard, he is like definitely drawn to that number. I think he is also like he prioritized like, the like
I feel like-
prioritizes more championship style racing than necessarily like PR style racing. Like, Desert Solstice would be a great PR kind of course, but doesn't make sense given his his career goals around, I think people would tend to prioritize a world championship or a national championship or over necessarily just a PR.
I feel as though, like, you think about, like, so if he's, runs the first, mind-boggling, the first 100 miles in 11 hours, that means his second 100 miler is still a 13-hour 100 miler. Like, it's just, he wrecks the curve in terms of, like, trying to analyze what he is capable of. It's, I wish he would come over to, obviously, he will when he's ready and when he's, I just love following, like, what he does, and it's, we're always kind of like waiting to see what he does when.
Yeah, it's pretty bothering too that he's relatively like new to the sport and
Yeah.
new to running. Like, it's not something that he's been doing, since his childhood or anything. Like,
Smith 2976 asking how many runners in total are participating this weekend. Do we know? Is it?
I think
Okay, thank you.
I had 43 male entrants and 24 female entrants. For
Okay,
the
but
overall
200,
event,
300
yeah.
somewhere in there.
Yeah, for the championship, I think there's, doing my math, 67.
Jake with an interesting point, talking about, of course, the days of pedestrianism where you had huge crowds and,
Yeah.
and money.
Get some betting.
Well-
This would be a good place
Well,
for it.
here's the thing, like I would be terrified of the idea of like betting on on ultra running because of the fact that there's not a lot of money in the actual running itself. That would leave the sport rife for corruption. Like, the idea of, oh well, here I'm gonna, when you win a race, and you might win a couple grand or something like that. Who's to say that when you're talking about like major wagers, it would be it wouldn't be all that inconceivable to throw the balance off in terms of like how much money you put into the sport. So
Yeah, it'd be an interesting concept. I was listening. What was it? I think it was on Finn Lanson in the Single Track podcast, and he was chatting about like if during a race there was kind of like a crowd-funded like prize pool that as the race developed, people could, similar like donate, throw in $5 on YouTube, like
that would be
was
cool.
allocated to a prize pool, and as the race developed, you're like shouting out to the race leader or like second place, like the prize pool's grown to $1,500. It's grown to like
273 participants
Across
this
the whole
weekend.
thing.
That
Okay.
would be so neat.
But just how that would add like another level of because I mean they have things like that in road races where there's kind of just different fun bonus structures.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like the men's race starting behind the female race, and who's the first. There's kind of that that graded.
So
graded
basically,
finish.
say it this way. Say you had a $500. You start with a $500 prize pool for the men, $500 for the women, and as you crowdfunded donations, like 50% of it would go to some sort of charitable endeavor, and 50% would be split between the men's and women's. And so, like, basically the prize pool gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And like, okay, you started out at 500, and maybe you do a buzzer or an air horn like every time you hit another threshold. And so like the runners know, and they're like, maybe becoming more and more, invested, no pun intended, in, in how they're moving and everything.
Yeah, and like one of the things they were mentioning, Finn, and why am I blanking on his name? Finn and co-host.
Oh, Finn and Brett.
And Brett.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brett.
On single track.
It's like a great way to like give back to the runners that you like want to support too, like knowing that that prize pool is going right to the runners like as the race, so, like something like Black Canyon. There's so much hype and excitement, and as you're like following, like aid station to aid station, and yeah, I don't know. I love the idea, and I definitely see potential in it.
Steel Town Runner asking.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's on her calendar this year. I know world champs at the end
Marissa
of the year, but
was kind of the crux of the discussion that runners were having that I alluded to earlier, talking about the coverage. Ultra Runner of the Year. I guess that she finished 11th in the balloting, so she wasn't recognized as a top 10, despite having an amazing year. I mean, her finish at Spartathlon, her Desert Solstice win, which was, I believe, her third straight win there at Desert Solstice,
and a new like PR at the distance, and I think the third.
And I think she did maybe like a 48-hour. She had another result last year that was. And there was a belief that perhaps it was not fair that she didn't get the recognition for those kind of things, and I can kind of understand that, but that's one of the things that's such an interesting touchstone about the sport that we love, like whether you look at it at ultra running as like a trail and ultra thing, or if you look at it as, something else entirely, like how do you cover and rank what somebody does at Desert Soul?
The depth of the field and competition is not necessarily comparable to that of some of the bigger trail races around right now.
Yeah, last year, to recap Marissa's year, it was 6 days in the Dome. She ran just under 152 miles in 24 hours. Spartathlon, second, female, 8th overall. And Desert Solstice, she won the 24-hour with 156.76 miles. And, for good measure, within that, she ran a 14:36 miler.
Yeah.
And did not get any consideration, or did not get into the top 10 of Ultra Runner of the Year in North America, from the balloting. And, that's actually something maybe we can talk to AGW about, because he is a voter on that, I do know. So... and he had an interesting discussion on his podcast about that with Ellie Greenwood last week, talking about the voting and how they approach it, and to try and do their best to do the sport justice, and the coverage. So, but I think we might just have to see a split, and this is something I know that Camille Herron was advocating for, like kind of like recognizing, like road versus trail ultra. I'm not sure exactly, but perhaps there needs to be some level of differentiation.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I could see that happening. I mean, in the end, it also is not like a, it's kind of a, I don't know, I view it as like a fun addition, like to recognize runners, but it's not like any sort of how am I trying to say it? Like it's, I don't know. It's not like an official designation.
But but how people. Is that Zach? Is Zach running a little bit off kilter? I was a little bit concerned.
Like that since this morning. It hasn't changed.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess you never know, because, like, for instance, I remember last year, I had pointed out explicitly that I was like, is Arlen running favoring one side? And everybody was like, no, that's the way he always runs. I'm like, no, he came out later and he said he was hurting a little bit. So, let's see.
We just had Zach and Sierra come through our start-finish area. The Zach being just one loop ahead of Sierra at this stage, 14 loops to 13 loops.
Yeah, I'm, and Sierra is, looking really strong so far. I'm really excited to see what she puts out there today. So,
absolutely.
All I knew is that across the year she just repeatedly passed me over and over and over again.
Curious to see if she's on Strava. See what kind of like
Jake
being local.
Jake Jackson mentioning that Marissa was overlooked because she's not big on social media and that the rankings are a popularity contest. I guess that's true to some degree, but there is a component of that, like where you do need to be recognized, and people need to know who you are.
Yeah, there's maybe some bias that
Yeah.
they try to remove all bias.
But then
Obviously.
again, Arlen Glick wasn't exactly the biggest presence on social media for a few years there. So, but I mean, heck, there was a year where Jake had several top flight performances. I believe he won Coldwater Rumble, the Haviland 100K, and Desert Solstice all in the same year. And he was nowhere near the consideration. Maybe if we look at things through a different lens, he would have been considered for a top 10, because he is right, I guess. Because there are times where somebody makes the top 10 or even top 5 based on a single performance. And we all know what like the number one race for that is. I mean, it's Western States. You win Western States, you're pretty much determined that you're going to be in the top
you're gonna
3.
have a spot in the...
But that's because it's also an ultra competitive field. But I remember there have been years like, and this is not. I'm going to sound like I'm picking on, but I'm not intending to. But there was a year that Rob Carrar finished like in the top 5, and he didn't really have like the year that like he had in the years past. In order to get that recognition. It's like, oh well, it's kind of an interesting take. Like I would not have put him there, but it's just I guess that's why they do this list, so we can discuss it.
Yeah, it always at least creates an interesting conversation.
Well, it's like and that's like, for instance, Free Trail does it differently, talking about
Troy, Trail Runner of the Year.
Yeah, and
yeah, they specify, I guess, the terrain,
but that's
then
even
not the distance.
Kind of weird that how do you compare what somebody like Camille Herron does versus what somebody like Allie Mack does?
Yeah.
That's another discussion entirely.
I was looking at Sierra's Strava, and she said...
I'm sorry, Leon. I have to apologize. There is a distinct lack of crop tops today.
Distinct lack of crop tops, yeah. There are some fun outfits out there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, we've seen Ed the Jester, in his usual garb.
Is he going to keep that on all day?
We have a runner coming up in their best Fear and Loathing type outfit. Who was that? It was bib number 20. That's
got some
Alex
nice
Docta.
jean shorts, some jorts on.
Alex Docta was the one with the Hawaiian shirt that just went by.
Okay.
Jeff Garmeyer's got a very colorful kit today as well.
Yeah. Eric Clifton's got the fun tights, although I'm sure those are going to come
Christina
off at some
Pham
point.
coming up here. She is gunning for the age group record, but she's only about just a couple of minutes behind Sierra DeGroff as well for the women's lead. It'll be interesting to see how Christina does here today, because she is not, a veteran of 100 miles, whereas Sierra, despite being, several years younger, has a ton of 100-mile experience that she has obtained over the last year or two. So see Connor Holt is woken up this morning. Good morning, Connor. Glad you and Camille are hopefully hanging out, having a nice maybe cup of coffee and tuning in. Oh, I guess it depends on where you're at. It's 11 a.m. here, but it's
could be
back east. It's a little bit later, so.
Yeah, Camille with some new records to her name, just at the rave in what was it? It was 1 week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. And the new Lululemon sponsorship. That was exciting to see.
Yeah, she's very excited about that, and that was one of those things that we were all kind of trying to figure out, and there was so much conjecture online.
Rumors out there, yeah.
People like, oh, who is? I mean, people asked me because they thought I might have had like a little bit of inside intel,
scoop,
and I was like, no, like I would. like I would never ask.
There were
Like,
some photos out there with some Lululemon, tops on and
Yeah.
such, but
but people were like genuinely like trying to like, investigate that whole
Yeah.
thing. I'm sure that Connor and Camille got a big kick out of it.
yeah, it was a good way to go about it. Create some hype. I'm still there. Yeah, there's a few other athletes like Danny Marino. She's yet to release it, and I've been like curious who. I think a lot of people were wondering if Puma was going to enter like the
My bet
trail
was on
running.
Converse.
Converse. yeah.
I was thinking that they were going to come out with a canvas Converse All-Star running shoe.
Like with Hoka being under Deckers and then Uggs being under Deckers, we see some like
Look at that synergy.
all-terrain Uggs.
Well, Jeff Garmeyer would be the perfect person for all-terrain Uggs. Yes, all-terrain
Yeah.
Crocs and Uggs. I mean, they could do it. They could make it work.
Yeah. You see the guy recently who was in Japan or like he ran a marathon. He ran like 3:30ish in these like wooden sandals.
No.
We got to find a picture. It looked horrendous. I was surprised he did not break something in the process.
Yeah, that's the wooden shoes or wooden sandals just sounds absolutely
Yeah.
nightmarish.
If you're listening, you have to look it up.
I mean, I know people will run in sand. I mean, obviously, people run in something like Luna's. I mean, I've got a pair, but yeah, that's.
But they were like, they had like, it was literally like a
wooden block.
a block under, but it was very narrow. It was
Uh-huh.
like running in high heels, but the heel being in the middle of the shoe, like almost like a mini stilt.
Yeah, it looks like he was like running on two big chunks of wood.
And he ran 3:28.
I feel like Zach's stride.
I would not try this.
His
in your next
left
race.
arm is kind of bent in, protecting a little bit. It's the same thing that I saw with Arlen last year.
Yeah.
where, like I know Zach's stride. I've seen him run enough times. Like this is, he looks.
No,
like,
he does look a little strained.
He's
I would
not.
say.
He's not that he's ever perfectly symmetrical, but he looks just something is a little bit favored to his left side. And this is. We've got plenty of time to follow it. If there is an issue, we'll see it. It'll bear it out.
Yeah.
As
This
one of my
guy's got
favorite,
great form.
great Taylor Swift shirt too.
Yeah.
Was that
Yeah. Who can we
what was
get?
that was was it?
Zach Marin, or
It was Zach Marin. Okay.
it was. Okay.
Yeah, Zach Marin with the Taylor Swift shirt. Excellent choice of fashion today, talking about fashion. But yeah, back to my previous point, Jake Jackson, who's following in the chat. One of my favorite things that when he talks about Desert Solstice is that you can't hide on the track.
No.
Like if you're hurting or if something even goes like a little bit wrong, everybody sees you, and because they see you so much over the course of the day, they can tell if things are deteriorating or if you're up or you're down. I mean, this is not Desert Solstice. I mean, it's not a high school track, but we've still got a pretty good view of of most of
Yeah.
the course. So if
Yeah, we could see like moves being made, but I think from like a competitor standpoint at Desert Solstice, being able to look across the track and even if you're on a different lap, you can see exactly how your competition's feeling and looking. Whereas here, it's easier to hide, I think, from your competition.
yeah, Andrew Glaze is in the jorts, so
Yep.
as noted in the chat.
Thankfully, they look technical. I think they're
Technical
the
denim
BOA
jorts.
jorts, not actual denim.
Oh, like that ink and burn print?
Yeah, I
Anything?
think
Oh, okay.
it's yeah. A little less chafing.
I do have a friend who does run ultras in legit
In
like denim
actual,
cutoffs.
yeah.
And they're cutoffs too, so it's like they're just like that white frayed cotton look. They actually it's and he'll run
Some
run
bike
ultras in 'em.
company just made like a biking bib that's a denim material. It's like, but like for like a pro biker. I thought it was interesting. Interesting look. Is this? No, that's not Sam.
See if we can
Bowler hat.
get an eye on. Let me see about the splits, and if we're not able to get them, I'm going to try and touch base with timing.
Hey, how are you? Good.
Yeah, we're not getting the timing splits. I'm going to go and take a quick spin over to timing and check
see
with Mike
what-
Belton and see if there is a way we can get those incorporated.
Good plan. Pull up some things. Check out the chat. Sally McCrae indicated this was a training run in her latest video. Yeah, I think we were mentioning earlier, training run for Cocodona later this spring. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Feel free. We're gonna be checking on those splits right now, but feel free to throw any questions in on the chat or let us know who you're cheering for this weekend. Try to give them some shout outs as they come through the start finish.
How's it going, Jean?
Good on you.
Now you're starting to get possible, but also.
Sam Skeels coming through the start finish area. He's in 8th overall, 7th male. Nigart, second Masters runner behind Jonah. Both are on their 14th lap. Yeah, so we're now at 10:07 with the race starting at 8 a.m. this morning, Nevada time. So yeah, just 2 hours in of, on probably a 12 to 16 hour race for both the men's and the women's podium finishers. So still quite a ways to go at this point. But yeah, about 15 miles. So that's a seventh of the way through or so. Starting to warm up nicely out there. Peter Che or Chi is cheering for Lisa Kabiles. Tell her to go in this. Will do. We'll look for her coming through. Tim Higham, who's trying to make the 24-hour Canadian team. Jake Jackson. Jake, is there a qualifier, a certain time that he would need to run to qualify for 24-hour Worlds? Be a fun thing to follow throughout the day.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Oh, no problem.
All right, you're back. We got an update on the split.
Yeah, so Mike said they should be good to go. Let me, I need to, Let's see. There we go. I have to actually like find my mouse.
Yeah, I was struggling.
Like that glare on that side. Oh, there it is.
Hey, how you doing, Megan?
Let's do a
Gotta
refresh.
get
and-
you on the live stream soon.
There we go. Oh yeah. So for all you data hounds out there, we now have additional data points for you. The link on the My Race result does have the individual splits.
And that's tagged to the top of the chat.
And for those wondering right off the bat, we'll just get this out of the way. The first lap is different than the rest of the laps. They have to do like that.
yeah,
like,
0.48
Yeah.
miles.
So,
They're in Colorado.
but it looks like Zach's lap splits are in the 8:10 to 8:30 range. Now, keep in mind that that is not an absolute mile. That is what 1.1.
Yeah, 1.17
Yeah. So
for 85 laps. So yeah, I think that would be low 7 minute about. Need to do a little split calculator.
and you were asking about the 24-hour national team.
Well, we were wondering. Jake was mentioning a friend from, Tim from Canada is trying to make 24 hours. So I didn't know if there was like a 100-mile mark that sub 16 hours, or it'd be fun to follow that throughout the day. As
Well, I know we had
Tim.
a couple. Was it last year or the year before? It across the years we had two high-level Canadians that were basically duking it out for.
Desert Solstice.
Oh, that was right. It was
Yep.
Desert Solstice. That's right. It was like the.
Victoria and Amanda,
Yeah, that's right.
both going for coming. Amanda moving up in distance, I think it was.
Victoria taking a
moving
short day.
down.
I wonder if Victoria's going to be running any of the distances today. Is Victoria
Yeah.
Brown?
Although they don't have last year they had a 72-hour, which she won.
Yeah.
But that is no longer an option this year.
She's a very interesting person.
Yeah, no, that was fun to get her in the booth.
Oh yeah, she's a
She's a lot to
hoot
say.
talk to. Like, with her, she's led a very interesting life. She's worked in media. She's worked in as a professional poker player. Like all
Wow.
sorts of interesting characteristics about Victoria Brown, and just a fun person to talk to too. Okay, so Tim is running the 24-hour tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So-
All right, that makes sense.
I'd be curious to see. I mean, if you want to, I don't know if you want to play around with the splits at all or anything like that. You can go ahead.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, let me check out what Sierra's up to here.
So I hear.
9:13.
So yeah, we do have the splits available for you on the tracker. So
Yeah, so Zach was anywhere, from kind of low to mid 8 minutes per lap, which is kind of in the 7 to 7:30 minute per mile pace. And then Sierra, our women's leader, has been running pretty consistent, kind of low 9s, 9 to 9:30, with a couple laps tipping under 9, which would be kind of in the low 8 minute pace range, just under 8 minute pace, which, I mean, that is a low 13-hour 100 pace that she's starting out at. You said her 100-mile PR is 17 and change, I think.
Oh,
it was.
for
Or
Sierra?
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Is she really on? She's moving that
I
quickly?
mean, yeah, she's running 8 to 8:10-ish pace, which
This might
yeah,
be
I mean,
something we're going to have to follow real closely.
think I only know because when I ran 13:50, that was like 8:15 pace, so she's running faster
Take a
than
look.
that.
I'm going to take a look at the octogenarian
Oh yeah, see how those
group
fellas
in
are
the
doing.
field. Let me see if I can. USATF 100-mile results.
Way too cool is going to be wet tomorrow.
Okay, so yeah, of the 5, Edward Rousseau of Minnesota is currently leading them. He is
Some of those mud years, though, you could go down.
at 8.67 miles. His lap splits are in the 16 to 17 minute range, so probably about a 15-minute mile pace. Basically, he's actually tracking for about a 24-hour finish, which would shatter the previous record.
Yeah. I think we'll start to see probably some longer transition loop
Yes.
like aid station stops.
Also, let's see, Todd Lee is about a lap back. Dennis Traficante and Ian Madison. I believe that Dennis is the oldest Javelina 100 finisher in history. I have the name was ringing a bell. I've got an info sheet from Javelina still probably in my drive that I can pull up, and I'm pretty sure he was the oldest Javelina 100 finisher, at least that I found.
Oh, that's awesome.
Who are those two ladies? They've been running together all day. Bib 11 and then whoever would have just come in with 11. You see the two women who just came through.
Bib 11 is Lisa Caballo. Somebody was actually just mentioning her in the chat.
Oh, yeah. So Lisa and is it Megan
And
who's
Lisa is
running with her?
Currently in Megan Eckert. So they're basically running 3rd and 4th right now.
Yeah, they've been coming through together almost every lap. They seem really kind of calm and controlled.
So your top 5 women: Sierra DeGroff, Christina Pham, Megan Eckert, Lisa Caballos, and Sally McRae. So far, about 15, 16 miles into the race. Like looking back at our
Sierra coming through.
age groupers, let me take a peek back at that. So, yeah. Couple of runners with not using headphones, carrying their own tunes. That's fine. I'm all good with a little bit of Usher every now and
For
again.
shorter distance USATF championships, I'm pretty sure there's a no headphone policy, but I guess that doesn't maybe.
I don't know. Do they have a no headphone policy for this race for the 100 mile or for the USATF? Okay. So yeah, they do have a no headphone policy for the 100 milers. That would be difficult.
That guy didn't have headphones. He was playing it out of his speaker.
Let's see if we can get a bib number on this runner that's carrying the flag coming up here.
Yeah. You
get
were
a
thinking
little
they're
bit.
in the 48 hour. Yeah.
Well, no, he would be coming from.
Oh no, yeah, they got a white because they're two different color bibs, right?
Yeah.
The whites,
So he's in the 100 mile.
Yeah. Bib,
And it looks like he's.
bib 10. Stop soldiers.
Is it bib number 10?
Shirt.
Yeah, it's a. It looks like a mental health awareness shirt that he's wearing. Talking about soldiers. Let me pull up.
Nice work, Sally. Woo.
Bib number 10, Nathan Butler of Peoria, Arizona. Oh.
Sort of local. Yeah, Zach is coming through. He does look a little strained, I would say. But
yeah, like his right arm is like a full swing, but his left arm is a very protective kind of gait. I'm going to actually go and talk to his crew person and see if I can find out.
what his goals are maybe today.
Yeah, for sure.
How he's feeling.
Be right back.
It's one of the nice things about this setup is they're just a few steps away, all the crew. Awesome. Jim Hunt, go Nathan, number 10. Yeah, pretty impressive carrying that flag around. I'll have to see. Where's the mouse going at? Got a nice. What's on the screen here? Like, is that the current view? And then this is lagged a little bit. Got a nice view of the start-finish area up on the screen. So those are kind of the closing yards of the course. Just as a reminder, it's a 1.17 mile loop that runners do 85 times with just one additional 0.48 mile loop to start. So yeah, right when they go under the start-finish, and an awning there, that's us in the little tan tent, your live stream, and then the big white tent is kind of the main aid station fares, and then just beyond that are all of the runners' kind of personal crew setups, and that kind of enclosed white tent is for probably not going to be used as much for today, but great spot overnight to warm up. There's cots in there. I thought it was funny reading the race briefing to see a kind of a 3-hour limit on nap times. Not too many races that really even have to specify a limit on naps, but when you're running for 48 hours or 72 hours, naps can be part of the game plan. Lavetta Run, lots of CA runners. Guess I should be checking this out for a road trip next year. Definitely come on by. It's a great place to visit and a great way to, kind of get to share course with some really special people and fun place to be afterwards for post-race celebration. Yeah, someone was asking about the temperature. It's not getting too high up, but there's very little cloud cover. It is feeling, fairly hot here, even under the tent. So pretty exposed. I think we're gonna start probably seeing runners like, maybe utilizing some cooling strategies out there. Not much that I'm seeing now in terms of like ice bandanas or anything like that. Definitely lots of refilling water bottles at the aid station. Definitely important to hydrate out there, because that could quickly get away from you just due to the exposed sun. Sierra's looking strong. Yeah, we were saying she's currently on pace for I think a low to mid 13-hour 100. The past 2 years she's improved quite a bit with her 100-mile PR and coming in with that experience. And I was looking through her Strava earlier, and she said her legs were feeling good, and she was hoping for a PR on the day. Looked like she had a pretty good training block in there the past couple months. So we're really excited to see how she does. She's currently, let's check our little leaderboard here. just through 16 laps. Last lap in 9 minutes 15 seconds, so that would be just under 8-minute pace. And she's been pretty consistent. Jake asking if there's geese. I love hearing them honk every other. Yeah, I've heard quite a few honks coming from them so far today. So they sure are here. Hopefully they I feel like some geese can be kind of aggressive. So hopefully the runners don't have any confrontations with any of our local geese friends. Just had third place Megan Eckhart come through. Last lap was 10:01, which I think would probably be around maybe 8:30 to 8:45 minute pace. She's looking really smooth, really controlled. She had been sharing several miles with Lisa Cabiles. I think that's a good approach to take in a race like this. Teaming up with some of the other runners out there. Obviously, running your own race, but it can definitely help make the miles fly by a little quicker. Running with some of the other participants out there. Here comes Sam Skeels coming through the start-finish area. One of our top men's masters runners. I think he is in maybe 6th or 7th overall. Yeah, 7th place. Zach Bitter coming through. About 2.5 hours into the race at this point, with I think Zach's at about 20.38 miles. So yeah, we'll get let's see what he's tracking out. Oh, we got Chris back.
So
just talking about hydration for the runners, but also important for commentators too.
Yes, so I definitely need to stay hydrated. Speaking of hydration, I went to go and kind of peek at what Zach was using as hydration, and I was talking to his crew person, Rich McKnight, and Rich is like, I don't know what he's using.
Huh.
So Zach has, a cooler full of
Pre-filled
stuff,
bottles.
and like it's basically 2-liter bottles with the labels removed, so it's like completely blank bottles, and it's some sort of orange fluid. Like I don't know what it is, but knowing Zach and how dialed
Secret concoction.
dialed in he is to his nutrition, it's probably some homebrew of some kind
Yeah.
that he's concocted with the exact specifications that he was looking for.
I find that so like I know Bob Hearn will do that with like his own mixes, and
People are like, adding chemistry into the into the mix. I did check to see about Zach, and as far as his targets and goals today, as well as his what I perceived to be a hitch in his gait. Rich said that nothing. That he looked at it and he's like, "Oh, that's how he
Yeah, it's
normally
normal,
runs."
Zach. Yeah.
But Zach is shooting to keep it in the low 7s for the first 50 miles to 100K, and then kind of see where it is from there. So it looks like he's kind of shooting for, a 12-ish
Yeah.
type of run. So
Just gonna look at. Yeah, what he.
Justin asking which shoes Zach is running. I think that you had said that we're fairly
Yeah, the
confident.
Carbon,
The-
the Vanish Carbon from Ultra. his
Okay, so the
sponsor.
Ultra Vanish Carbon.
Yeah.
Okay. How's the Jester doing? Jester is in the 48-hour. Let's see if we can pull up where he's at as well. Let's see, 48-hour. So Ed is currently. So they've got a different loop. It's about twice as long as the USATF Championship loop, and he is currently 5+ loops in, which is about 11.54 miles, and his laps are running about 26 to 27 minutes. So, and that's for a 2.3 mile loop. Keep in mind, you can actually see all of the runners' splits at the link at the top of the chat. And at the My Race Result, Mike Melton is here doing the timing, and they do have the splits dialed in. Keep in mind, those are not exact mile splits on the USATF 100 mile. It's about 1.17 miles each loop, so they're doing 85 loops to complete this 100 miler. One of my picks for the 48-hour Bajargo Biamba, affectionately known as BB for those who have seen him out across the years. He's currently running in about 4th place. To do a quick recap of that, the top men, Don Reichelt from Colorado, Jeremy Howell, and Mark McCaslin are your top 3.
Okay, I thought Don was out here. Yeah, we were talking about him actually. He was the 3rd place at Hennepin with that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
On the women's side,
athlete.
Rachel Entrekin, Jade Downs, and Melissa Price. Further down on both sides, if you're looking, I believe Jeff Garmeyer is 6th male. The Jester is 9th in terms of the men's side in the 48-hour. Mikey Sklar, I know that Mikey has done some podium work at across the years. He's currently in 11th on the men's side. I'm going to kind of just sweep down a little bit. And then on the women's side, a little bit further down in the 48-hour, Amy Maurer is 5th. Of course, Amy, I still believe, holds the 6-day U.S. record from courtesy of an amazing performance that she had across the years a few years ago. I'd be curious to see what her goals are today, because Amy's put up some amazing results over time too, as she's doing the 48-hour.
Is this her ultra sign up or?
She did 150 across the years to finish.
Oh, she's headed out
second.
to Massachusetts. Nice. The cut. That's a gnarly race.
So she did 172 here last year in the 48-hour, and she did 190 in 2020. So she's had some success here. Multiple-time winner of the 48-hour, Amy Maurer, and as I mentioned, she had a finish at across the years a few years ago that was just staggering. It was let me see if I can pull it up here. So in the 6-day across the years in 2018, 2019, she did 453.5 miles in the 6-day. which I do believe, as we mentioned, I think established an American record.
Wait, how many miles? What's it?
451
451
in 6 days.
Smokes.
In a race like this, Peter G asking, what's the most interesting thing you've seen happen? Well, seeing somebody just being disqualified for hiding in a porta potty.
Yeah.
I mean, that has to be it. I mean, I hate to bring it up, but that was definitely the most interesting thing in a fixed-time race like this. I mean, I don't know if I did that was it. I mean, it was one of the most interesting things that's ever happened in our sport.
I think seeing just how some people rally in the later stages of a race.
That's true, too.
That can be really fun.
Desert Solstice a few years ago when Nick Curry and Ryan Montgomery were basically just wrecked and sitting down, and then they went from they, without exaggeration, had like 20-minute laps, and then before we knew it, they're running sub 2-minute laps around the track.
Yeah,
you know, and seeing the great performances at a fixed time racer is really inspiring.
And what was it? The year, I think 2018 maybe. Nick and
Greg Armstrong.
Yeah, that was legendary.
Yeah, I was crying. Like, I was emotional, like, watching that. Not because, like, I had any, like, I was rooting for Nick because he's a friend.
Yeah.
But, like, they finished 91 meters apart with a 24-hour national team spot on the line.
Yeah.
And Greg was running in those Tevas.
Yeah, and his ankles were literally destroyed. Like,
so cut off. Like, you can find video footage of it. I don't need to relive that, but Greg was running in these, you know, now discontinued Teva sandals and did 154, 155 miles in 24 hours. And Nick, like, tried as best as he could to run him down and ended up just falling literally 91 yards short, or 91 meters short at the end of 24 hours. And just watching the two of them, you know, like, fight as hard as they could.
Yeah.
Really was inspiring and an emotional thing to see for all involved, especially because it was somebody, you know, that I knew. But I get misty-eyed at every big race. Like at the start line of Javelina, I wear sunglasses even though it's still dark outside because I don't want people to see me crying. I get really inspired by, you know, everybody that lines up for all of these events. You know, in a lot of cases, like those that are running 100-milers for the first time, you know, this is going to be the hardest athletic endeavor they ever, you know, undertake. You know, so that's an inspiring thing to me. So.
Yeah, and I think just as we like, I don't know, as a commentator, we become like closer to the runners throughout the course of the day. We've kind of seen them across many hours. We've like learned their story. We know like their friends and family in the chat who are supporting them. Like, it kind of builds this bigger picture that, yeah, it definitely adds to the emotional kind of investment that we have in everybody.
When, you know, people are cheering on specific runners, I love it. I mean, you see all sorts of, like, for instance, during Cocodona, we become, I mean, you want to talk about a situation where you, at Desert Solstice or at Jackpot, you're looking at, you know, runners, you know, a few times over the course of a day. Like, at an event like Cocodona, you're following them for a week. And so, like, their family is following in the chat, and so you get to, like, know their names, like, of the spouses and significant others, and and of the kids and other relatives who are dialed in. It's pretty fun to see.
Here comes Pete Kostelnik.
I guess we had a conversation going on in the chat. Somebody mentioned that we might have not been pronouncing Pete's name right. I don't know. Like, I think it's Kostelnik or Kostelnik.
All right.
He's never corrected me. Like, if somebody corrected me, like, I'd be happy to, like, and that's one of the things that I do my best, and, you know, I think that we all strive for accuracy in that regard, but occasionally you just don't know what you don't know. There was a runner, actually, one of the podium finishers at Black Canyon. I was apparently butchering his name.
Ooh.
Who was it?
Oh, the third place.
Yes.
Guy? Yeah. Yeah, I can have a rough time with name pronunciations, and some people say them so confidently, and I look at them and I'm like, I feel like you just gotta go with it.
So, Janusz Kowalczyk.
Yeah.
For the first, I don't know, 98 kilometers. Andy Jones-Wilkins and I were pronouncing it
Or-
Janosh.
Oh, I even knew better than that.
So apologies to Janusz and any of his supporters and fans out there. You know, we strive for accuracy, but again, we don't know what we don't know.
Kostelnik.
Kostelnik.
Cost.
I'm just going to call him Pete.
Is it Cost L or Cost O?
I can pronounce Pete. What else have we seen that's been interesting at these races? I mean, so we've seen, some wackiness. We've seen some.
Sometimes drama with like people getting sick out there. Like I remember Oswaldo Lopez at the 20. That was like it's
Desert Solstice.
Yeah, that was
everything
rough.
that went into his body came out of his body,
and everyone could hear it on the live stream. People were wondering what the background noises were, and Jamil and I were like behind the camera, and I think we had to turn the camera off because we were like both like feeling really bad for him, but it was also kind of just like such a odd experience that we were like cracking up kind of at the same time.
It's I mean it's not like we were like cracking fun, but it's like sometimes it's just the situation is like what can you do? It was throw your arms up, and
because we were up in that was when we did it up in the booth.
Yeah,
and we couldn't. I don't know if we could see him, but the trash can was kind of at the bottom of the booth, and we could just hear his
Desert Solstice. For those interested, it's we've referenced it here repeatedly. Obviously, it's a fixed time, small field race in Central Phoenix at
Central High School.
Central High School, just on a high school track, and it's an invite field, and it's not an invite, but it's an applicant, like a very
they're qualifiers.
Yeah, like I believe that the A standard for men is like 155, 160 miles, and for the women it's somewhere in the 140s. I mean, anybody who gets into Desert Solstice is a heavy hitter. I mean, or like I think that the 100-mile standard is like sub 16 or something like that. So, but it's anywhere from 25 to 30 participants, and basically people just throwing down the fastest possible 100-milers, 24 hours. Christina Pham, as we mentioned, who is racing today, she used it as a place to set records, in the shorter distances, 50K and stuff like that. But it's a unique race, and I always encourage people to come out and watch. And we don't get a very big audience for it. We've started to get more people that are interested because it's just a cool event. But yeah, there are some years where we'll get like just a handful of people, and there are other years where some curiosity will bring people in.
I think it was this past year. There was like a group run the Sunday morning of like the final couple hours of the race. I like that idea.
Well, we're trying to kind of make things bigger than the race, so to speak. We're trying to give people an additional carrot to care about that kind of thing. I mean,
because it's tough with that because it is such a small field. It's not something like Black Canyon where you have 1,000 people on the starting line.
So Kostelnik. Okay.
Nick.
Still going to just call him Pete.
Pete.
Peter, where do the runner's crew hang out on the course? Chatting with Lisa. Is it okay? Now I'm conscious of what I'm saying. Is
her name I was
Cabiles or
Cabiles?
Cabiles?
Maybe
or
our Peter.
Cabiles? I mean, like at this point, I really don't know what to say.
So yeah, I mean, if you're looking at our screen now, you can see the kind of the big white tent, and that is the Aravaipa aid station tent. But
Just
in that
beyond
kind
that.
of grove of trees, just beyond that, those are all the individual runners, crew spots, and kind of the main parking lot of the venue is right behind them. So yeah, they're kind of maybe spread. Maybe it's like a I don't know, quarter mile spread down
And there are
here.
some actually, that would be, I guess, to the left of the. Well, okay, so that's actually not the screen. They've got this view now, but there's a stretch of about a quarter of a mile, like from end to end on one side, the side of the course that we're on, and there are some tables down
Okay.
at that end as well. So basically, if you're running the USATF 100-mile championship here at Jackpot, you're able to set up at least like a table or a small tent right on the
And
the course itself.
Yeah, the 48-hour runners, they come through this little park area for their added distance, and that is where a bunch of tents are set up, and so they, I think, can access their tent, presumably, and get things they need. I think this is the live. This is lagging, I'm pretty sure. Like, I think this is what, like,
No, we're
is
not
synced
live.
with our
We're not
voice.
live on that shot.
No.
I wouldn't think. Are we? No, this is.
Oh.
Oh, well, maybe. We're moving. We're on
landed.
the move. The Eagle is landing. Okay. So it's actually no, that's not it. This is the.
Okay.
I mean, there is a lag here, but
Yeah.
and of course Jake Jackson, who won the men's side of Desert Solstice that year, talking about Oswaldo.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was having a rough day of it at Desert Solstice that year. I mean, it's a part of the sport. Some days your stomach just rebels. And,
As Jake said, you can't hide out there.
yeah, you can't hide on the track
Unless it's a porta potty.
unless it's a porta potty. Again, not wrong. Looking at the leaderboard right now, we'll take a quick peek. On the men's side, it is Zach Bitter. Jonah Backstrom has moved up into second, and moving up into third is Zach Marin. As we mentioned, Zach had a couple of really impressive 100-mile finishes last year, so we'll see how things progress. Obviously, they are still early in the day. You're just over 20 miles in for Zach. Zach Marin. Zach Bitter is just under 23 miles at this point. Live tracking is available on the link at the top of the chat under My Race Results. Thanks to Mike Melton for doing aces of a job here at Jackpot, making sure that the timing is tracking correctly. On the women's side, Sierra DeGroff is still leading. The lead is not a huge one. I would say she's about 2.5 minutes or so ahead of Christina Pham. And then in third place is Megan Eckert, who is a little bit of a ways back. But those are your top three women. Lisa Cabiles, I think that's the pronunciation, is fourth. Sally McRae is fifth. Heather Huggins is sixth. Further down on the men's side, Sam Skeels is seventh. Pete Kostelnik is eighth. Jean Pommier is 11th. And let's see what we're looking at as far as the age groupers. One of the things that we're having fun following is the five octogenarians running in today's event. I mean, which is just awesome and inspiring to me. On that front, let's see. Oh, let's take a look at that then real quick as I pull up the age group stuff. The question in the chat was, how far is each loop? Is this a loop course? Yes, Aaron, it is indeed a looped course. So there are 2 different races going on right now, and there will be more added through the weekend. We have the USATF 100-mile championships, which is currently on a 1.17 mile loop, and the 48-hour and all of the fixed time stuff later this weekend is on a 2.3 mile loop, which is actually kind of like a double back loop, I guess you could call it. But those are the 2 distances of the loops here at Jackpot. So yeah, pulling up, Edward Rousseau is leading the 80 to 84 category, and he is the senior member of that group, as he is the oldest participant today at the age of 83. Edward is 11 miles in. David Blaylock, Todd Lee, and Dennis Traficante are all 8.7 miles in at last count, and Ian Madison is 7.5 miles in. Again, those 5 are all competing for the 80 to 84 age group championship, and there is a U.S. record potentially at stake here, because that record is assailable based on the way that these runners are running. Right now, the current 80 to 84 champion is Bill Dodson, whose 32:09:27 time in 2016 is currently the record. But we'll see if any of today's runners are able to make a run at that. As we mentioned, another couple of age group national records that are being targeted. I know for a fact that that Christina Pham is targeting 16:04, which would be the U.S. 50 to 54 age group record for the 100-miler. Connie Gardner currently holds that one, and it's stood for almost a decade. So that was originally set at 6 days in the Dome in 2014. And then also, we're speculating, I think that it's safe to assume that Jonah Backstrom has his sights set on the 45 to 49 age group U.S. record, as he missed it by 24 seconds last year, barely falling short of Olivier Leblanc's current record that I believe was set in 2018. I don't know if any other age group or such records are necessarily under attack today, but we'll see. Trying to get out of the sun a little bit.
Well, it was heating up like my phone, and I was gonna maybe get my computer later.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I just was no longer functional, and the electronics are shut off. But still on our view, just maybe a little shaded. Can you still see?
Oh yeah, I can see fine.
Yeah.
Coming into the aid station, or into the start-finish line area now, is the second place woman, Christina Pham. I was talking with Rich McKnight, who's crewing Zach Bitter, and he's known Christina and run with her for many years. And he said that she's looking especially strong right now. He said, basically just said, she's looking fit, and when you're talking about somebody who's already got some age group, national records, that's saying something.
Yeah.
So. Part of the interesting, thing about covering this kind of race is that sometimes you're just kind of in a hurry up and wait mode. There's not a lot to say, in some cases where we're like, okay, everybody's running, everybody's moving pretty well, and, it sure beats the heck out of carnage.
Yeah, no, it's better for runners if
if everything's clicking.
Everything less drama.
That was one of the hard things about Black Canyon, doing the coverage for that race, because those of us that have been out on that course and run it before, know that there's apt to be carnage.
Yeah.
And like, for instance, when you do your fantasy free trail picks and things like that, like, all you're trying to do is basically you're just throwing a dart at you're hoping, or the people that you think are going to blow up the least, or whatever.
I'm surprised there wasn't a fantasy roster for this. So I was hoping to maybe see that.
Well, I think it's because it wasn't a trail race, but it would be interesting to see, maybe, hint, hint, Free Trail could make an exception for a couple of these
Get the
big
national
time
championship
events
up there. Yeah.
for sure.
I know Way Too Cool is happening tomorrow. Yeah, that's a pretty big race.
Oh, yeah.
Starter of the year.
A very historic race. I know that our broadcast colleague today, Andy Jones-Wilkins, has run it several times. So, of course, he's run like basically everything.
Everything, yeah. He's been around the globe and back.
Yep. I mean, you don't run 10 Western states without having to run a few other races along the way.
Got some snacks on the go. That was that's Megan, right? Yeah, I think Megan.
Megan Eckert, yeah. So Sierra's lead is about 2.5 minutes on Christina, and we'll see. And Megan is currently third, but it looks like she might be a lap back.
Got way cooler in here.
Yeah, it's amazing what shade does when you're in the desert. Yeah, the current temperature is, let's see, what's my phone say?
There's a nice breeze at the moment.
Well, and now that you closed the
52.
52 degrees in Henderson, Nevada. I did not realize I was not following you on Instagram, so now I'm following
Yeah, tragic.
Patrick C. Karen on Instagram.
I tagged a little, the photo of you.
Yes. Let's see, Jeff Garmeyer just went by a few moments ago. Jeff, Bryce said he's not on the Cocodona race roster, but that doesn't mean that he's not running Cocodona. It was
Can't
funny.
count him out.
I think it was last year. Jeff had gone off. Jeff is a very active person on social media. Like, he tweets constantly throughout the day. So last spring, as we were starting to do the Brock.
Here right now too.
and so he went dark on social media for maybe 10 hours or something like that. So I was like, oh my goodness, he's running Barkley. I was convinced. I was completely convinced that he was running Barkley. He's like, no, I was just out hiking. Oh.
So the route looks relatively flat, just a ramp coming up to the start finish.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is a fairly flat course all around, but yeah, there is a small little ramp up to the finish, and basically after you run through the chute where all of the aid station tents are and the crew tents, it actually does kind of dip down a little bit. So
yeah,
and
I know
the shop-
Camille has talked about that. Just with her fast times.
I think she likes how it breaks it up.
Yeah,
It
is nice to have some variation for your legs.
And the flyover shot that you're seeing now, yeah, they've headed down that hill, and then on the far stretch, they're actually going to have another small climb and drop. But you're talking I would say less than 20 feet per each of the two climbs. So it's nothing that is, is it material? Yes. Is it going to make or break you? Probably not.
Yeah.
If you were having a bad day before, I don't think that the hills in this course are going to be something you can blame for
No.
a disappointing performance.
Someone was just
and yeah, it's
waving at the drone.
cool. You get to run over the some of the stretches of the lake on the
Yeah,
on the
it's
far
really
end.
pretty. It's a nice, like, a lot of nice sights around for sure. Good distraction.
But yeah, Liam, you're probably right. I mean, I guess I could go and do a loop and actually like make myself useful and figure out exactly what the aid or the elevation gain and loss is. But yeah, 40 feet net change, I could see that. Up, down, yeah, 40, maybe 60. It's nothing that is
Yeah.
going to make or break your day. I don't think.
This is what, right? Cornerstone trail. Yeah. Oh yeah, this says 59 feet.
Okay.
For
I actually just noticed something. One of the things that you notice over the course of covering a fixed time race such as this and watching runners, I did notice one of the runners, bib number 12, Chris Calamano from New York. Could see him kind of starting to develop a very, very early lean.
an early lean.
Let's. I'm gonna see if I can pull up some information on Chris and see what he has run in the time leading up to this event. Okay, so he ran Rocky Raccoon last month. Had a very respectable 1933 at Rocky Raccoon. I ran Spartathlon last year, UTMB. Yeah, he's
Gets around.
he's had a few solid runs.
Busy
Ran
2022.
Tunnel Hill in 2021 as well with an 1845 100 miles. So I would assume he's probably shooting for something in the maybe 18 hour or a little bit less than that if he's shooting for a PR. So yeah, that's one of the fun things about this race is getting to know the people that are out there. But yeah, I mean, he just ran Rocky Raccoon a month ago, and he's back at it again on another 100 miler. Speaking of people that do crazy, silly things, a mutual friend of ours and a neighbor of mine, Henry Ward,
Yes.
is an ultra runner, and he did a 66-hour
treadmill
run. He did take breaks, but basically from Friday morning until Monday, or maybe it was Saturday until Monday. 66.6 hours. I think it's the treadmill run from hell.
Yeah.
and but I live a block from Henry, so I just walked.
You check in on him.
Oh yeah, totally. I didn't share any treadmill because he had 2 treadmills set up in his garage. So
oh yeah, I think I saw.
People did come over and hang out, and Henry does all sorts of goofy little things like that. Like he lives on a cul-de-sac, and they do a cul-de-sac run where they will run in the cul-de-sac for days. Like he'll do 24 hours and trying to get 100+ miles in, and he'll usually go, I think he said that it's 7 loops per mile.
Wow.
And he just keeps on, over and over and over again.
How many did he end up with for the 66 hours?
I don't know. I'm sure he's tuning in, and we'll have to see.
Yeah, that's it's a virtual race, so anyone can participate, but those are the Burke's crew from Western Mass. Those are my peeps out there.
Yeah, he found his way out to the desert, and has been out there, out in Arizona for a few years now. So it looks like, yeah, Sierra and Christina are over a lap up on the rest of the women's field at this point. Sierra and Christina are 20 laps in. There are a few women that are 18 laps in, including Megan Eckert, Lisa Caballes, Sally McRae, and Heather Huggins. So, I mean, and when you're talking, between the, like, for instance, from Megan to Heather, like, at this point in the race, they're only separating from third to sixth place 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, pretty minimal.
So still early.
I mean, Megan and Lisa were looking kind of the smoothest to me. They looked, they did not. I don't know. I would say that top two female look a little more effortful there.
And Sierra DeGroff has moved up to 5th overall, and she's only 3.5 minutes back of 3rd overall, so she's moving really well. What
are her recent, can we see her recent lap splits, see if she's...
Sierra's?
Yeah, Sierra's. She's been getting a little faster.
Yeah, she...
Just one kind of
she's
larger
around
lap.
the 9:15 mark in terms of her most recent laps. The last 5 have all been between 9:12 and 9:23, which is 1.17 miles. I am going to... Let's do this.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm Stan Buechner. The lady said you're missing my USATF number.
Oh, that's going to be Mike in the timing tent right over there in the Aravaipa tent.
Right here?
Yep.
I'm going to try something here. It's going to be very math related, so we'll...
Oh, boy. Getting fancy. Let me see if I can get my laptop set up over here.
Okay, so if DeGroff is running about a 9:15 pace, that equates, or 9:15 lap, that equates to about an 8:01 mile pace.
Which would be low 13-hour 100.
Yeah. Created a little math tool.
Nice. Can we just plug things in then in a little?
I can do that. Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I
So we
can
could
have a look.
with
Like,
different people, we could just plug in their stuff. Spreadsheets.
yay, spreadsheets.
I wish it was a skill I was better equipped at.
So if I did, let's see. Oops. So yeah, like 9:23 would be an 8:01 pace. Yes. Where's Nick Curry when you need him? Can use some of his
Yeah, that
fun
was
little
awesome
tools.
at Desert Solstice. He was pulling out all the graphs and
Yeah, like I can keep my head above water with an Excel spreadsheet, but Nick is like, you're talking, probably like Tableau, like programming and macros on a far bigger level than me. Shout out to Ornery Mule Racing for the super chat donation. You need to come out and run this race one year. Absolutely, Michelle. You definitely need to come out here. We'll see you in a few weeks when you come out to run Crown King. Shameless plug, Crown King Scramble. My favorite race of the year.
Your favorite? Really?
Oh, I love that race.
More than Javelina and
Oh, yeah. Like, as far as running?
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like, I would Crown King to
feel
me is like my... It's the first ultra I ever attempted, and I DNF'd it. But, like, now it's kind of become my annual report card, Let's see. So, yeah, now I've got a little widget that I can utilize and leverage if we've got, like, a... So, what we'll do is this right here. If you want to use it, if there's, like, somebody that you wanted to... if there's somebody that you wanted to see and you saw their latest lap time, for instance, it was at 9:35 lap, that'll tell you what their pace was.
Nice.
So it's not perfect, but it
We should add one more column to do their estimated 100-mile based off of.
like as far as like
I
a
guess
straight.
that would be overall pace, not lap pace, but that would be just like what, kind of, yeah.
I think I could do that. Let me see. That would be. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I feel like I'm back in Dr. Sesta's class at Arizona State. My financial capstone.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I didn't realize that Ornery Mule Racing is it's not just Michelle, but it's apparently a contingent of runners coming from the Midwest to run Crown King. We need to return the favor and go and run a race up in the Midwest as a group. That'd be kind of fun too. We can all crash at my parents' house. My parents have a huge house, so it's. Yes, yeah. You'd be able to throw down some mounts. Like, I would love to see what some of the mountain goats out here would do on a course like Hennepin. Entirely different animal. Of course.
After that, you can make your way to New England. Do some stuff in the whites.
Yeah, of course, one of the people that I consulted about before I did Hennepin was the prior year's winner, Scott Traer. His experience was far different than mine, but but we both finished. But yeah, I mean, if you're ever curious, I know that a lot of people will tune in who have never had the opportunity to come out and run a race put on by Aravaipa. Just check things out. Check out aravaiparunning.com. On that page, you can head up to the events tab at the very top of the aravaiparunning.com page. I mean, when you go there right now, the events tab is none other than Zach Bitter on the cover. So apparently we knew that we were going to do a cross promotion this morning. Of course, I think that's actually from Javelin 100 2017, perhaps. But yeah, as you go to the Aravaipa Running page, you can see all of the events that we have upcoming. Coming up next weekend, we've got Mesquite Canyon in the White Tank Mountain Regional Park up in the Phoenix area. Crown King on March 25th. Damn Good Run at Lake Pleasant Regional Park on April 2nd. We've got events coming up in Prescott, in Colorado. My personal favorite trip that I do every year is up to Silverton, Colorado, the week before Hard Rock. And Aravaipa has two events up there. They've got the Silverton Alpine Run and Kendall Mountain Run.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a great way to experience some amazing views as you're running. I mean, Silverton is one of the most beautiful places on the face of the earth, in my opinion. And every time I go up there, the feeling is magical. Hard rock and the whole trail running mentality and ultra running mentality take over the town, and it's truly a great energy. The corculator, or a quirculator. I like that term.
Unreal. Yeah, it could be a patented thing. You could sell the software for that.
Looks like Sabrina had a slower lap, but I don't know. Like, I didn't see her necessarily. So she had been in between the 9:12 to 9:23 range, and her last lap was a 10:24. So to leverage my little tool here, let's see.
Oh yeah, the other thing that's fun to mention is you can comment on the runners you're following on their results.
That's
so
right.
It's cool to see.
Yeah.
She's got several comments. Anthony Lee, Go Sierra, you're so strong, keep it up. Matt Franton, great work, you're flying. So yeah, if you're following your runner, you can comment on their right on their results when you click on their name.
You can see the backside of the course as you run by a set of condos on the far side. That's the other, quote, hill on the course. You step up maybe about 15, 20 feet, and then you head back down a nice, gently sloping area.
Got Joe from the Everyday Ultra podcast joining us in the chat now.
So I was checking. Okay, Zach's most recent lap was in 8:37. I'll put that into my little calculator. 7:21 pace.
Yeah, he's still on track. I mean, he's running in the low 12-hour range right now. Just as a reminder, he ran 12:52 here for the men's course record back in 2021 for the 100-mile road national championships.
Jonah Backstrom at a 9:12 lap most recently, and actually his last 3 laps have all been between 9:11 and 9:15. So he's running about a 7:51 pace. And that's going to be something interesting to follow because like I said, we haven't talked to him and we don't have any inside intel. We'll have to maybe scope down pit row, but we're under the belief that he's probably attempting to defeat Olivier Leblanc's USATF 100-mile age group record, which is for the 45 to 49 age group, 14 hours, 9 minutes, 45 seconds. So I would think that is that would be his goal after he had come so close and missed it by just 23 seconds last year. We have a little bit of movement. Sumner Jones of Ohio has moved into 4th. So Sumner Jones has next to nothing under Ultra Sign Up, interestingly enough, but has a pretty stout 50K.
National champs, okay.
And with a finished 5th last year with a 3:17.35.
It's like 6:40 pace or so.
Finishing finishing just ahead of Sam Skeels, who ran a 3:19.18 at the same race. So, folks, you tend to see a lot of the same names across these events, if you hang around the scene long enough. So, sounds like Sam and Sam, who's currently running in 6th place, Sam and Sumner are no strangers to one another.
I was just looking into Jonah's background, and we were mentioning that he started running ultras in 2019 and has
Mhm.
seen some pretty fast progression and improvement. But I kind of figured like this guy's got some running background and looked into it, and yeah, he's got marathons going back to 2001 when he was in his mid-20s. But yeah, so he's been around the marathon circuit for the last 2 decades, and has recently discovered ultras.
Groundswell, I do not know if there is any carp in the pond. I have seen people fish from the shores. I did look around to see if there was any fish on the far side where you actually cross over, and I didn't see anything. But
Is
yeah,
it
I'm sure
fairly
that
clear, the water, or
yeah,
kinda-
it's fairly clear. It's a nice pond. I would assume that there are, if anything, carp, maybe a little bit of, if there's what?
Fishing is not supposed to be done here, but there are fish in there.
Okay, because I'm pretty sure I saw people fishing last year. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not just imagining things. I think they were actually like right down here. But yeah, probably carp. If I had to imagine anything else, maybe some smallmouth bass potentially. I'm just spitballing out there because that's usually maybe some striped bass or something like that. Something that's pretty hardy.
There's a link right at the top. Jackpot Ultras. It says live.
Oh, so I think Jonah was maybe the Masters champ of the Moab Trail Marathon, which was the USATF Trail Marathon Championship last.
Did
that's
I
in
see
November?
Did I see a CIM result there that was rather quick in his history?
Yeah, I think.
Like further down?
Yeah, 2:32 at CIM, all the way back in 2011.
That's very respectable.
But yeah, and yeah, most recently. Well, I guess not. There's a big gap there.
Simon asking, how does it feel out there running tomorrow? And temps seem mild. Really hoping for hotter, starting to prep for bad water. It's not warm. I mean, it's, the sun does make things feel warm. We actually dropped the shade down a little bit so Patrick's computer isn't cooking. But it's...
It definitely changed my perspective because before I was like, wow, it's really hot.
And now you've already put your jacket back on.
Now I need the heater going.
Actually, I was just thinking about how cold I was getting, so I'm probably going to have to go and get a hoodie or something myself. I saw Andy Jones-Wilkins over there hanging out, and I was going to tag out. I was going to let him jump in, and I'll see if he wants to come in. And
yeah, he was mentioning, too, I think one of his... I'm not sure who it is, one of the USATF folks who's friends with. Was maybe.
And I would love to... I would love to go up and down pit row and kind of figure out who's crewing who and see if they've got a moment to talk, or like if somebody's got a multi-person crew, if they can afford to have somebody tag out for a little bit. So I'm gonna
send them over.
I'm gonna grab AJW and see if he wants to come on for a little bit. But folks, thanks for tuning into the Jackpot USATF 100-mile championships at Jackpot Ultras rather. We're hanging out at least through the men's and women's podium, which will take us to midnight. I mean, it's not like our day of programming is drawing to a close or anything like that. Hope that you're enjoying us with a special Friday edition of live ultra running. That's one thing I did love about this race last year is I felt like I was totally disrupting the workday for more than a few companies across the country.
I love it.
So, all right, folks, I'm going to see if I can grab AJW, and I'll be back in probably a little while.
Thank you, Chris. Just an update on where we're at. 11:23 a.m. here in Nevada. 3 hours, 23 minutes into the race, the 100-mile Road National Championships. Our current leaderboard on the men's side is Zach Bitter, leading the way with 24 laps in 27 miles in just went that was a 3:18 split. So probably through the marathon in about I would say 3:10ish. And then Jonah Backstrom from San Francisco, 1 lap behind Zach, with 26 miles. And Zach Marin from North Canton, Ohio, with 25 miles. And on the women's side, Sierra with 22 laps recorded. She's in 5th place overall. And right behind her on the same lap, actually, is Christina Pham, also with 22 laps. And then Megan Eckert from Santa Fe, New Mexico, 2 laps behind them, 20 laps and 22.7 miles. So that's our current men's and women's leaderboard. About a quarter of the way into the race at this point. Right now, our men's leaders are tracking for a kind of mid-12 to mid-13 hour 100-mile finish. As a reminder, our course record here is current leader Zach Bitter ran 12:52 here back in 2021 to win the championships. Usually the winning time is in the kind of as fast as 12:41 Camille Herron, or low 13 hours on the men's side, and the women tend to be 12:41 Camille Herron, or in the 14-15 hour range. So right around midnight is when we should have our podium runners all done. Station Fireball, big fan of the drone shots. Yeah, it's great course for the drone coverage. Easy flying around here. Definitely, there you can see Zach making his way along the course in the red top. Joined shortly by Andy Jones Wilkins, joining us here in the live booth. Ooh, and it's dog. Welcome back, Andy.
All right, Patrick, good to be back. How are you?
Good, doing well. Yeah, it's been
We've
an
got
enjoyable
some
morning
some
so far.
fun going on here, don't we?
Yeah, no, it's pretty still close race between the men's and women's fields, and lots of race to be had.
Absolutely. Look at these beautiful drone shots coming through the start-finish area. So let's see. Give me a rundown on the 2 fields.
Run down 2 fields.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just doing a little bit of an update for folks. Right now, Zach, Jonah, and other Zach Marin are our current leaders. Zach with 25 laps and 28 miles, and then Jonah and Zach 2 laps back of him. A bit of a spread, but not too much. And then Sierra, Christina, and Megan. Sierra and Christina are both on lap 22. Megan on lap 20. Approaching. So they're a quarter of the way in, 25 miles. So
I think I overheard you guys talking. Go back to the Sumner Jones, 22 years old. What do you know about him? Cleveland Heights, Ohio.
I don't know a whole bunch.
Okay.
We were looking up
if anybody in the chat knows about Sumner Jones of Cleveland Heights, Ohio, we'd love to hear a little bit more about him.
Some of his results, and he didn't have, I think he ran The 50K. Yeah, so he ran in New York where they held the 50K road
the Comset,
champs.
the Comset 50K. Yeah, that's a great course.
Yeah, he ran 3:17 there.
3:17.
So pretty quick.
He's in different territory.
Yeah, no.
He's nearing in less than an hour he'll hit the 50K mark.
But that's exciting. I love to see people who are attracted to like the national championships
Absolutely.
specifically because they're a national championship, and yeah, someone who's newer to the sport, as it seems he is, and yeah, very young.
It's cool to see. What are you seeing out here for shoes? I see a lot of Hokas.
Yeah, a lot of Hokas, a lot of Ultras. I'm
a lot
seeing.
of Ultras.
Yeah, I mean on the a few Vaporflies and Alpha Flies on some of the faster folks. I know Dan was rocking a pair of the Alpha Flies. Zach's wearing the Ultra Vanish Carbon. They're pretty minimal carbon racer shoe. You haven't gotten a good look at some of the other folks. Clarify, it's Nevada. Sorry if I pronounced the the state wrong.
Right.
My pronunciations are rough for
Is
most
it Nevada or Nevada?
How do you pronounce it?
Nevada.
Yeah.
Nevada. It's kind of right up there with folks who pronounce it Oregon.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of Oregon.
8 Station Fireball. I wonder how much time could potentially your good or bad approaches around the 90-degree corners. Yeah, it's a good question. Be interesting, to hear.
Liam,
how that's affecting
Liam,
people.
I was out taking my dog for a little walk, and it happened to be by the one biggest 90-degree turn, and Zach Bitter took it like running to first base, rounding first base as a baseball player might, where he sort of took it was a right-hand turn. He took a little shift to the left and then cut it in sharp. So other than that, the turns are more sort of parabolic than sharp.
Yeah.
But the one sharp right-hand turn right at the
the
end of the first leg here could be saving some time by sort of cutting those like a baseball player.
So you're saying there's good crossover for baseball players
Oh, yeah.
and ultras.
I mean, come on, Zach Bitter, that's just a baseball player's name, right? Now batting from Austin, Texas, Zach Bitter. There's Pete Kostelnik. The amazing thing about him is he pretty much always looks the same.
Yeah, he's very consistent.
Holds his shoulders a little high, upright posture.
Let's see, he's been clicking off kind of 9:30 to 10-minute laps.
McRae.
Yeah, Pete's been super consistent here. Pete is currently in 10th place, but I definitely count on him moving his way up throughout the day.
Pete?
He's kind of clean up the wreckage kind of guy.
Yeah, he definitely is. He definitely is. Look at Christina Pham working her way through the field, too.
Yeah, and we're thinking this. I think this is her first. I don't know if it's her first shot at the 100-mile distance, but
certainly, certainly,
so.
she has not run this far before. Thank you, Collared Shirt Commentary. It's called a banana turn. There you go. Well, for the record, I saw Zach Bitter rocking a banana turn on the hard right down here at the end of the course. So maybe the drones can pick up some banana turns.
Have you ever run a road ultra in your?
Just shorter stuff.
Yeah.
I did Comset a couple of times back in New York, in Long Island.
You ever do strolling gym or?
Nope,
no,
never did strolling gym. I mean, JFK is sort of a road ultra.
Yeah.
Of course, I've done that, but no, not really. I'm thinking like a lot of folks who get on in years, I'll probably find myself in some fixed time events as I enter into the second half of my 50s.
What was your experience with ComSet? Like, how did you find that, I don't know, your approach differed during that, or like the race itself?
It was a lot of running.
Yeah.
And so I typically it was during a stretch of my career where I would do Way Too Cool every year at the beginning of March.
Okay.
And ComSet at the end. It was at the end of March back then, and so just those repeat 5K loops.
Yeah. Was it the championships then too?
Yes,
or,
it was.
Yeah.
Yes, it was, and it was a Sunday race back then also. But I loved it. I thought it was really well organized, really well run. I think my highlight was I think I ran a 3:31 and got lapped by Mike Wardian in the final straightaway, which gives you a sense of how fast he was moving. There's the legendary Eric Clifton with a beautiful pair of rainbow tights. Again, 64 years old, probably got 200 plus ultra results. Has a couple of sub 14-hour Vermonts back in the day.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know him from Vermont.
Oh yeah. He was a Vermont staple for a long time. It's good to see him still going strong.
Yeah, I'm curious what it.
Yeah, check it out. You've got to ultrasign Clifton, and if you're listening out there and you have any Clifton stories, let us have him. He was part of that Virginia training group that included Courtney Campbell and Mike Morton. Mike Morton, when he kind of came out of nowhere to win Western States in a then course record time of 15:40 in 1997, he trained with Courtney and Eric and also David Horton, who never skimped on a workout back in the day. But it's fun to look at Eric's results, and he's done all kinds of different things, and I bet you collared shirt commentary, he is doing some banana turns. If I knew Eric Clifton, he's not going to be. He doesn't intend to be cheated. He's going to take the course as short as he legally can. And I've been very impressed, too, with Jean Palmier from Cupertino, California, 59 years old, just running steady, looks the same, still has his cold weather clothes on. Obviously, he's keeping his pace under control. For those of you who don't know Jean, he's a heart rate. He's mastered the heart rate training and the Maffetone technique. He's really, really impressing in these first few hours.
Yeah, I was wondering why, because I thought Eric Clifton's run, like 14:25 is his fastest Vermont in 1991, but it's not considered the course record, so I guess it's altered in
Yeah,
future
that
years.
was a little bit of a short course.
Okay. Would you know when that changed, or
when they moved to the field, when they moved to the big field,
yeah.
when they were at Smoke Rise Farm?
Okay.
I think it was about 98 miles. It's kind of similar to those Western States from before they added Cal Street.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Good thing there weren't GPSs back then.
Some outrage. When was the last time you were at Vermont 100?
2011.
Okay.
I'd love to go back. I've been back a couple times to crew and pace.
Yeah. Yeah, I went for the first time to help out and experience it this past year, and I don't know what I've been missing.
I think
so great.
I think they had to cancel 2 years in a
Yep,
row, right?
yeah.
So this was the first year since 2019.
Yeah, there was an added excitement.
Yeah,
amongst
exactly.
Everyone. It was
3
great.
years worth of. There's John. Good to see you, buddy.
Got
It's starting to
Joel.
get warm out here, pal. Look at him. He's still got his hat.
I
and
know.
sleeves. He's not messing around. Jean Palmier, we just mentioned him. He just came by. Quicksilver Running Club. Shout out to those guys down in San Jose. The club that owns and operates the infamous Duncan Canyon aid station at Western States. Costume theme every year. Really great group of people, the Quicksilver Running Club.
What do you think about the, what was 92 inches of snow?
Oh my! In 48 hours.
Palisades,
In 48 hours, yeah. Those of you on the live stream who might be planning for a run at Western States, get ready for some snow. I mean, it is early, but it is another storm lining up. I can't imagine it'll all be melted. I hope enough melts they can run the pure course. But
yeah.
But man, it's been puking in California. Yeah, my wife was out there for a business trip, and even the mountains around L.A. Had dustings of snow on them.
There's a little snow on some of the mountains.
There's a little snow on some of these peaks.
Too,
yeah, for sure.
It's cool to see.
For sure.
Joel asked if the live stream will be continuing tomorrow. We are planning to go just through the men's and women's podiums, which I think will take us to about midnight-ish. So yeah, not planning. Not planning tomorrow, but there'll definitely be updates on the
there will
socials,
certainly be
and
updates.
Live tracking will be going all weekend. And of course, if you're local, you can come down and check in on runners as well. But yeah, that would be an epic live stream.
It's a real balance here for us at Aravaipa to provide the coverage that we know folks want and appreciate, while not completely stretching thin our resources and the resources of Aravaipa. You know, after this, all eyes turn to, while there's still the Whiskey Basin Ultras in mid-April, all eyes turn to Cocodona 250, which is a week-long, which is a week-long epic undertaking that requires the diligence and attention of the entire staff. Oh, and then I mentioned Whiskey Basin, but also one of the crown jewels on the Aravaipa calendar, the Crown King 50K, takes place in a couple weeks' time. The oldest current ultra on the Arizona circuit. Maybe second oldest. I'm not sure. Jamil might know if Man Against Horse or Crown King or Across the Years we're getting correction. Across the Years is older than both Man Against Horse and Crown King, but we know Man Against Horse and Crown King have been around.
Darling Runner in the chat. So they're in Forest Hill and day 5 of no power. Oh boy. Buried in several feet of snow with more coming. Western States will probably be running in snow through the Forest Hill aid station.
Now that would be something, snow in Forest Hill on race day. Although I did see the picture of the corner of Forest Hill Road and Cal Street, and there was a foot of snow just the other day, right on the turn to Cal Street. I'm used to being there in 110 degrees, and it was with a foot of snow.
Someone asked, what sort of aid station food are they providing? Burgers, dogs? I haven't actually gone by the aid station, so I don't.
Yeah, I made a swing by. Patty Curry is captaining the aid station, and it's
always an impressive array.
It's seeming to go. It's seeming to go breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I had a nice plate of pancakes, both regular and blueberry. I suspect they'll transition to quesadillas, grilled cheese, and I don't know about burgers and dogs, but we could put it out there. Let's see. We got a shot of the aid station. There's Pringles. There's watermelon. Well, you can see it.
Nice. So you, Jamil, with the zoom in?
There it is. There's your pancakes.
Wow, it's Midwest Misfit. Giving kudos for pronouncing Pete's last name right. Oh yeah, we were struggling with
Kostelnik.
Stelnick. I've got to say, our Taylor Swift rocking runner right there.
Oh, I love the Taylor Swift T-shirt.
He's been looking super smooth. Zach Marin, he actually just moved up, I think, into...
Oh, look at that, yeah.
Yeah, I think he moved... Yeah, so he's
actually,
in,
it looks like Jonah slipped a little bit.
What? Jonah just moved 2 spots down. I wonder... Yeah, he's been slowing down a bit the last couple loops.
Todd Lay, one of our 80-somethings, just came through the start-finish again.
Yeah, so we've just had a little change in the men's leaderboard. Zach's still in the lead, but other Zach Marin, has moved from 3rd to 2nd, and then Sumner Jones is moving from 4th to 3rd, and Jonah Backstrom has moved from 2nd down to 4th. And yeah, Zach Marin has been looking just really smooth with his. He's just got a nice gait.
Yeah, he does. Kind of a sprightly gait.
Yeah. A lot of spring, a lot of knee lift.
Yeah, a little different than your ultra shuffle.
Yeah, and he's coming in with 13:25 100-mile PR from Tunnel Hill back in 2020. So definitely, has experience at the distance. Sumner Jones, who we mentioned, I think this is their debut 100, and potentially only their second ultra at 22 years old. And Zach Bitter, obviously well-versed in the ultra distances. With the current American 100-mile record of, I think, 11:19.
And he's really running controlled today. He's just looking very steady and not like he's overdoing it, but obviously moving. Oh, my goodness, a special... An incredible legend in the sport has just entered the booth. Dan Brendan.
Oh, yeah.
Finished the Grand Slam more than a few times, as well as the last great race, and has been a fixture on the Arizona ultra running scene for a long time.
So good to see you. I'm wonderful. How are you? Great.
Yeah, I'll try to figure out what happened. A little longer of a stop at the aid station, or if something's up with him. It's getting to the point in the race, 25, 30 miles in, where I think people start to feel the effort of the day, start to creep up on them. So yeah, we'll see.
Pardon me there. I just wanted to get up and say hi to my old friend Dan Brandon, who when I started the sport, he was someone I really looked up to, and so just learned that he's going to be running the 50-miler tomorrow.
Nice.
So that's great to see.
Yeah, it's a beautiful weekend for running out here.
That was Zach. No, not
who just came through.
Yeah.
That's Dan.
That's Dan Goldstein.
Yeah. It's interesting too, as like right from the start, he's been wearing his vest. Not a lot of people are wearing vests out here.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just a.
So I think some people
style.
like maybe the comfort of it, or they have the pockets. They can stop less, or they can grab food. But yeah, most I mean, actually quite a few folks just running empty-handed and
Yeah.
grabbing stuff at the aid stations,
A
or
few people with maybe a soft flask.
grab a
or
soft
just like-
flask to take for a
yeah.
couple of
I
laps.
think that's what Zach has been doing, and it looks like he's got, a
Yeah.
waist belt. But who's that walking? All right, here comes our women's leader through the start finish. See how. Any predictions or projections for how you think the day might unfold?
Well, I think on the men's side, I think Zach running well
Yeah.
and running conservative with I think a 2-lap lead right now, or a lap and a half lead. I think if he holds that steady, he'll probably be our USATF national champion, but not with any sort of crazy fast time.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see how remind me of the Sierra
Yeah.
de Groff.
DeGroff,
If
yeah.
she can hold this, that's something I didn't see coming.
Yeah.
So that I don't know if it's a prediction or a projection, but it's a wow kind of thing.
It's cool that she's local too.
Yeah.
She's well
Oh, yeah.
familiar with this area, this course. You can. She's up on Strava. She's been putting up some big blocks of training recently. I was just seeing she was mentioning that she was feeling pretty good, but
that is a big week
100
right there,
plus, 15-hour plus training weeks.
We should
been
keep
pretty-
in mind though, Christina Pham is just right there. So
Yeah, no, only 1 lap back.
Yep.
So 9 minutes back, still pretty close. Sierra and Christina are 5th and 6th.
Yeah,
Fifth,
I think,
fifth
as
and
you
eighth
said, I
overall.
think Pete Kostelnik will work his way up through
Yeah.
the field. I'm very impressed with Jean Palmier. We've been talking about him already. He could be a top 10 overall as he's sitting in 13th right now. I'm sure that would be a finish that he'd be more than happy with. And gosh, he's a year away from his 60th birthday. I suspect he's got his eyes on some of those records.
Yeah. We one of our earlier kind of sharing for the lead with Zach Bitter, Daniel Goldstein from Pennsylvania. He's kind of moved his way back a bit, back to 9th. Started out a bit.
Pete
hot.
Pete coming in right with Zach right behind him. Zach looking good. Again, he just he had a little bottle, probably took it
like he
for the
does a
lap
quick
around,
handoff.
and then is switching it out. Yep, there he goes.
Little toss.
with a little toss.
He's got it dialed.
Aid Station Fireball, Forest Hill snow, unprecedented. Yes. I'm not a betting man, but I know there's a lot of snow there now, but I suspect it'll be snow-free by the 4th weekend in June.
The trail reroute that they're doing up, it's right at the, is it kind of at the top of the climb? Aren't they doing like a bit of a
in the high country?
Yeah, a bit of
yes.
trail
Although
rework.
that's a 3-year project.
Okay, yeah,
they're
was
in
my
year
question.
1 of it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a 3-year project called the High Country Reroute. That's been delayed for 2 years, first because of COVID and then because of a labor shortage.
Yeah.
So this summer will be the first summer of.
Is it gonna go a little bit lower, higher?
It's
or
going to go higher
okay.
and straighter instead of down and up, down and up, down and up. So they're actually going to have to find a few extra I think it's 1.2 extra miles further down the course, which they have
Okay.
a plan for, which would be there's this really annoying switchbacky section that nobody likes coming into Duncan Canyon, where they can do a little extension
Okay.
and make up the miles that they're going to lose because of a more direct route across the high country.
So it'll maybe be a little faster potentially.
It could
Or,
potentially
yeah,
be faster. I
maybe
mean,
things-
what the high country has been in the last since 2017, they decommissioned a trail up there that was basically like an old mining road, and they just said we're not doing anything with it anymore. So the Western States trail people just had to sort of clear where they could.
Yeah, it's
and
pretty
and
messy.
even in a non-snow year, it would take, the snow wouldn't all be gone until 1st of June, and they'd have to get in there real quick. And so this will, and it's a lot of boggy, wet sections. So this will go up above that. It'll be all graded,
Okay.
with professional
Yeah.
trail contractors, and could potentially be a little faster. Could also mean that they're, might not make a big difference, but that they'll be at higher altitude for a little bit longer.
So that'll be 2026.
2026
Or,
would be the plan, yeah. Although who knows? I mean, whether they're, I know I've signed up for the first work weekend, which is going to be the weekend after the race itself.
Okay.
So around 4th of July weekend. And then I think they have like 3
That's
more.
for that
exactly.
project.
High country reroute simply for doing that. And they're going to have professional, they're going to have professional contractors, and then they just want
Support
They want
crew.
people like us to
Yeah.
just be like, go, just to be their go.
Move some rocks.
Exactly. But the design and the execution is all professional
That's exciting.
contractors.
How
And
many volunteers do you think they'll
they have
get
20.
out there?
They have 25 slots for
Okay,
each one.
wow.
And it's going to be. I mean, I think it's going to be cool just to sort of see what these professional trail
Yeah.
operators are like and how it works. And
Yeah,
and there's certain rules up there, right? Because a lot of it's wilderness area, so the tools they can use and
it's very
vehicles they
impressive,
can bring
honestly,
in.
when you see it, and just how much time it takes going into it. I mean, I've been living up in Acadia National Park and in Bar Harbor, and I mean, some of the trail work that they do up there, it's you just you kind of take it for granted. You don't realize the amount of effort that goes into building some of these trails.
Well, and they take their conservation seriously up there. In
Very
Acadia.
seriously. Yeah.
Yeah. No throwing your goo wrappers on the ground there.
No races at all, sadly.
That's right.
Hoping in the future there could be, because it's such a beautiful area. I'd love to have some sort of trail race or ultra in that area.
Eddie Russo coming through, one of our octogenarians. He's still running a fair bit. I've seen him a handful of times already. He's kind of running, jogging the flats and walking the little inclines.
Just checking on that race. Let's see. So that was Eddie.
Eddie Russo.
So yeah,
is that
14 laps, 15
laps?
miles, almost 16.
Yeah.
I think he's currently our leader of the 80 plus category.
Yeah, and then there's Todd, Southern California.
Oh yeah, Eddie, David.
Oh yeah, there's David. I missed him. Yeah,
and Todd.
10 time, at least 10 time. Jamil and I were talking about that last night. At least 10 time Wasatch finisher.
Oh wow.
Yeah. What's the latest update, Brian and Aliyah? I give you the honors, Patrick.
What kind of update do you want? Get update you on all
What kind of
sorts
update
stuff.
do you want, Brian? It's beautiful, sunny, very light wind. It's a fabulous day out here in the desert.
Yeah, not too much drama happening yet. Pretty close fields on the men and women side. As we were saying, Zach and Zach first and second. Zach Bitter. They actually share the same age, interestingly enough.
Zach rolled a probably 3:45 50K, I'm guessing.
Yep. At this point, only one person through 50K. So Zach. There'll be yeah, Zach Marin will probably
Zach
be going
Marin
through 50K in
moving well, and then
410-ish.
Sumner Jones, we've been talking a little bit about him, 22 years old.
Yeah, it'd be fun to maybe find his crew if
Yeah.
they're out here. Get some info on him and his story as someone newer to the
Jonah,
scene.
I know we've got a Jonah fan, Joaquin Yang, Jonah fan. And on the women's side, we've just gotten a little bit of intel from our man on the street, Chris Warden, that Sierra DeGroff is targeting a sub 15 hour.
Wow.
Which would be stout, would get her finished in time for the 11 o'clock news.
Yeah, and I think she ran, I think her 100-mile PR. Yeah, 17:17 just this past December.
She's
across
going
the
for
years.
a big whopper of a PR.
Yeah, and had a pretty big year with what 1, 2, 3, 400s last year,
and a lot of beastly ones,
Yeah.
right? Cascade Crest, Angeles Crest, and Leadville.
Yeah, so kind of in the 30-hour ultra range, and then now looking to cut that in half.
Yeah, yeah.
It's so funny that just 100 miles can be so different. It can be a 15-hour race, can be a 30-hour race. Can be a Barkley race.
a lap and a half behind her. Still, I believe, Christina Pham.
Let's pull up.
Who's been moving well,
Christina
making
Pham.
very quick work of the aid station.
Yeah,
crew
she's
spots.
been some fluctuation in her splits, going right around 9:30 to 10 minutes per loop. Just a reminder, it's a 1.17 mile loop. And 85 loops for 100 miles. Here comes Zach. Zach Bitter
Yep, Zach
through our
Bitter.
start finish. It's like he's working his arms a little more.
Yes, thank you, John Aldrich. So she did call them the Sierra Slam. That makes
Nice.
sense.
That's awesome.
That's kind of cool.
Sierra Slam, I love
And
it.
I'm showing her versatility today. I mean, those three races all are kind of vertical, grindy, tough ones. I mean, there's a lot of running in Leadville, but she probably had a fair bit of fatigue
Yeah.
on her legs by the time she got there. But
I think there's a lot to be said for running tougher hundreds before going for a faster 100.
Yeah.
Like it
Yeah.
it really like puts it in perspective, and just I don't know, that's how I approached my own hundreds. I did like a really hard one, then I did really easy one, and
Yeah.
then like 10
Yeah.
plus hours faster, and I was like, it feels like 100K in comparison.
oh yeah, Chris needs his Intel book back.
Fun fact from Sierra's training last week. Oh wow, that's a
123 half.
stellar half. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Very impressive. Just last week too. Wow.
Thank you, Joseph, for
Good
the
last little
for the
run.
Intel.
Yeah, I seen on her Strava she was feeling like initially seemed a little worried about how her legs were coming around for this, but then her last run before said her legs were feeling good. It was PR City. Yeah, these fun facts are fun. If anyone else has any
Anybody have
any
fun?
inside
Anybody have
info?
fun facts on
any
Sumner
runners.
Jones?
on Sumner
Love to get
Jones.
some more fun facts on him.
How many are, no, I'm talking about the 6 hour now.
Right.
Yeah. So it's only about 4.
Only a handful, yeah.
And how many during the day? I know I looked on my computer a lot during the day. I never even.
Yeah, most of them. Most of the people on the ambulance.
Yeah, so it's only about a handful a day. Okay. Thank you.
What stretch of this is the it's the back stretch.
So
right?
that's a little stretch way around on the
Yeah.
backside that goes into there's a small bit right where this runner is going now. That's the only section of the short course that has a little gravel.
Oh yeah.
It's not even gravel. It's just dirt pea-sized dirt. It just only goes until the sluiceway right there, and then switches back to sidewalk. Yep, there you can see the drone. So that section right there between there and the sluiceway is the only gravel bit that the 100-mile USATF runners do. The horseshoe folks, the 48 hours, have a whole probably, I would guess just under a mile. Just under a mile of gravel. So, yeah, thank you. Jamil's going to work the drone over the space. You can see that. Look at that. That's beautiful. So, coming towards you is the outbound, and then back on that gravel is the inbound for the long course runners. Question about Sally. I believe Sally's holding steady in 5th place.
Yeah,
but let me get a check on that.
Check on Sally.
I'll try to find her. I saw her a second ago.
Jamil's going to see if she can.
The eyes in the air.
Yeah.
Sally is currently our 6th place female out there, 17th overall. Jamil's got her pulled up on the drone.
Yeah, so Sally just came across the sluiceway.
Yeah, she said, I think this was a training run for Cocodona later this spring.
She actually said she's the one reason she targeted it is because it's on a Friday. She wants to go to her daughter's race tomorrow.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
what's her daughter running?
I'm not sure. I think it must be track. In California they run track all the time.
Yeah.
There's no off season for those Californians.
Awesome. Do you know what? Oh. Do you know what she's targeting time-wise?
Sally?
Sally, yeah.
I do not. Yeah. Sub 20.
Sub 20.
Our sources tell us.
I was going to say, she needs to, finish in time to get back tomorrow.
There, it looks like Jamil's found her, right?
Yeah.
There she is. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, so Sally she's actually coming up towards us. Ask and ye shall receive, those of you in the chat.
Yeah, we can just send Jamil to follow the runners. So
and here I thought that was just Jamil playing with a Game Boy.
It's Nintendo.
He's like, "Oh, I got my personal record." Here she comes.
Where's the drone? I don't see it.
Yeah, it must be somewhere.
Oh, there it is. I spot it.
And Sally coming through. Hey, Sally. How you doing? Nice hat. Sally just cruised by, gave the tent a wave. Sierra, fourth right now in the 4th spot overall, and just a lap in arrears of Zach Marin and Sumner.
Yeah, so she's about to hit 50K. Zach and Sumner essentially 50K, and 401, 403. So close to a third of the race at this point. Zach Bitters, through a third of the race in 4:01. So simple math there, I guess, would be 12-hour pace for 100 right now. I think we had heard that he was maybe going to go out a little bit faster, try to be in this kind of low 7-minute per mile range for the first bit, and then kind of maybe back off a little bit later in the day.
Aaron Swank, question in the chat: is there some way for the runners to know how far / place they are in while on course? There is a board right over at Mike Melton's first class timing tent, and they can, were they to wish to take a pause and check it out, they could determine their the number of laps, where they're placed, etc.
Yeah, so as they come through, like the start finish, they'll cross the timing mat, and then about 10 seconds later, they'll pass the timing booth where they can see their data pulled right up on the screen, which is really nice.
Thanks to again our man on the street, Chris Warden. I've got a couple of updates to share with everyone. Daniel
Love it.
Goldstein did take a little sit-down break.
Okay.
And looked to be a little bit overheated, probably just taking a little time to cool down. He is from Pittsburgh, if I'm not mistaken, so this is quite balmy for March 3rd if you're from Pittsburgh. And Christina Pham, slowing a bit, told Chris she's not feeling super great, and however is targeting age group 100-mile national record.
Travis Longcar in the chat. Pittsburgh represent.
Good to see you, Travis.
Yeah.
Anytime we have Travis and Aid Station Fireball in the chat,
Good duo.
we know we're going to get some geeky, nerdy stats. Bring them on, boys.
Travis of Fantasy Free Trail fame.
Yeah, I saw
Travis,
Glaze.
we were
You can-
wondering earlier why the champs aren't on the Fantasy Free Trail.
Yeah, man. Come on, get with the program.
We were hoping for some extra conversation to add.
Sierra just came through, running stride for stride with the aforementioned Jean Pommier. No longer, though, because Jean is taking a peek at the scoreboard. Questions about Glaze. No shirt and faux jean shorts. We'll get you a shout out.
Hey,
when we
Jamil,
see
that's
him.
your next challenge.
Although I
is someone
suspect
wants to see Glaze
Jamil
out
can
there, the jorts.
put his Game Boy down for a second and find and find Glaze.
Speed mode initiated.
TSA is going to be alerted on Jamil's speeding drone.
Looks like a question for you in the chat there, AJ. As your coach, do you think recommending a 6-hour, 12-hour, 24-hour, etc. could be necessary for training for a flat or ultra or even a 200-plus mile race?
I do. I like to encourage. Oh, so Glaze fan. Just to pause. Glaze fans out there. Looks like Jamil's found him. Yep, there he is.
Wow.
Boom. Ask and you shall receive.
That's in pretty speedy time. We're going to have
Yeah,
to record
and the
Jamil's times for finding runners.
There he is. Back collared shirt commentary. Yes, I do. I will often suggest an athletes find a 6, 12, or 24-hour, depending on what their training is, and of course their local running scene. You know, a 12-hour run before something like Umstead 100, which is coming up next in a few weeks. I have an Umstead runner who did a 12-hour 2 weeks ago. It was good sort of training for a race like that. For 200 milers, definitely. I've got a handful of runners this year doing Tahoe, and they're all going to do, a 24-hour effort of some kind in April and May. So, good question. It gives you a real opportunity to practice nutrition, to practice walking, to dial in your gear. It does seem weird to see in a race like this, someone with a full pack, but sometimes you want to practice. If you're coming to run Cocodona, you want to practice with the full pack, with the mandatory gear and so forth. So I think it's good. And another nice thing about a 6, 12, 24-hour is it's a controlled environment. You can go there without a crew. You can get a hotel nearby. You can, kind of logistically get in the time on your feet, typically with an excellent aid station right close by. So it's a catered training run in many ways, and I think it can add a lot, not only to your fitness, but to your confidence. And we have a couple runners here who are going to kind of do this as a training camp, run 100 miles today, get a little nap, and run 100 miles again tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
777 Athletic, excellent. Yes, Jamil's dialing in the drone shots. Yes, I wonder if Allison Hernandez, huge fan, and if you don't know Allison Hernandez's dad, he is otherwise known as the Grim Reaper. He is the man who enforces the cutoffs at Western States, travels aid station to aid station. If you are at an aid station and you see Allison's dad, you're in trouble. But she mentions that she's getting ready for Cocodona and the 200 Triple Crown. I don't know. Is that called the 200 Grand Slam? The Grand Slam of 200s? Cocodona, then you've got to hit Tahoe, Bigfoot, and Moab.
Here's a spillway shot for you, Jacob.
Look at that.
Beautiful.
Yeah, glaze going right across the spillway. There's a funny sign right there, I noticed. It says, don't free the animals if they get stuck in the drain. They can get out themselves.
Huh. I guess they probably had a problem where people were concerned.
Yeah, they were, but I don't know. I thought it was bizarre. Travis, getting back to you. He did fantasy jackpot last year, has admitted to dropping the ball this year. So you're forgiven, Travis. the stats and data you've assembled is mind-boggling.
We didn't announce it until very recently, so.
Oh, right. Yeah.
We just got it, so next year there's no excuse.
Yeah. Jamil's giving you a pass, Travis, for this year, but no excuse. Fantasy Free Trail 2024 jackpot. A little breeze kicking up. We, as Jamil mentioned on the pre-show last night, one of the things about the Vegas area, Henderson area in general, is it does get breezy, especially in the afternoon, especially this time of year. Look at, there's a sprightly step from
there's Zach Marin.
From Zach Marin. I'm sure you guys have talked about it already, but he's sporting a black Taylor Swift concert T-shirt tucked in, which is something I really appreciate.
We should try to time his finish with a T Swift song on.
We should.
That would be great. He's definitely moving. I mean, he's not necessarily running any faster. He's been pretty even at 9:0, 9:03, 9:05, every loop. But yeah, I think his consistency is starting to pay off as he's moved his way up in the field, and now through 32 miles and 4:11, on pace for probably right now right around the 13-ish hour range.
Pardon me, but this drone shot really gives you a sense of the start-finish area, the area known as the Jackpot Strip, where you've got the live stream tent, the aid station tent, the timing tent, a social warming, hanging out tent. It's a wonderful sort of vibe here right at the start-finish. Restrooms literally feet from the course. If people need to get back to their cars, right in the parking lot. It's incredible. Question about Giannis Kouros. He did run Western States. Jamil might be able to dig up the stat, but it was 21 and change, I think. I don't exactly know when that was, but I know Giannis did do at least one Western States in the 21-hour range.
Let's do another.
There we go, Andrew Glaze. You got lots of fans in the chat, by the way. He's going to go out for one more loop.
Yeah, Giannis ran 20 hours and 12 minutes
2012,
back in 1988.
1988.
For 24th overall.
There you go.
I think he ran across the years in 2013. That was his last result.
What's the hurry, Sally?
500.
You want to get to your daughter's race. Sally McCrae just powered through the start-finish area. Again, another great drone shot of the athletes coming up through the start-finish area. Those two huge pavilions, the parking area, the tent area, and that grassy section toward the top of your screen is a part of the long loop, and a loop that the 100 milers did exactly once at the very beginning of the race. That gives you a good idea of the venue and the ease with which athletes can access their cars, their crews, restrooms, the aid station, the scoreboard, timing board. It's all right there for everybody here at Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada. Do a quick check on the Masters group, our octogenarians.
The 80 plus folks.
The 80 plus folks.
Yeah. Someone asked that. Yeah, our 80 we got. They're about anywhere. Yeah, so Eddie Rousseau, 15 laps in, almost 17 miles. Currently leading our men's 80 plus field. David Blaylock, 13 laps. Todd Lee from Reno, Nevada, 12 laps. And Dennis and Ian, 12 and 11 laps. So still going strong out there. Pretty cool to see. We had a question here in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, how does one get invited to a USATF champs?
They're open.
They are open.
Yeah, so that's what's really cool with USATF. All you need is a USATF membership, which is, I don't know, $35. And then you can participate in any USATF championship, at least in the ultra and space. So yeah, they've got the USATF 100-mile road championships, which is this. They have Camisette in New York, which is later this month, which is the 50K road champs. In April this year at Sunapee Scramble on the East Coast, in New Hampshire is the mountain running USATF champs and the vertical
is that race in Pennsylvania still the Road 50?
Tussey
Mountain Back?
No, I don't think so.
Not,
so,
okay.
Yeah, they haven't had a 50-mile trail. It used to be, or most recently it was Cayuga.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
In New York, Ian Golden's race.
And years ago, I think White River had it for a few
White
years.
River.
Yeah.
And
Scott
then
McCubrie's race.
50K Trail Championships is the Ragged 50K in August in New Hampshire. That's a beautiful race. And then the Moab Trail Marathon is the Marathon Trail USATF Championships. One of our runners, why am I forgetting? Jonah Backstrom was the Masters USATF Championship this past November for the Moab Marathon Champs. But yeah, anyone can participate, which is pretty neat. And they have the open division, and then they have age group divisions after 40 years old. And Brian Ricord, time should be a little better than years prior since the rocky dirt section by the water was removed. Are you familiar with anything?
I'm not.
Yeah. I don't know what.
But that's a helpful bit of intel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can show you guys where that is later next flight.
Okay. Jamil will find that section. As we've talked about, there's just a small gravel section, dirt section. I wouldn't even call it rocky. And it's only, a couple hundred yards long.
You were mentioning earlier today, this is the first time that this race is in is in March. Previously, I think it's been on Black Canyon weekend, so early, February or mid-February. It also, in 2021, when Zach Bitter ran 12:52, he was recounting that it was in April that year, maybe due to the pandemic, and it was like 90-plus degrees that day.
Yeah.
So, I think in March, only being 2 weeks later than it prior was, probably similar weather temps, maybe slightly warmer, though, than like historical average.
And Mamrek chiming in, Brazos Bend Trail
100.
100. There you go. Thank you. And Pioneer Spirit 50.
Oh, sweet.
Excellent.
Hey,
and
Nick.
Mamrek, thanks for
Welcome
the
to the
data.
chat.
See, we love the chat.
Pioneer Spirit. That seems new for the 50 champs. That's cool.
Christina Pham moving well through the start finish.
Yeah, I think they usually have like a bid process, so races who are interested in hosting the championships.
Pioneer Spirit, is that I think out in California.
Yeah. Let's go to the ultra sign. Oh yeah, cool California.
So.
Oh, is it? I wonder if it shares the way to.
It might
Way Too
have
Cool
sections
course.
of the Way Too Cool course. Might have sections of Western States.
Yeah, Way Too Cool is tomorrow. That's gonna.
It
be
is.
a throwdown race.
And it's going to
up
be a
there.
soggy one. It's way too muddy. Yeah. Always a fun kind of season opener for the California crew. Zach Marin. Impressed with him
along.
so far, for sure.
Let's see what he's rocking for shoes. All white.
Good runner support out here. One of the runners just said to a gentleman who was relieving himself, "It's not a race till you puke." Tough love out here at Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada. I'm sure he'll bounce back.
Yes.
Just gotta hit the reset button.
Here comes Dan Goldstein through the start finish. He's looking a bit back on track with his pacing. So yeah, let's see where Sierra, Christina. Oh, a little bit of change with Megan Eckert dropping back into fourth, and Heather Huggins moving up into third.
Heather has been running conservative but steady. Again, 49 years old with a bunch of solid
point her out to
Southern
me,
California.
So I'm not sure I know which one she is.
There's Ian Madison, the legend himself, coming through. Again, multiple Grand Slams. Last Great Race, for those of you who are too young to know what the Last Great Race is, it's the Grand Slam and also included. And Old Dominion. So you have to do Vermont and Old Dominion and Wasatch, Leadville, and Western States and Angeles Crest. Became almost impossible when Angeles Crest moved to an August date. The Last Great Race. If there are any Joe Kulak fans out there, he probably still has the 6-race record for the Last Great Race. The question in the chat a little while ago about what was being served in the aid station, I'm just judging by what I'm smelling, I think we've transitioned to quesadillas and grilled cheese.
What do you have a favorite aid station when you're racing? A go-to
aid station food? Oh, well, I mean, if I have a crew, I like my turkey sliders with avocado and sharp cheddar cheese from Vermont. But if it's an aid station
with
itself,
like a quesadilla or
no,
just the
sandwich,
turkey?
actual
A sandwich,
bread.
okay, bread.
Actual but soft bread. You know,
Okay, yeah.
something like that King's Hawaiian
Wow.
stuff. Or,
How often would you have that? Like,
I'd probably have 4 of them in the course of 100. Turkey with some salt on there, sharp cheddar cheese, avocado, just down the hatch.
yeah, on the move.
On the move.
Yeah.
In the evening, I mean, I used to swear by sort of chicken tenders dipped in soy sauce
Okay.
to get the salt.
Who's
Todd Lee coming through, keeping things steady.
Yeah, I was listening to John Giesler was on a kind of podcast interview recently, and he's got some really unique aid station choices. Like drinks milk during the run. And he says it like he kept saying like, oh, it helps like coat my stomach and makes it. I'm like I don't understand.
I remember seeing Giesler wheel into something, must have been across the years, pulled out 2 cases of spicy V8.
Oh yeah, he
in
was
the
saying
little
that
8 ounce,
too. He
little
loves
8 ounce
that.
cans of spicy V8. You would just pound that stuff. You know, when you think about it, right? You got your electrolytes.
Yeah.
You know,
In terms of the nutritional makeup,
Yeah,
it's good, but I
yeah.
don't know about the.
I don't know about
taste.
2 cases of it though. That's a lot of spicy V8.
Yeah.
But hey, if it's John Giesler, if it works for him, it works. 'Cause,
Yeah.
that guy's been at it for a long time.
Yeah, I was glad to see your article featuring his Vermont.
That was
finishes.
fun. That was fun to write. He's when I saw that picture of him on the cot, he looked like a corpse.
I know. I felt bad taking it. Like I snapped that at Vermont.
Oh, that was your
that
picture.
Was me, yeah. We saw him there, and like everyone was like, "Oh, leave him alone." But I
You're
was
like,
like,
I'll
I
leave
gotta
him alone
capture this
after
shot.
I take the picture.
It was a good shot.
There, Travis is noting he was on Trails Collective Live.
Yes, Trails Collective Live was
with
the-
Ian Golden. Yeah. Good stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, that was a
Good stuff.
great interview. It was fun to hear some of his tips for. I think I wrote them down in my note app because I was.
Yeah, I mean, I first met John at the 2002 Vermont, and he was, still running in the top 5 back then. And
Yeah, some of his tips for his running advice that he gave. He said, you can be in pain and still have fun. Do not take things too seriously. Just stick with it and be friendly.
There you go.
I just loved his simple, but so true advice. It's like, I gotta write this down.
Good time. Thomas Sorensen's just jumping on. Let's give him the latest top 3 on the men and women's side.
So, yeah, we got Zach Bitter, Zach Marin, and Sumner Jones, our current top 3 men. Zach leading with 32 laps and 36 miles. Zach 30 laps, 34 miles. And Sumner with 29 laps, 33 miles. On the women's side, Sierra DeGroff, Christina Pham, and Heather Huggins are our top 3 with 29 laps, 28 laps, and 26 laps, respectively.
And editorial comment, Zach Marin each time comes by looks even better, seemingly with each lap.
He's looking really
and
collected.
Sierra DeGroff, just looking steady.
She looks
steady,
great too,
steady. So I don't know if Zach Marin can catch Zach Bitter, but he's certainly going to give it a try. And sartorial splendor with a Taylor Swift concert T-shirt. He gets bonus points for that.
Yeah, I mean, Zach Marin, I feel like I keep saying Zach, but I have to clarify.
Yeah.
Zach Marin, he's around 13:25 at Tunnel Hill back in 2020 seems like he's coming in with, even
Not a
better
lot of
shape
races,
potentially,
so
but
maybe-
not too many races.
which can sometimes be, you can pull something
Sometimes
off.
a good thing,
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, no, I see him definitely being able to, improve upon that PR there. Zach Bitter, obviously very accomplished 100 miles, having run 11:19.
Christina Pham coming up by our
Pham, yep.
by the start finish tent right now, looking very strong.
Um,
And again, as we got from our man on the street, is not feeling great, but certainly looking good. And
Yeah, she looks good.
and has her eyes on an age group 100-mile record.
But yeah, I think if Zach Marin just kind of stays within kind of pouncing distance
Yeah.
of Zach, he doesn't need to really work too hard to try to catch him at this point. There's still,
lots of real
65
estate
miles
Yeah.
left to go. But if he can stay within kind of, I don't know, 3 to 4 laps, even like in the later stages, there's kind of room to work with. Because, when things go south, they can go south real quick
They
in
can.
100.
They can, yep. Aid station getting some lunchtime business for sure.
We got
Patty
a question from Brian. AGW, as a voter for you, Roy, what would Zach need to do here to garner votes? Maybe you can clarify which Zach, since we do have 2 Zachs. But seems like anything short of American record is hard to quantify versus top 3 at Western States or UTMB. I think I'll let you, answer. But I think, there definitely seems like a preference for like depth of field and competition.
Yeah.
Even more so than maybe like just an outlier performance.
Brian, I can give a little history here. I think for world-class performances, I think of Mike Morton's 24-hour or even Nick Curry's 24-hour just a year ago at Desert Solstice was enough to bump him up. I think he was second in Ultra Run of the Year that year. But, it's March. I think Zach, if he finishes this thing, and he's not trending in that direction, but if he were to finish, sub 13, and then back it up with a couple performances later through the year, I could see it, garnering some votes. In terms of performance of the year, typically those votes are going to go to, American records at least, depending on the competition. So it is hard to quantify versus top 3 at Western States or UTMB. That said, as voters, we get the instructions from Tropical John every year to it's apples versus oranges versus pineapples versus bananas, and comparing, strong road performances with strong trail performances, even, strong short distance to ultra distance. I know I had CJ Albertson's world record 50K as my top performance of the year this past year. It was a strong performance.
What was the overall vote for performance of the?
You know what? I don't even know.
I don't know if it was announced. I feel
it's
like
in the mag. You got to buy the magazine.
Okay. Oh yeah, because they announced the other stuff, but maybe not. Yeah. I've been exposed. I'm not a subscriber.
Yeah.
How does a race like this survive commercially in midst of golden ticket races?
That's a good question, Thomas. I mean, first of all, you've got, they're staging 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 events here, technically, right? Today is the 100-mile USATF plus the 48-hour. and then tomorrow you've got 6, 12, 24, and another 100-miler.
Yeah, I think there's
so
close
there's
to 200 to 300 participants
Yeah.
across all of the.
Absolutely. So I mean, I think it survives commercially in large part because it attracts a strong field of all different shapes and sizes, and in a nice controlled environment, people want to come down here and run in the nice warm weather of the Nevada desert. Alexis Demonico, how old is the oldest runner? Believe
That's fine.
Eddie Rousseau is 83, which would be the oldest.
The youngest.
I saw a kid out here. I don't know.
Yeah, no, there in the 24-hour. There's some young, but we have, I think Scott Dorn, 12 years old.
12
in
years
the
old in the
48-hour.
48-hour.
John Mello, 16 years old in the 48-hour. In the 100 miles, Hunter and Sumner. Sumner Jones, who we've been mentioning, 22 years old. Hunter, also 22 years old. And then our oldest runner would be... it updated. I don't want you to update. I have to not go to the updating one. 83. Eddie Rousseau is our oldest, so you're right on that. Yeah, I'd love for there to be, I was talking about this with Chris earlier, and me curious to hear your thoughts, like how to make some of these USATF championship events, like kind of bring out deeper fields, because there isn't, like, with this race, there's plenty of room for more participants. There's not, necessarily a cap, and it is an open race. Obviously, it's different, it's not... Black Canyon, being a couple weeks earlier, attracts, obviously a big field, and that is like, partly due to just Black Canyon being Black Canyon, but also being Golden Ticket Race and kind of being a stepping stone, whereas this isn't necessarily a stepping stone to something else. Desert Solstice brings out a strong field because if you do well there, you can make the world team. There's no world team. There's no world team for 100 miles currently. It's just like 24 hours or 80K trail or 100K road, but there's no 100-mile like road or trail.
I think it's trail fever.
Yeah,
I
think
it's trail fever. I mean, when I first started voting for Ultra Runner of the Year 15, 16 years ago, road results and fixed time results were definitely factored in, whether it was, Mike Morton or Tom Johnson. In fact, even for an athlete and Trayson, for an athlete to compete for Ultra Runner of the Year, one of the things we looked at was versatility, some stuff on the trails, some stuff on the roads. I mean, now you've got a lot of world-class athletes focusing completely on the trails. Nothing wrong with that. But they're going to focus completely on the trails. And if they're just running 3-4 races a year, that's going to exhaust their running. So, I mean, but I thought, for example, Marissa Lysak at Desert Solstice got 150-plus miles again. She got my vote in the top 5 for Performance of the Year just for that. But it's tough to compete, especially with a lot of the attention that those trail races justifiably garner, But a race like this is fun. It's in a beautiful venue, and for a certain type of runner, it's a fantastic way to showcase their talent. So it's hard. There's only there's so many races on the calendar, but I think the fact that these races still exist, Aravaipa does a fantastic job, obviously, with Desert Solstice, with a little bit less of, attention on across the years. And now, assuming the race directorship of Jackpot, I think we could see these fields gradually
Yeah, I
grow,
mean, it's double
especially
the
with the age,
field,
with
I
the
think,
age group.
compared to last.
Yeah, it's double the
year.
field of last year.
USAT events typically have prize money too.
Prize money, too,
Prize
yeah.
money, yeah.
Yeah, the prize money, I think, our prize money is, what, 1,200 for first place man and woman, 500 second place, 300 for third place. So yeah, 4,000 prize purse for men's and women's. And yeah, often there will be like additional, incentives too. And it's something to be said to be the national champion.
Absolutely, yeah.
I feel like that's a pretty cool title.
Yeah, I
Trails.
chatted earlier. Hopefully, we'll get her on the live stream sometime today. I chatted earlier with Megan Canfield.
Oh, yeah,
who's here
that'd
as
be
the
awesome.
USATF liaison.
Who's the other one too? There's two
I
USATF
don't-
folks.
there is a
or-
second USATF person here. I'm
Yeah.
not exactly sure who that is.
I feel like I've
but I know
seen the
Megan's
other
been-
person
yeah.
from, I think, like Loon Mountain or some
Yeah.
of that stuff over in New England.
I know having somebody with as incredible a career as Megan,
Yeah.
on your team is kind of similar to Pam Smith with
Yeah.
the 24-hour group that was, she was here, or not here. She was in Phoenix for the Desert Solstice. Similar. These guys are moving. Zach Bitter and who was Zach with? Okay, yeah.
What
Zach,
age group? Someone asked, Trails of an old runner. What age group has the largest number of runners in today's race?
in the 100. That's an interesting tidbit, and I'm guessing that
Let me look at the entrance list.
Patrick will get Jonas Backstrom. That's right. Yeah.
I don't know if you can change the... I think it's probably the 30 to
30 to 40 age
40.
group. Yeah.
potentially 40 to 50 might be a little bit bigger. Which kind of is, I feel like, the case across most ultras is 35 to 40 years, 45 years old. Yeah, it's cool though. We have 5 runners of the 43 entrants in the men's field. 5 of them are 80 plus years old. Yeah. There's a couple there. I think there's 2 runners in our women's field who are 70 plus. Claudia Newsom and Kit Brazier. And lots in the 60 plus category. So that's one of the things I feel like with these shorter looped either road ultras or timed events is they're very accessible to just cut off time, they're easier for people, a lot of older runners I feel like to approach as opposed to some trail races that have like stricter cutoff times. And
I've got to jump over to Twitter just for a second. I've gotten a little question over there, which is, what is the legend Eric Clifton wearing today? Inquiring minds want to know. Rainbow tights, day glow orange tank top, minimalist shoes, and a slightly salt and pepper graying ponytail. I'll try and snap a photo the next time through.
Yeah.
Thomas Sorensen asking about, I've mentioned the Bandera stream, thoughts on training for Western States Hard Rock Double. Now that DeWalter has the ticket, how would I do it? Well, you've got to tune in to Crack a Brew with AJW, my latest podcast where I chatted with Courtney precisely about that. And tune in tomorrow for my interview with Arlen Glick, who is also a Western States Hard Rock doubler. I gave them both the advice to run Western States as if they don't have Hard Rock in 3
I
weeks.
think that
And hope for the best. But obviously in your training, you've got to do a little bit of some big mountain stuff to get ready for Hard Rock. So, but one race at a time. One race at a time. When I did it, I tried to do, Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday was Western States training, and Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday was Hard Rock training. It sort of worked.
Yeah.
But really, I was on fumes for Hard Rock, and I would expect Courtney and Arlen, as well as the other 5 doublers. I had a chance to interview John Feggy Verghese at the end of Black Canyon from Flagstaff. He's a Barkley finisher. So he will be a Western States Hard Rock doubler Barkley finisher, which will be fun. But really, it's a hard double to train for.
He wrote a cool blog post recently about his the last few. I think it was just like a recap on 2022 and his training, and he was kind of saying he was not intending to get in both of them, but also excited and scared though for that. Yeah, he's got a cool podcast too of himself.
He does, yeah. I've recently started coaching legendary Arizona runner Pam Reed, who's doing the double one better, and in between Western States and Hard Rock is going to run Badwater. So she's doing a Western States Badwater Hard Rock triple. Don't know how that's going to go, but it's Pam Reed. I wouldn't put anything past her.
We got Golden Hour Adventures in the chat. What's going on? Glad to see you guys back at it.
Golden Hour Adventures. Good to see you again. You joined us for Aravaipa After Hours at Black Canyon. Well, we're doing well. We're having a great time here. And Jamil has done an incredible job with the drone shots. So if there's anyone you want to see, Golden Hour Adventures, let us know in the chat, and Jamil will track him down with the drone. He's got this thing that looks like a Game Boy, but apparently it's how you fly drones. And by the way, if you don't know what a Game Boy is, get out of the chat. This is for the 50 and over people.
What do we got? What would a time pacer help these athletes? Like, how many major marathons have pacer? Well, actually, because it's the USATF championship, pacers are not allowed for our 100-mile participants.
No pacers.
No headphones either. So yeah, USATF has a few rules they have to abide by in the championship style races, but they certainly would help, probably. Yeah, but that's an added challenge, I guess. But yeah.
Matt Feldick back in the chat, coming to us from down under. Matt, as you know, is marketing director with Aravaipa. He's spending a few months working remotely in Australia, is joining us in the chat. Things are going great, Matt. Bryce has everything under control.
Vegas really changed Chris. Does he mean I don't look like Chris?
I think that's what he's saying. I would. And Andrew Glaze is going in stride for stride with Sally. They're about to reel in Jean Pommier. That's an interesting trio. They could probably do a couple laps together.
Yeah.
And Mamrick, I would love to make it out to the Wild Oak Trail runs. For those of you who don't know, an incredible set of races. They're known as TWOT. They're the twat. You have the hot twat and you have the cold twat. You even have now the 200-mile twat, which is 8 loops of the Wild Oak Trail. Each loop is 9,000 feet of vertical. It's not for the faint of heart out there in the wilds of Virginia. No crew or pacers. You basically come around to the main aid station in the parking lot known as, yep, you guessed it, the Twat Lot. Where you can get aid and replenish your supplies and so forth. This year, not surprisingly, there were no finishers in the 200.
Nick was I think the winner in the 100.
Oh, was he?
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
expose him. You're just here for the party.
Thanks, Golden Hour Adventures. Yet we're closing in on the end of season 1. I've got Nikki Kimball coming on
that's
next
exciting.
week. If you don't know who Nikki is, you're going to have to listen in on that one. She is fantastic, and she's a 10-time top 10 Western States finisher, including 3rd place overall in the infamous year 2006, where my brain fried. And Nikki beat me.
Yeah. The documentary that, I'm not sure where it is, maybe Netflix, on Nikki Kimball. There's like a little...
Oh, yeah.
That one's epic. Of the Vermont Long Trail. Like, her experience there.
Yeah.
Like, she goes to another place.
Justin Cabine, AJW, did I ever try and get into Barkley? Okay, funny story. I've actually had to beg myself out of Barkley. Gary Cantrell, years ago, would reach out to a few people to goad them into being sacrificial virgins at Barkley. And he tried to do that to me in 2005 and then again in 2008, and I didn't take the bait. So, no, I have no interest in being anywhere near Barkley.
Have you
on
been
April
at
Fool's
the
Day
event?
weekend. No, I haven't.
Now? Yeah.
No, I haven't. My buddy Craig Thornley went several years back, and I keep thinking I might make an appearance out there and see what it's all about. But
Yeah.
nope. That's a none and done for me.
What determines the season of the podcast?
We're just doing 8 episodes and then taking a break. So we're
Okay.
going to do winter, spring, summer, fall.
Nice.
So it'll end up being, 32 total episodes with 5-week vacations in
Okay.
between. Kind of like a teacher schedule.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm in education, so
Makes
we take our
sense.
breaks seriously.
Okay, where do we find your podcast for folks interested?
Oh, Crack a Brew with AJW, wherever you find
Wherever
your
you find podcasts. All right.
iTunes, Google Podcast, Stitcher, Spotify. We also have a website. It's a mouthful, crackabeerwithajw.com. You can find it. Brian Aaliyah has the AJW's taproom ever suggested an NA beer? Yes. I can't remember. It was more than a year ago, but we did a review of the Athletic, line. I forget which. It must have been an IPA. They're nice, sort of crispy IPA from the Athletic. But I should probably do another one of these days, as I think any NA beer aficionado out there knows. There are it's been an incredible boom in NA beers lately. Thomas Sorensen's Big's Backyard. I would definitely be interested in doing that. Laz has goaded me into trying to do that as well. These days, you have to at least do one backyard before you get into Big's. So I'd have to do that first, which I don't know. There it is.
You didn't recommend it, though. This one, it says...
It's a guest from Brian. What was that article?
The unique joy of crewing 100-mile run.
That's right. I asked Brian to do a guest brew. So I guess technically I didn't review it, but Brian did, and chose a beer from the Athletic.
There might be another one. Let's see. Nope.
So we are We are nearing the 5-hour mark. Good time for a summary. Question about Zach. I assume this is Zach Bitter, but our top two are both named Zach. But Zach has been running what I would call a right around 13-hour pace at this point. So hit the 50K mark in about 3:45. He's right now at 42 miles.
Yeah, well, that would be 12-hour pace for, right?
That would be 12-hour pace. I misspoke. At 42 miles, let's say it takes him another hour.
Yeah, I think the other Zach's on 13-hour
the other
pace.
Zach is on it. So.
But yeah, Zach Bitter's laps have been in the 8:45, 8:50. Zach Marin more in the 9:20s.
Okay. So yeah, the Zachs are cruising, but it looks like Zach Bitter right now in a comfortable 4-lap lead.
Yeah.
And then Jonah Backstrom has leapt over Sam and Sumner and is in third.
Yeah, Sumner's fallen back. Sam Skeels has moved up. I have to figure out what's going on with Sumner. He took a 14-minute lap there.
14-minute lap. We could send our man on the street, Chris Warden, to find out. Find out what's up with Sumner Jones. All right.
Request granted.
And on the women's side, we're still seeing Sierra just
moving
crush
strong,
it.
yeah. But
wait,
on the same lap as
Christina is on the same lap.
And then Heather Huggins in third for the women, 29 laps, 33 miles. And Lisa,
Sierra
pronounce
DeGroff
this
is
name?
finding herself in a race.
yeah. It's nice to have the that push. So yeah, Sierra's last lap 10:08, whereas Christina's last lap 10:01. So Christina's actually moving at a slightly quicker clip, but take a lot to catch up if it's only. Got some questions here.
They want to know our favorite races.
Favorite races?
Let's see. What has been your favorite race ever? What has been your biggest running accomplishment?
You can start.
You start.
My favorite. I'm not really one for favorites, honestly. I struggle with picking any sort of favorite, but yeah, I'm from like New England area, and in terms of like terrain, I definitely appreciate just the technical like nature of New England trails and the White Mountains and
I just saw Sierra, and so we can interrupt, but I just saw Sierra, so and she's taking a break. No, not a break. She's just so we'll get a sense of the distance between Sierra and our man on the street is going out to sniff around, so to speak. But if we see Christina Pham in a few minutes here,
we'll get
I'll just real quick jump in. My favorite race ever is Western States 100. Duh.
That's an easy.
If anybody knows me. And my greatest accomplishment is finishing that damn thing 10 times. So, I mean, I've done other things, but that's what I'm most proud of. That's what I'll take to the grave. I'll probably be buried with my 10-day buckle, and that's just fine.
Nick Mamrak was saying, is that Eric Clifton the Eric
Clifton? It is the Eric Clifton.
14:25 at the Vermont 100.
Yeah, and I think I see the orange shirt coming up this way. So for my friends on Twitter, I'll try and get an idea of, try and get a shot of him.
Oh,
he does appear. He does appear to be. Oh no, that's a person on a. No. Oh, that's a person walking. But it's Eric Clifton.
Yeah, they named the Clifton after the Eric Clifton. Does he wear the Cliftons? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, there was a question earlier if Hoka named the Clifton after Clifton.
They should do a collab. They could make
Yeah.
them the color of his tights.
Exactly.
How we doing, gentlemen?
Good, looking
How about you do another
strong.
lap?
All right, another one.
All right, I am just going to take a little break to snap a
a
photo
photo.
of Eric,
Nice.
the legend. I don't want to jinx him, but he's not moving as well as he was before. That could just be a midday stretch he's taking. But we'll get a picture for the people.
Maybe he'll move a little faster when he knows he's getting a photo taken.
Hey, Josie, sit down. You're being a good girl.
Josie, you should say hi to the live stream. Here's Josie. Don't go too far. Alright, we've got a few other questions. Thanks, Dave. Dave from the Trail Animals Running Club, my pal. You guys are doing awesome. Not easy talking for hours on end. Yeah, I'll get a little rambly, but still ways to go. It's only one. We'll be going until midnight, so stick around. Keep the comments coming. Hey, buddy. Just get an update for you guys. Get the shot.
Got it.
Josie briefly joined the live stream.
Yeah, Josie.
Just briefly. Alright. So, yeah, just hitting the 5-hour mark at this point, 1 p.m. Started at 8 a.m. here in Henderson, Nevada. Zach Bitter, our current race leader, through 41.5 miles in 5:02. He is still on pace for around 12.5 or so hours. Zach Marin in second, on pace for low 13 hours. 3 laps back of Zach Bitter, and Jonah Backstrom of San Francisco, California, 33 laps, same lap as Zach Marin. Jonah ran 14:10, I think, here last year, and was seconds off of the Masters 100-mile record. So we're sure that's on his mind. If he can improve on his 14:10 from 2022 Jackpot. What's really cool is 2021 he ran 19:08 at Jackpot, so he in 1 year improved by almost 5 minutes. And yeah, on the women's side, Sierra DeGroff, 36 miles in. Christina Pham on the same lap, 36 miles. And Heather Huggins, 33 miles is our current leaderboard. 5 hours into the race.
Jake Jackson of Desert Solstice fame coming in with a deep cut. The Hoka Clifton was named after
Exposed,
Clifton
yeah.
Beach in
true.
Australia.
Same with the Bondi.
Nice
Bondi
work.
Beach.
Nice work.
I think it's Bondi, not Bondi, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Is there any way Javelina 100K ever gets added to the Western States qualifier list? That would be a jam question.
That's an interesting question.
I don't know why. Is it not just because it's not maybe considered challenging enough?
Might not be challenging
Yeah.
enough. You know, for those of you who don't know, a couple standards to being a qualifying race for 100K is that they have to have a certain number of finishers, which would exceed 100. Certainly the Javelina 100K achieves that. But also they want it to rank, and this is an art and a science, but in the Ultra Running magazine trail rankings, they rank surface and terrain. And it has to be at least a 3 in each of those.
Okay, interesting.
I don't actually know what Javelina's
That's
surface
fair.
rankings
Yeah.
are, surface or terrain are, but I suspect they would, maybe one of them would be a 3. But I know this because I was a race director for a number of years back in Virginia, and we had 100K.
Do aid stations at all come into factor? Like, you know, if there's an aid station every 2 miles versus every 10 miles, like, you know,
I
does
don't
that-
know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Curious. To,
I mean, I know the standard. I know that standard for terrain and surface doesn't exist for hundreds.
yeah.
Right. So, for example, Tunnel Hill and Indiana Corridor or Canal Corridor, and those are certainly
Kind of getting an extend.
qualifiers and would be
Yeah.
like 1 in surface and terrain.
Right now, Zach Marin's in our aid station. Kind of
Okay.
looks like he's refilling his bottle with some water, but he's kind of been taking an extended break, a bit of a, I don't know, going on at least a minute or two. But we'll see if he gets out of there quickly. When's the next race, Patrick? I don't know.
When's your next race?
Tomorrow, I'm hopping in. No. It does inspire me, though, to get in. Yeah. I've been doing some road stuff recently, so got Boston Marathon in April. Probably will run the New Bedford Half Marathon. Boston area has a very competitive road scene, so it's fun
Sure
to
does.
hop in and get, you know, kind of pulled along.
You ever
to
do
some
the
faster
Yankee
time.
Homecoming 10-miler in Newburyport?
Oh, I might have,
It's
yeah.
a Tuesday night
Yeah.
10-miler. They have their Yankee Homecoming. It's a whole week. It is a classic race. My mom lives out on Cape Cod.
Oh,
so
okay.
I've done a fair share.
Huh,
of the
I
New
didn't know that.
And the New England. I mean, I still love New England.
What
Runner.
part of the Cape does
She lives in Harwichport.
Harwich.
So halfway out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got the New England Runner
New
magazine.
England Runner magazine. I love
Yeah,
that
it's
magazine.
great.
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, it doesn't. You don't get much more competitive than like the New England.
It's crazy
road scene.
deep, yeah.
I mean, you get these like 68-year-old dudes, you know, throwing down sub 40.
The club
minute
scene is
10Ks.
super
Oh,
competitive.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Golden Hour Adventures went and looked it up, so it is ranked 2. I assume that's talking about the Javelina 100K, which would,
Yeah.
again, that would disqualify it. If you go ahead and just scan the list of 100K qualifiers for Western states, they are all pretty difficult races. And even some, for example, like Black Canyon, that may not be as difficult as some other 100Ks. They make you do a 17-hour at Black Canyon, even though the overall cutoff for Black Canyon is 20. So, you know, they don't want you to do an easy 100K to find your way into Western states.
Yeah.
They're willing to let you do an easy 100 to get yourself
Yeah.
into Western states.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, I guess we got to add a few rocks to the
Yeah.
Javelina course.
Get out there.
Someone asked how Sally McRae is doing. Sally is in 5th. She's been kind of right in that place all day, looking pretty smooth and steady out there, clicking off laps in the kind of 10 to 11 minute range. This is just a training run for her for Cocodona later this spring. So I don't think she necessarily has any major performance goals. But yeah, just getting a nice long run in.
Hey, hot off the presses, thanks to Bryce, our producer. Sumner is in the Taylor Swift T-shirt, not Zach Marin.
Oh, we've been confused.
Or, yeah.
Mind blown.
His parents.
I was gonna say he did look a little
and Zach Marin,
young looking
Zach Marin
for a
has
37
a print on
year
his
old.
hat, a zebra print on his hat. Zach Marin.
Okay.
So we're sorry about that. We've been giving Zach credit for the brilliant Taylor Swift, and of course it's not. It's some 22-year-old teeny bopper.
Well,
Do people still say teeny bopper? I
teeny
doubt it.
bopper, I like it.
Don't mind me. I'm just aging myself.
Did they correct
I'll
us
jump in the
through-
lake in a second.
Were they watching us as parents on the
There's
live
Christina
stream?
Pham moving well. So I assume Christina and
Cocodona and
Sierra are still
Cocodona.
on the
That's
same
hard to
lap.
pronounce. I like the word cocodonans, Matt.
Yes, Cocodonans.
Sounds like, I don't know,
People
another
from
civilization.
Right. Wait, so this is Sierra. If she may not be in the lead. If you could check the tracker right now, Christina may have made the pass on that lap.
All right, now I'm really curious who Zach Marin
Yeah, we're going to
is.
have to find the zebra print hat.
Maybe there's Google photos of him. Zach.
Matt, it's a good thing you're halfway around the world and still glued to the live stream.
Is this Zach Marin? Hi. Huh. Well, I don't recognize this guy. That's Zach Marin. If you see
Okay.
this guy out there.
Take a quick peek at the tracker and see if we can determine if Christina Pham did indeed overtake Sierra DeGroff.
Sure did.
She
Yep.
did.
Yeah. So that's news.
Yeah.
Yeah, she came through 34 seconds ahead the past lap. So we'll see if she puts, I mean, when we looked at her splits, well, wow, she has dropped down to a 9:23. So I bet that last lap she saw her ahead and was like,
yeah.
I'm catching her.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run a full minute faster for this lap.
Sally's still moving. Rocking the handheld. Yeah.
Got Eliza in the chat saying, "Go, Mom." Yeah, oh yeah. Let's see how your mom is doing. Kit from Carlsbad, California. 17 laps and 19 miles.
Come on.
Alright, this does. Just had Buzzy Barrow pass through the start finish, 23 years old.
Cool name.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
He's in 14th for the men, 22nd
Easy.
overall.
Easy.
From
Not many
North
repeats
Carolina.
of that name on Ultra Sign Up.
No, Buzzy Barrow. All right, we've Got a little quiet stretch here. Not too many running.
More runners coming through, taking advantage of the cooling bucket at the aid station, which is not surprising. Still complete and total exposure to the sun. Not extremely hot, but you're exposed the entire loop around, the exception of a few little dappled pieces of shade. So you're exposed out here, and it's going to wear you down, no doubt. No doubt.
It's awesome. Both Eliza and Tim in the chat cheering on their mom.
That's cool. That's cool. And of course, while our focus is on the 100-mile USATF National Championship race, we do have over 60 starters in the 48-hour run. They're running a longer course. It's about 2.3 miles. Has a significantly longer section of dirt and gravel, but they're mixed in with the 100-milers.
Bryce, is this our guy?
That's Jonah.
Oh, that's okay.
That's Jonah Baxter.
Oh yeah, that's Jonah.
Yeah.
Not all right.
Yeah, that's Jonah Baxter.
Holding out for Zach.
Running
Trying to
Sig is
figure out
helping
who
us
he
out.
is.
Marin is wearing a ball cap, black shorts, black singlet with Nike logo on left shoulder, and there's some detail.
Wow. All right, he should be coming through soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt. The field for the 48 hours is pretty stacked, pretty cool. They're all seem in good spirits. So I guess a good thing when you're running till Sunday morning.
Yes.
gotta have a good attitude about it. Don't want to be feeling bad at this hour.
With an update? Yeah. Please do.
All right. How's it going?
Welcome back.
Thank you. I just wanted to step in really quick. I'm going to step back out and keep doing my little intel news reporter
Nice.
thing on the track. So I've spoken with both Sierra and Christina's crew. And I got to admit, I'm a little bit worried about both of them.
Oh yeah?
Like
Both, okay.
They're both running so hot right now, and they're both, moving very well. But based on what their goals, like their stated goals that their crew were talking about, they're running 2 hours in like one case below their pace. It's like they're on pace for a sub 14, each one of them. And I know that Sierra was shooting for 15 hours, and Christina was shooting for the American age group, which is 16:04. So I'm hoping that they kind of downshift.
Dial it back a bit.
It depends on how they move, at least right now, because now it's basically they're on the same lap.
Yeah.
And they're within eye
And they
shot
seem to know that and know,
yeah.
like, yeah.
And I'm worried, but I'm also excited because there are two things that can happen. Number one, they can push themselves or push each other, one another, like in a, basically, I guess, adversarial but collaborative way, basically, pushing themselves. But I'm also worried that they might get a little bit too, like, trying to win the race too early simply because they see that they're side by side.
Yeah.
And we've seen it, I'm sure, in several races where, maybe they tried a little bit too hard. Like the worst thing that could happen is the two of them, get too caught up in the head-to-head aspect.
Yeah,
you know?
and burn each other both out early on. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see them just, I would love to see them both, hit their goals, because I think that would make for a great race, and whoever wins, wins. That's how I'm hoping it moves forward. But from what I gathered from just kind of eyeballing both camps, I don't know if that's how it's going to be. I think it might be game on.
Yeah.
And I'm
Could be
kind
some
of curious.
carnage. Maybe.
Well,
hopefully not.
I hope not, but at the same time, it
Yeah.
would be exciting to watch. I want to see them both have a great day. I'd love to see them both, atop the podium, 1 or 2, 2 or 1, whichever way it breaks down. I mean, we've got Christina coming across right now, and I don't see Sierra, although I will say that Sierra did look like her gait had changed since the beginning of the race. So I don't know if that's due to discomfort or some issues, but it's also interesting to see the way that they both are differing in their approach. Sierra is taking her time as she stops for aid, and taking a moment to literally stop and confer and stand for a couple seconds, whereas Christina is walk with me, to get her crew person to deliver, to exchange information. So and I see Sierra coming up,
so we'll be able to see the exact time difference. But
what is that,
it seems like more of a minute, like
5:23:42. So it's about a minute and a half, maybe.
Yeah.
But as you can see coming up, Sierra's gait is a little bit more is shifted a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm not quite how to quantify it, but it's definitely different. So.
All right. So this fella update. So yeah, 5:23:42 to 5:25:02.
So 80 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just and of course, how far in are they? Just under 40 miles.
Yeah.
I hope they still are each able to run their own race and not get caught up in the head-to-head aspect of it.
Yeah, and then Heather, Huggins, and Lisa.
Because I know that,
3
speaking
laps
from experience, what I know about these two, I mean, Sierra's run a lot of 100-milers recently. Christina does not have. She has not completed a 100-mile race.
Yeah.
So she's going to hit uncharted territory, 50, 60 miles in, and I hope she's still got something left in the tank for it, because it'll be a.
Yeah, that's a good point, because Sierra, having run 400s last year and some in the 30+ hour range, she's used to that, long-term suffering.
Yeah.
So you could see her have a better shot at rallying in the later miles than maybe Christina, who it's like you said, uncharted territory.
Yeah, I know Christina, and I feel like she's been I'm not questioning her mental toughness or her game. I mean, she's a very smart individual, and she's had extreme success at the 50K, 50-mile range. But it's just you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean,
and as we can both attest, that first time you get past that 100K mark, your whole perspective on life might turn upside down and change for a little while.
As they say, 50 is, or 100's not just like 250 milers.
Yeah, it's definitely not.
It doesn't feel that way.
So that's what I've got. I was going to jump back out so AJW could jump back in. As soon as he comes back over, I'll
escaped.
Be happy. I think that the dog is taking AJW for a walk.
On a walk, yeah.
What's up?
A walk.
Okay. Yeah, he's being taken for a walk.
I wonder if we can get any guests in here. Do you think of any potential guests?
Yeah, we need to. I'm gonna kind of. Actually, I do have somebody in mind. Let me see if he would be game for coming on.
Yeah.
With you.
Or if the two of you want to chat. Or,
let me see. What was I going to look at here?
I got Jamil in here.
That might be the most elusive get of all when it
I
comes
know.
to
Seems to
a guest. So
shine away.
So yeah, when you're looking at
Moving
most
strong,
recent
wow.
loops, Christina's most recent loop was a 9:30. So of her last
Yeah,
8
she was
loops,
picking
only
it up.
one was a slower lap, and that was a grilled cheese loop. I know that. And she's genuinely trending around a 9:30, which, according to my handy dandy little cheat tool, is about an 8:07 pace.
Yeah, which would be
That's
13
moving
and
extreme.
a half hour 100 about.
That's really fast. And then on the other hand, Sierra's most recent loops have been in the 10-minute range, so 10:15, which, let's see. That would be an 8:46 pace. So I've been so caught up in what's going on in the women's race, even though it's all like right in front of me. I haven't really paid as much attention for the last hour or two as to the men's race.
Yeah, there's been a few more changes just in like the men's leaderboard in the last hour. You know, Zach's staying steady in first and kind of building a bit of a lead.
I know
but-
early co-leader Daniel Goldstein is really looking like he's having a
He's moved
sideways
down
day.
fair amount. Sumner Jones, who was up in the podium a little earlier, has moved back down into 7th. Zach Marin has stayed in the podium but moved down a spot from 2nd to 3rd, and then Jonah Backstrom has moved his way up, and he just came through here. 8:45, 8:47, 8:42, 8:41. Like, he's been moving really well the last 6 or 7 laps. Running faster laps than Zach Bitter actually the past several laps, which is something.
Yeah,
Like
that is something.
something. Just reminder, Jonah ran 14:10 here this past year, 2022. Coming back, we're thinking to, what did you say? He was 20-ish seconds off of the
24 seconds off of the age group national record held by Olivier Leblond.
Yeah, so we're sure, and at that point you're so close to breaking 14. I'm sure he wants to get under, but also just seems like kind of a competitor and probably more caring for that the title of national champion. And Sam Skeels has moved his way up as well. He's someone who has a lot of experience and results to his name. Sam Skeels, 44 from Adrian, Michigan, with 34 laps, so just 2 laps off of the podium, and moving. He's got in the 10 to 11 minute pace for his recent laps, so a little slower. Jonah is moving the fastest of our current men's podium.
Yeah, to this point, again, these are basically linear calculations, but Jenna Backstrom is running what would be a 13:12.
Yeah.
So obviously, like I said, they're linear, and not many people can negative split a 100-miler. Shout out Nick Curry, but we'll see what kind of second half of a race these people have. But
yeah, how come Nick hasn't run Jackpot before? I don't think
so. No.
Yeah, I feel like this would be a good.
There's an Aravaipa race now, so
yeah,
he technically is part of the race organization. So.
Yeah. Ed Wilson in the chat. Nice work, Larry. Setting a good example for the youngsters. He would be speaking of. Who's our Larry in the field?
Brian asking an excellent question. At what point do these races start? For example, Black Canyon starts at Black Canyon City. Is there a similar time or mileage checkpoint? I think that you really don't start to see the race unfold until the 100K point. Like, I think that at that point, because a lot of runners, like for instance, Christina Pham has not run beyond that distance. So for her, that's uncharted territory beyond that. I guess it would vary in, depending on who the runner is. Some runners, in the case of Nick Curry, it starts right at 50 miles, and then all of a sudden you just kind of see what he's going to do in the second half. I think that might be a good question for some of the high-level fixed-time competitors out there to answer better than me. Like, for instance, Jake Jackson or somebody like that. Jake, if you're in the chat, when you're running a race such as this, or maybe Scott Trayer, if you're, potentially a sub-14-hour 100-miler, at what point does it become a situation where you're fighting for position?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's in a 24-hour. It's often in the last 6 hours. I'd say around 18 hours. You get usually the fast folks are passing through the 100 miles in 14, 15 hours, and then there's kind of that lull from 14 to 18, and then after that, it's okay, who's still in it at this point?
The energy levels for Desert Solstice are so fascinating because everybody, you come out early on and everybody's excited, and it maintains for a while. People are still excited to follow along. And then, once you have those first few competitors hit the 100-mile point, the excitement kind of, it picks up. But then as everybody has hit that 100-mile mark, it really can level off, and
it's kind of an easy out too. You're like, I just ran 100 miles, I'm good.
That's what happens a lot with that race. A lot of times people will say, if they're not shooting for a 24-hour national team berth, or if they don't feel like it's going to be their day for that, they'll pull the plug after the 100-mile mark. But I mean, that's because you can figure out probably pretty quickly whether or not you're going to have the day you need to have to make that number. I mean, the 24-hour national team, what is the current sixth place on that? I would assume it's probably 158 miles or something like that. And you'll know well before 12 hours whether or not you've got a shot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely, especially with 100 miles. I mean, the race doesn't start till 50, 60 miles, but you also have to set yourself up for success and have a fast enough first half that you're in contention for, for the being able to catch up.
So currently the men's 24-hour is at 147.448. And then on the women's side, it looks like it's 137.04. What?
I was just saying, Nick's got a solid 25-mile lead there.
Yeah.
I think he's
well,
safe.
that was one of the darndest things I've ever seen. I mean, you want to talk about I know we had that discussion earlier about, what's the craziest thing you've ever seen happen. Whenever somebody breaks a record, whether it be a world record, such as we've had, Camille break at Desert Solstice, or whether we've had a long-standing national record, such as Nick Curry did at Solstice a few years later. Those are exciting moments. It's really an amazing thing to witness when you get to see that you were a part of history and say, like, I saw that in person, you know. It's also cool to say that, you know, we've been on the call for a world record attempt, or world record accomplishment. You know, not everybody can say that.
Yeah. Jake Jackson mentioning in the chat, looks like it's breezy. There definitely is a bit of a breeze out there.
It's one of those days where it's warm in the sun and cold in the shade.
Yeah. Yeah. Energy levels must be a challenge we don't think about. Yeah, I definitely feel like there are just these, like, not necessarily physically, but just like mentally, you can there's plenty of opportunity to like disengage.
Oh yeah.
And that, but also you don't like, yeah, you need to be engaged, but not too engaged that you're like burning your mental matches either. Just what you were saying about, you know, the top two women, like maybe racing it out right now. Like,
yeah.
You know, that's an example, I think, of potentially burning those mental
I
matches
really
a little
hope
bit
that
early.
isn't what happens on that side. Like I think that we're, you know, potentially going to witness, you know, a couple of fantastic performances. Let's see, Christina's most recent lap was a 10:19, and Sierra's is a 10:28. I mean, you know, a 10:30 pace on this course, you know, a 10:30 would be, it's an 8:58 mile. That's a 15-hour 100-miler. You know, I mean, that's a hell of an accomplishment. Only a handful of women can, you know, lay claim to having those kind of numbers.
Jackpot. Curious what the overall leaderboard is here for our 100-mile national champs. Taggart in the chat wondering what's going on.
The race.
The race, yeah, not too much has changed, Taggart. You know, 5.5 hours in, Zach Bitter still in the lead. Jonah Backstrom's moved up into second, running actually faster laps than Zach Bitter, but 3 laps behind. Zach Marin moving from second down into third, 1 lap behind Jonah. 36 laps, and for women, tight race between Christina and Sierra, and first and second, both on lap 35. Christina making a recent pass on Sierra, who's been the leader for the first 5 hours of the race, and then Heather Huggins in third for the women, 3 laps back of Christina and Sierra. So those are our current leaderboards for men and women. And another 9-10 hours to go.
We are nowhere near finished with the story of this race.
Taggart had to work for a bit. Oh, no working. Only live streaming.
Yeah. Well,
It's funny being on a Friday.
Well, wait.
I keep thinking it's a Saturday.
So Taggart, I believe, is an educator, right? Why isn't he just having this on in the class and teaching the kids about some of what he does?
Yeah, because he said, I think he did gym like phys ed, doesn't he?
He should have people watch this and issue a test on it later.
Have we reached peak temperatures of the day, or is it?
We've got to be close. I mean, it is. You know, it's very pleasant out right now, but then again, I'm not running, so.
not many people look like they're too hot. Don't really see too much like ice bandanas or other cooling going on.
Yeah, not a ton of people looking worked out there.
No. Oh,
It's
Taggart says he
58
works
degrees
from
right
home now. Not anymore. 58.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that the only person that really looked like they were kind of dealing with the heat, at least on the high end of the chart, was Daniel Goldstein.
Yeah.
And he's had looks to be some complications. I haven't really looked much closer than that.
Yeah, he moved down a bit. I mean, I think he went out at a bit hot of a pace and hopefully can kind of reset.
So there actually has been, where are we at? Looking to check to see how our octogenarian contingent is doing.
Shout out to Liz, 18 miles into it. Proud
Edward
of you,
Rousseau is 21 miles in.
Let's see where Liz is doing.
5:28.
This page have you doing chores. Oh, Matt.
Okay, let's see.
Jake Jackson, if I can drive a large machine and keep tabs, so can you working from home.
Whoops, let's see. I need to.
What are you doing here? Goofing off?
Goofing off, yeah.
Here, huh?
Yeah. Good to see you. You're doing the 48?
Yeah. How's your hair feel?
Luscious?
Luscious.
He's well, I think he lives in Connecticut, but is a frequent East Coast at all the ultra races out there. Ghost Train, the 100 I've run, he's always there. I think he's had like 10 plus finishes there.
Let's see. Midwest Misfit, is Sierra coached by anybody? I don't know. I can ask. I know that she's got some friends here that are assisting her crewing, because she is a local, which makes it a lot easier
We can get it.
to draft people.
Should write some questions down for your next
Of course,
next
I know I've seen Kevin Youngblood around, and he seems to know what's going on the local Vegas running scene. He does a great job with the photography. Did the photos from last year.
Oh yeah.
Actually made me look like a competent filmer at one point. You can see he's actually taking a picture of me filming the race, and I'm like, oh, I look like a professional.
Oh, is that this shot? There was one of
Camille?
you filming Camille. Yeah, that was a good one. Dawn update from Phil asking. Dawn's in the 48-hour. We can do a little 48-hour crossover update, even though we're primarily covering the 100-mile.
And all of these results, I mean, we don't have anything that is not readily available to everybody as well. So, I mean,
Don't give it away.
but yeah, I mean, on the link at the top of
Yeah.
the chat, you're able to review the results and standings as well.
Yeah, Don's 15 laps in. Granted, these laps are longer laps for the 48-hour. He's 34.6 miles. So he would actually be, given that mileage, 35 miles. Where would that put him in the? Be pretty high in the. Oh, I guess he would be in the top 15-ish of the 100. Let's give it a little more. We got Don. BB, is that this guy's name for short?
BB, yes. Originally from
Bellevue,
Mongolia.
Washington. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he's second overall with 32 miles in the 48 hour.
I don't know if you saw him early on, but he looked like he was barely walking. Like, I was actually concerned. I was like, is BB hurt? No, he just was warming up.
Yeah.
He used the
He's
first.
an ink to it.
Yeah, I mean, and he'll be out on the course like probably 47 of 48 hours.
Wow.
And I'm not sure what his personal best in this discipline is, but he is not very hard to look up on Ultra Sign Up. Let's see. So he did win across the year 6-day last year with 463 miles. He won Jackpot last year, the 72 hour with 252 miles. Actually was second overall as Victoria Brown.
I think she ran 280 something.
288. Yeah, and I think that was a world record, wasn't it, for the 72 hour? I think that she did set the world record here. BB has done 10-day at across the years, 690 miles.
Wow.
He did, he's had some upper 400 level, multiple 475 and up. He did 561 at 6 days in the Dome in 2021. And he's done self-transcendence 4 times, the 10-day. So he's no stranger to these distances. I mean, his leg turnover is just absurd when he's into a rhythm, because he's not a very tall runner.
Taggart getting shut down by the bot.
Did Taggart get shut down by the chat bot for doing too many emojis?
I think he maybe used a few too many emojis, and
Gotta be careful. That excessive emoji use will get you every time.
yeah. PlayStation Fireball says they're on an emoji fast. Looking good.
Yeah. And another.
Andrew Glaze still moving pretty well.
That's Andrew, right? Coming or
Yeah.
who just came through? Yeah.
So there has been Megan Eckert. I did see Megan taking some pauses a little bit earlier. Megan was running third behind Christina and Sierra. Now, as you mentioned, Heather Huggins has moved into third place. Lisa Cabayas, is that what we've decided on?
Until corrected.
Yes, and somebody in the chat will always let us know, which is fine. We strive for accuracy. And then Sally McRae still running fifth. Sally just went by here. I feel like Sally is, just so experienced at this that she doesn't look like she's working at all.
Yeah, no, she looks pretty
and she's
dialed
not
and
at
just
this stage of the
casual
race
about it.
She's still only 3 loops back, so that's a not nearly insurmountable amount to jump from fifth to
I
first.
suspect by the end of this she'll move up a place or two. I mean, not that I want there to be any carnage in the front, but I think Sally's ready to sweep up any carnage that there is.
So I got I got a hot tip from somebody who's tuning into the chat when was asked about Sierra, whether or not she had a coach. I can't testify as to whether she has a coach, but I know she has asked for advice from Camille Herron on certain things. So she's definitely got a good connection in terms of experience at the 100-miler and at this race in specific. So I guess that Sierra had reached out to Camille as recently as this morning.
Really? Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. I looked down at my phone. I was like, oh, wait a minute. I have a text. Matt Feldake, he's claiming that the system is who bans people. No, Matt just abuses that authority with the ability to lock people out.
Zach has slowed down in each of his last 15 laps. Not a good sign for a good day, not even halfway there.
Well, it's a question of how much he slowed down because, as I mentioned, I talked with Zach's crew. I mean, 9:34 on his most recent loop. Obviously slowing down is not necessarily a good sign.
It is a pretty consistent,
but that's an 8:07 pace still. So
yeah, and he did say early on he was going to be running, low sevens, and that he was going to kind of adjust, it sounded like, as the day got on.
And it was, at the halfway point, and he's basically just about there. I mean,
so maybe he's figuring out what that kind of comfort level pace is for him.
I mean, Zach is...
He is on record pace currently.
Yeah, he's
but
47, 48 miles into the race. And you are absolutely correct. He has slowed down. Is he on record pace for the race? Yes.
For the race, yeah.
As the men's jackpot record is 12:52, currently held by Zach Bitter.
Yeah.
The overall course record is 12:41.10, held by Camille Herron.
Which I think he's on pace for, but I think given the current trajectory, I think he would.
If
he's closer to 13 hours.
I can do that math. I was playing around with some spreadsheets, so he is currently. Lap 41, 47.3146. And what was the most recent time that he marked? It was 5:48.49. So he's tracking for a 12:17 still, like all in. I mean, now obviously if he's slowing down, but he's definitely, potentially still able to knock out course record pace. Sierra's gait has improved. She's looking more comfortable now than she was about an hour ago. So
let's see if
I don't know if her times would reflect that. We can always take a look.
Yeah, a little faster the last one.
She is. She's around the 10:15 to 10:20 lap pace. So that's. It's not as fast as she was for the first 20 or so laps, but she's moving just fine. I mean, a 10:30 loop is an 8:30 or an 8:58 mile pace.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Christina is just past, right?
Christina Pham is she's bouncing around a little bit more. Her most recent lap was an 11:07. I don't know if she was taking I know, for instance, she had a grilled cheese lap earlier. I don't know if it's time for another grilled cheese. Oh, actually, it's pretty soon after. That was only about 4 or 5 laps ago. But
I mean, they just passed through within 20, 30 seconds of each other. Yeah, so
35 seconds apart.
Still a tight one there.
And just only 57.5 miles to go.
I mean, it could be a good way to just stay engaged at this point in the race, as long as you don't get too into
like I said,
anything.
I'm I'm just hoping they don't get caught into
Yeah.
that situation to the point where it actually ends up being a negative. I always feel like, it's best to run your own race, and if everything falls into place, then so be it. But we might find ourselves in a situation where, they push themselves, or they push one another to, an even more impressive result. So
At the Jester, looking fine as ever, headed through.
looks like he picked up his Mardi Gras suit from the cleaners.
It's got to be a little warm in that.
Oh, you've seen him at triple, like he's come out to the Nardini Manor events in Arizona and run in triple digits in a suit like that. Like, it's amazing to watch him operate, when he's dialed in. He never fails to, get 100 miles in under 24 hours. And he talks about how he's slowed down, and slowing down for him means that you're still like in the 19 to 20 hour range. And what's amazing to me, the first time I ever saw Ed was at a Nardini Manor event. He ended up winning. It was the very first Hotfoot Hamster.
Okay.
And I was in much better shape at the time. And I had seen, his, running resume, and I knew that he was, a guy, 100 milers even back then, which he carries all of his buckles around on a single key ring,
Really?
a giant
Wow.
key ring. And she was showing my son this key ring of like all of his buckles, and the kid was, I don't know, 9 years old at the time, and Ed goes, here, try and lift it. And so Braden is like, trying as hard as he can, and I'm laughing at him, and Ed looks at me, he's like, no, you try. I was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got 100 plus
It's a
buckles
lot
on
of
this
buckles,
ring.
yeah.
So, but
We need a bigger ring soon.
it was my first opportunity to see him up close and personal. I was like, oh, I want to see what makes him tick. I want to see how he does what he does so well. And he went out, and he was like not like setting the world on fire. He's going out at like an 11, 12-minute pace. And so I'm like, oh, I can do this. I can keep up with him. And I was like trying to like fade back, like maybe about Nardini is a 500-meter loop. So I'm like maybe anywhere from 50 to 150 meters back for the first 10, 15 miles. And then like, I don't know, about mile 25 or so, I was like, I'm just going to go ahead and do my own thing. If he's going to do that, he can do that. I can go faster than this. The thing is that Ed will, like, first of all, he looks like he's walking, but he's 6'6", maybe. So his walk
Like
is
a running stride.
His walk is extremely fast. He walks an 11-minute mile, and he does it and doesn't stop. Like, I thought that I could pass him, and I was ahead of him for maybe an hour or so, and then reality came crashing down on me, and meanwhile Ed is still walking a 12-minute pace while eating a bowl of chili. Like, he is a mechanic. Like, he's like clockwork in these events. Nobody is going to out clever him in terms of like how he handles his race strategy. So, and he's done more of these than anybody, I think. I mean, if not, he's definitely on the short list. I don't know. That's a Davy Crockett question. I know Davy's got to be watching.
We just hit the 6-hour mark.
There we go. Ultra running history. Ultra runners who have finished 100 milers.
Water.
Interestingly, I guess the most recent 100 miler is Greg Trapp. Look at what he's wearing.
Whoa!
He's wearing the Jester
Suit.
suit on the website.
That's funny.
He only had 2 DNFs and 100 milers, a Leadville and a Hard Rock. That's pretty
Those
impressive.
would be the ones to
for,
do it at.
Greg Trapp. So, but let's see. Ed Eddinghausen, yes, he is currently the world record holder in terms of most 100 milers. At last count, 220. At least 220 100 milers.
Wow.
You ever look at that list of like all the people who have done, 100 milers, and just some of the names are just staggering. I love that across the years, like a lot of them like show up for that race.
Yeah.
Because I mean, let's be honest, you have to have been around a certain amount of time to run that many 100 milers. Unless you're Walter Handloser, who does like 50 of them one year, and
Yeah.
he's got to be getting close to 100.
Michael Ortiz did that as well. Yeah, and those are all like actual races, right? Like
Yeah.
not because some people will do, I don't know, like they'll count, I don't know, 100-mile training runs.
Yeah, no, these are all like, I mean,
like,
at the very least, I believe that you still have to do like a fixed time ultra, and I don't know if that means necessarily like 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, or 6 day, or if there's sort of any sort of delineation with that. I was thinking about what it would take for me to get to that point where I run 100 milers, and I mean, I guess with the way that it's counted, if it counts the fixed time stuff, I'm at 5 or 6, because most of mine have come in fixed time races.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've got enough time on this earth left to do another 90 plus.
yeah, just
The recovery time alone is just
you
unreal.
would need to like what? If you did like 5 a year, that would still take you.
So, interestingly, Sierra has taken the lead over Christina.
What was that?
It looks like Sierra has retaken the lead over Christina.
Yeah, that was I think a couple laps ago.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, but only we were saying by like.
Oh, that was the
only
35 seconds.
Yeah, still tight. Yeah,
Yeah.
we can give a.
Zach Bitter has dropped.
Dropped.
Yeah.
Well, friends, you asked for
Oh, he stopped.
stopped.
Oh, well, that's a startling development.
Huh.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, he's not feeling well. It sounds like he's running a fever potentially.
Okay.
So, well, that is.
Well, for the folks tuning in, we just got news that Zach Bitter, our men's leader, is dropping out of the race at 47 miles.
And this is why I use the
had
term
a
prohibitive
101
favorite.
fever, or is
Yeah.
currently. So we might not be able to get him in the booth, given the fact that he's not feeling so hot, or he's feeling hot.
Yeah, he's feeling warm.
But yeah, that is kind of a big surprise, and kind of leaves the race pretty wide open for.
I mean, that's
for the folks after that.
That's why you can't get out ahead of your skis in terms of trying to prognosticate a race like this. Nominally Zach Bitter is still in the lead, but Zach has dropped out. So, like, once he's passed, our presumptive leader at this point will probably be Jonah Backstrom. Jonah, who finished, I believe, 6th here last year, as we talked. Yeah, finished in. He was 4th male, 6th overall last year with a 14:10:08. We'll see if Jonah is expected to
probably coming through in the next 10 minutes to take the lead.
Yeah. Followed by Zach Marin and Sam Skeels. They're all like basically Jonah is on his 40th lap, Zach on his 39th, and Sam on his 38th lap. All between 43 and a half and 46 miles. So that and I didn't notice this, but talk about people who have experience in this realm. Pete Kostelnick has moved up to 5th. on the men's side. Talk about a guy who knows how to navigate these races.
Yeah, I'm
You know,
no surprise
Pete-
there. I don't think. I think he will.
Yeah, Pete doing Pete things. I mean, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 runners on the men's side who have eclipsed the 40-mile mark, but none further than 46 and change. So, it's still, pretty close at this point. But yeah, with Zach Bitter dropping, it is a wide open ball game. And Christina Pham has retaken the lead from Sierra DeGroff. This is going to be very interesting. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look and see if they're... Okay, so Christina had a couple loops of 11:07, 11:35, and 10:39. And Sierra has been in the mid-10s. Sierra must have had a slower loop this time around. I'm sorry?
Yep.
No, that's not, Jonah. That's, is it? That's...
No, that wasn't him. But our men's leader is Jonas.
Yeah. Yeah, Sumner. Oh, the with the kicking shirt. Yes. I'm actually a little bit concerned that we haven't seen Sierra DeGroff come through yet. Do I see her down there? Is that her on the left-hand side? No, that's not Sierra DeGroff. What? No, that's not. Oh, yeah, further back there. Yes, that is. I was gonna say, I think this is. Is that Lisa? Yeah, Lisa Cabiles or Cabilles coming through right now. Currently in 4th place. I mean, Sierra's moving fine, like in terms of her pace. Yeah, Sierra just had a 15-minute loop. I wonder if she maybe took a pit stop or something like that. Because she looked like she was moving fine as she came through. But now, I mean, I would say that Christina's probably got her largest lead of the day so far at just under 4 minutes.
Yes.
No, he's what?
Zach Marin going by. Yeah, of our current, so yeah, on the men's, leaderboard now with Zach out of the race. Jonah, Zach, and Sam. Jonah coming in with a PR of 14:10. Sam with a PR of, I think, 14:09 back at the Jackpot Ultras in 2019. And then Zach Marin running 13:25 at Tunnel Hill in 2020. So, yeah, all people who have experience in the 13, 14-hour 100 range. Sam Skeels, like, by far has, like, the most experience running fast hundreds. Like, I just went through some of his results, and, like,
wow, that's a stout
1, 2,
list.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ultras in, like, the 14, 15 hundreds in the 14, 15-hour range. So
It sounds like he's a flat and fast specialist.
So, yeah, he, is our third place leader. Jonah, with a few ultras, but, having kind of come into the scene in the last few years. And then Zach Marin, I think, also kind of newer to the ultra scene. So Sam Skeels will be interesting to see, if he starts to reel the two of them in at all.
So, yeah, for those just joining us, Zach Bitter, at the time, the race leader and prohibitive favorite at the time, entering the day, simply because he has the course record here and is a former world record 100-mile holder, has called it a day. He sounds like he wasn't feeling well coming in, and it sounds like he's running a fever potentially. So that's all we know.
Yeah.
So
we were noticing his last 15, 20 laps were getting progressively slower, and right around
Steve
47
in the chat
miles.
mentioned that, and I looked at it, and I wasn't really concerned initially when I first looked at it. I mean, he was still, like, for Zach slowing down, just running an 8:10 mile pace in the middle of a 100-miler.
Yeah, slow is all relative when it's Zach Bitter.
Absolutely. I was like, well, he's still on pace for it was a mid 12, like a 12:15, 12:30, but yeah.
Day just got a little longer.
Yes. Yes, AJW just made an excellent point. Our live stream is going to last probably a little bit longer on account of this development.
David, good work, man. Multi-time walk.
See if we can get that drone shot. It's a pretty beautiful shot.
Just put Pete in, like, fourth place. Or fifth.
Fourth.
Pete Kostelnik coming through, looking strong. Currently holding fifth, but basically effectively fourth at this point with Zach Bitter.
And only
calling
2
it a
laps
day.
back of Sam Skeels, so very much still in the mix.
Yeah, and when you talk about experience, I mean, and Sam obviously has extensive experience running fast hundreds. I mean, I would say in terms of, like, high level race experience, I don't think anybody out has more than Pete at this point. I mean, Pete with the former course record at Desert Solstice.
Yeah, former American record.
Yeah. Oh, that was. Yeah. I mean, he's.
It's like 167 or 168.
Yeah, I know it was in the upper 160s at one time, which is a staggering total. I mean,
Trans-America run.
He knows what a
40
long
days.
day is like.
It's a casual stroll from California to New York.
I'm sorry?
I was just saying, his casual stroll from California to New York in 40 days.
Every so often, Pete just decides to take off and go across the country in one direction or another.
Well, thanks everyone for watching. Those of you tuning in, feel free to use the chat to throw any questions at us, or if there's someone you're cheering on, you want an update on, we'll try our best to get an update for you. Pinned to the top of the chat is the live tracking for results, so you can go there and see Splits for every lap for every runner, as well as comment on their race. And yeah, we plan on going through the men's and women's leaderboard for the race, which will probably take us till around midnight or a little after.
So Jonah is currently tracking at about a 13:15 pace for the 100 miler, which would be a large chunk off of the U.S. age group record for the 100 miler. Obviously, as we've discussed, and we can't stress enough, it is still early. I mean, our prohibitive favorite who is no longer racing today, Zach Bitter, he's still technically atop the leaderboard based on the way that it is displayed. Great drone shot of the far side of the course. I'm not sure who we're zoned in on there, but yeah, that's the other side of Cornerstone Park here in Henderson, Nevada, where the USATF 100-mile championships are being contested under the Jackpot Ultras banner presented by Aravaipa Running. Yeah, I would expect, Aaron, that we're looking at potentially a 13, 14, somewhere between 13 and 14 for the winner at this point. I don't think we're going to see any sort of...
I think it'll be low 14 hours is my current...
That sounds about right.
Current prediction. I think 14...
You can see Andrew Glaze on 20. The other side of the course right there, moving from right to left in your radio dial.
I think on the women's side, probably more like 15 and 30-ish is what I...
Well, I mean, depending on, if Sierra hits her goal of 15 hours, it would be somewhere in that range. Christina Pham was talking about having a goal of 16, but I think that they might be looking at things a little bit differently now as they're racing. they're now racing one another. I think that their awareness of where one another is at is affecting how they approach it. I'm going to try and talk with their respective crews a little bit and see if the mindset has changed any in their approach. On the hotly contested 80 to 84 age group record, or age 80 to 84 age group. I mean, we kind of want to chuckle, but it's also amazing that we have five guys between 80 to 84. And odds are if they stay in the race, they're going to not only break but substantially improve upon the 80 to 84 age group U.S. record, because that's 32 hours. And if I were to do some quick back of the napkin math, Edward Rousseau is your current leader in that stretch. He is about 23.8988. That's let's see, 3.8988. And he is 6:07:14. So he's trending towards about a 25:40 100 miler, which would knock 6.5 hours off of the current current mark.
it seem like he has a crew, or I feel like some of those guys are probably just like doing their own thing, self-supported.
They opened up cans of Coke at the beginning of this race to make them flat by the time they're ready for their aid station hits. You know, like bottles of log cabin syrup for gels. Like, you know, ultra running circa 1986.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, if it works, it works.
Yeah. Well, as I've mentioned before, some of these runners were on podiums at, you know, big time races back in the, you know, early to mid 80s. I can't speak to specifics, but I can pull some up. I mean, if we were to take a look, I'm sure that let's take a look and see what some of our more senior members have done in years past. Edward Rousseau. So Edward Rousseau, 83 years old. Let's see how far back. Okay, so his race numbers go back to the early 90s.
3 decades.
Let's see. Looks like he was, in his early 50s and doing 100K at the Jed Smith 100K in Sacramento in 9:16. It's respectable, very respectable. 150 miles in 48 hours at some fixed time events. I mean, you know, not necessarily like elite level, but very respectable and very solid, and still at it 30 plus years later. You know, that's commendable.
If they have any planned extended breaks, wish we could chat with them to hear a little bit more of their stories, because I think that'd be really cool.
Another one, David Blaylock.
Getting windy.
David ran Wasatch in 1991, and 92, and 93, and 94, and 95. Those were his first 5 results in ultra sign up, basically. And he ran it. Yeah, so he has run Wasatch 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So apparently he had a very favorite race.
Yep.
And again, very respectable times.
Like he attempted several hundreds recently.
Yeah, he's still doing 100-miler attempts. He's shown up to Javelina. He did Jackpot here in 2015, as far back as then. Yeah, I enjoy checking back. One of our regulars at across the years, John Giesler. Like, have you ever looked at his ultra sign up?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Bonkers.
I met him at Vermont for the
30
first
years
time.
of Vermont top 10 finishes. Let's see. That was David Blaylock. Let's check on Todd Lee.
There's chatting.
Todd Lee, he first ran Angeles Crest back in 1986.
Wow.
How
old was he then? 44?
44, yeah. Okay. He ran Western States in 1987.
Just getting warmed up, Ed. Just getting warmed up.
Yeah, he was out there on these trails with Andy Jones Wilkins. Vermont 100, ran Vermont 100 in 1991. Wasatch, I mean,
yeah, there's only so many hundreds that go back into the 80s and 90s.
So Todd Lee, I mean, multiple runs at at Western States, at Angeles Crest, Wasatch, Vermont 100, Leadville. You know, he's got a whole lot of. Right now, we've got, if you're checking out, we've got Christina Pham on the left, and that is our, the guy on the right was our
Rocking
Alex
the
Docta.
Hawaiian.
Alex Docta, the nice Hawaiian shirt. But yeah, Christina coming in, approaching the 46-mile mark. So yeah, that was Todd Lee. I mean, an extensive race history spanning 30-plus years of 100-milers.
Coming in hot. Yeah.
So next up, I would like to take a look at Dennis Trafficante. And as I mentioned, I believe that Dennis Trafficante is the oldest finisher in Javelina 100's history.
Okay. Just recently, or?
Let's take a quick look. He finished, when was the last time he finished Javelina? 2020. Oh, he did the 100K in 2021, and he did the 100-miler in 2020. So at the age of 78,
wow,
he finished Javelina 100.
Is the cutoff 30 hours at
Yeah.
Javelina? Yeah.
So he was a golden hour finisher, and he finished in 29:31 back in 2020. That was a milder year, but still nothing to take away from it. And looking at his race history, you know, he's got ultras going back to 1991 when he was in his 40s. Leona Divide, you know, great Southern California race. He's run that multiple times. You know, sub 26 hour at Western States, sub 24 at Angeles Crest back in 1997. Like, these guys who are competing, they've all got very stout resumes. Western States finisher again in 1999 and in 2000.
Hey, I mean, it's kind of like it almost makes sense for someone who's, you know, still competing in their 80s. Like, it's likely that they've had like a strong, you know, like
they kept themselves in
background,
shape.
and yeah, like you got to be doing something to still still be running hundreds in your 80s.
You know, he finished last year's Jackpot at the age of 79 in 35:01:47.
Be interesting too. I wonder if, you know, they probably have pre-existing like results that don't, you know, that Ultra Sign Up doesn't have, you know, like, you know,
Oh, for sure.
like there's probably stuff in the 70s or even, you know, because a lot of them were were in their 40s by, you know, showing up in the Ultra Sign Up results, but you know, maybe they got into the sport even earlier.
Well, that's what Bill Dickey told me. Like, I didn't find out that he finished in, you know, Western States in 1979 because Ultra Sign Up told me. I found out because Bill Dickey told me because Ultra Sign Up didn't go back that far. And I don't know, look up this last octogenarian, Ian Madison. Ian Madison. Ooh, American River in 1980. These guys have been around a while. It's awesome.
37.
A sub 21 hour at Western States in 1982.
It's a little easier to get in those years.
Yes. Yeah, but the time is still.
Yeah, no. I know it wasn't time, but I was,
you know,
just
24th
thinking
at
in my
Western
head,
States
that'd be
in
nice.
1984 with a time of 1956. Yeah, I mean, you know, these guys, you know, that are in their 80s now, they were running Western States when they were in their 40s. You know, I mean, I'm in awe. So at the age of 45, which is my age, he ran Western States in a time of 23:39.
Wow.
I could only hope to do that. Oh my goodness, he's got a ton of Western States finishes. How many?
Coming through the start finish is Sumner Jones, Cleveland Heights, Ohio, are one of our youngest competitors in the 100 mile at 22 years old. I think we got two 22-year-olds in the 100, and in the 48 hour we have a 12-year-old and a 16-year-old running the 48 hour, which is pretty wild. But yeah, Sumner is currently in 8th. Earlier in the day he was as high as I think 3rd place. Maybe had a little bit of a setback, but seems to be moving pretty consistently and putting in good loops. And this is his first 100.
I wonder. Okay, so with some of these octogenarians, like the fact that there are 5 of them, like probably means that they all have to, like, they're all going to keep each other honest in terms of, like, you know, you can't take a long, you know, nap and know that you're going to wake up and still be able to win a national championship.
Yeah, no.
They got to stay out here and do the work. Otherwise, you know, somebody else will be more than happy to pick up and take the ball and run with it.
Maybe they were hoping they'd be the only 80 plus in the field, and then said, "Oh no, so and so is going to be there."
Yeah, the 80 to 84.
Maybe they all chatted ahead of time and coordinated their schedules. That'd be a great athlete panel, the 5 of them.
I would say that outside of 41 to 45 men, that was the most heavily populated age group.
We aren't doing the live stream tomorrow, but it would be cool to try to, I don't know, maybe do some interviews of them tomorrow. I know I'll be coming back in the morning just to hang out probably a bit, so I'll try and find them.
If you guys can do it, I would say for sure. Like, I'll actually be heading out first thing tomorrow morning, so.
Do you drive or fly? Or
I flew, but I might as well have driven.
How far is the drive?
It's about 4.5, 5 hours.
Okay.
Maybe, but I actually I got stuck at Sky Harbor with a 4-hour delay from Phoenix. It's a 40-minute flight. I spent 4 hours in the air, like more than 4. I mean,
you can be a little more productive, though, you know, compared to in your car.
I mean, I was so exhausted. I was supposed to land here at like 10:45 on Wednesday night. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
And I didn't land, and I don't know what time I landed. I wasn't really paying attention, but all I know is I didn't get into my hotel room until about 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I gained an hour. It was a nightmare.
Someone has asked.
I still had to work yesterday as well, like during my normal day job. I had scheduled meetings at 8 o'clock local time because I was like, I'm having a nice productive day.
A good night of sleep.
Yikes.
Someone was asking if Zach Bitter is out. He is indeed out. Just maybe 20-ish minutes ago, we got word that he was feeling unwell, has a bit of a fever, I think 101 temp, and he called it at 47 miles. So sad to see because he was having a good day out there, was on pace for a fast 100 in the 12-13 hour range, but he has nothing to prove.
I mean, I understand that sometimes people say, well, they don't feel the same way about elites and pro runners dropping out of races, but this is their livelihood. This is there's sure, if they wanted to do a pride finish, that's fine. But I also know that Zach has done that in years past. I remember at Desert Solstice one year where he was really out of sorts at the 100-mile mark, but he wanted to stay out there for a full 24. And he didn't post a huge time for a 24-hour number. I want to say it was in the 120s, like maybe lower 130s.
Yeah.
But it was important to him on that particular day to stay out on the course.
Yeah, and I think this is just part of a much longer kind of build for him in his season. So I could see, he probably came into this thinking, okay, I'm going to run
Oh, was it
13 hours and then move on. Like, I think, it's just part of his build. So
Zach actually had at Desert Solstice 2020, he ran a 17:15 for the 100 miler.
Okay.
But he stuck around for the entire. I remember this for
Yeah.
the entirety of the 24 hours, and he ended up with a 1:15.89, which is a nice total for most people, but Zach Bitter is not most people. So, I thought that I was really impressed with him that day that he decided to stick it out and stay on the course. When things were obviously not going according to plan. So.
Graham from South Africa. We will only be doing the coverage, I think through the men's and women's 100-mile podium is what our current plan is. So, yeah.
Second stream, though, it'll start up, after 8 hours.
Okay. Yeah, we will switch to another stream. So it will switch out after 8 hours, just due to what YouTube allows us to do. So if this one ends, hop on stream 2. And Thomas asks if Kit Brazier is out. I'm not sure about Kit. We can look into that and see what her recent
Kit Brazier? No,
laps.
Kit Brazier's still there. Kit is about 20
It won't
laps.
show if they've left though, right?
Oh, if they've-
Is it,
Let's
like-
take a look here.
I guess it could show when she last came through for a loop.
Oops. What am I looking at here?
How you guys doing?
Great.
Good?
Kit last passed through at 6:34, so 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
still out there.
Yeah. So Kit just came through the start finish just
Bib,
about 5 minutes
lucky
or
number
so
7.
ago. So she is still out there, still putting in laps out here on the course. Rider of the course. This is the 100-mile National Road Championships here in Henderson, Nevada. It's a 1.17-mile loop for the 100-mile runners. 85 loops and one little bonus 0.48-mile loop make up the course. And we can pretty much see it all from the start-finish area across the way. Very open, very minimal elevation. I think 50 to 40 feet across the mile.
You can see
which I guess does add up across 85 loops. Have to do the math on that, but
It's a great shot of the course area. You can see from the
40.
drone shot. We were focusing on the far side,
Yeah.
and now we're kind of angling over. You can see this is an all-purpose park. I mean, there's obviously a race taking up a lot of the sidewalk and path here.
it's open to the public, right?
yeah.
Like as the race, yeah.
We've had a few people swing by our tent and ask, "What's going on?"
Yeah, it's always a
And,
fun one.
And when you tell them, they're pretty much in awe. Has Jam made any wardrobe changes?
He has.
Yeah, he has. he's no longer wearing his Jackpot suit.
Yeah, Jam. Why no suit?
There's no reason.
Just weren't feeling it.
It's just for the morning.
He had to go out and get it pressed again for tomorrow morning. Our leader, Jonah Backstrom, just coming through at this point. Jonah has, I believe he just hit the halfway point or thereabouts. He is at 50.8 miles and moving very well. So he is at 6:41.52.
Jimmy O, we're requesting that you wear the peacock dress that was was being worn earlier. That's Matt in the chat.
Matt's very brave
Yep,
when
the
he's talking from
showgirls.
7,000 miles away.
Yeah, Matt, we might have you dress up next year.
So yeah, I mean, right now, you know, I would say that
Jamil and Matt could be our future showgirls.
Jonah Backstrom, you know, really moving very well. About a lap ahead of Zach Marin, and Sam Skeels is a couple laps behind them on the men's side. Jonah looking that he could be having having himself a day, potentially low 13s, which would be, you know, one of the best performances here at Jackpot on the men's side, and also be an age group national record.
Yeah, where's Jonas' current 14:10 stand in the
on the women's
leaderboard?
Christina Pham has taken the lead, and is roughly let's see, about 4 minutes ahead of Sierra DeGroff at this point. So still very early on that side of the race.
Yeah, I was just checking on Jonah's time, 14:10 from last year, which a spot or two if he is able to hold pace.
Looks like we might potentially have some more drone shots coming to us.
Nice.
Courtesy of Jam Jam himself, who is on the drone and on the production board.
He's a man of many talents.
Right? I heard he runs every so often, too.
I know. Yeah,
I believe he's training for the Sedona Canyons 125 mile. I think that's what he's running.
Oh, okay. When's that?
This May. In May. As part of the Coconut 250
okay.
event, kind of becoming a running festival almost, with 3 different distances all finishing in Flagstaff.
What's the third distance?
There's the third one is a 36 miler.
Okay.
That starts at Fort Tuttle, goes through Walnut Canyon and up over Eldon, and finishes down in Heritage Square in Flagstaff. So. And we will be doing the live stream coverage on that one for 5.5 days.
Are those other distances new, like,
yes,
this year?
Yeah, they're all new.
That's exciting.
Looking out on the course, I see Daniel Goldstein has picked up some movement again. I'm glad to see that. Looks like he was having a rough go of it for a little while there, doing the problem solving that comes along with choosing to run 100 miles.
Yep.
And hopefully he is on his way to recovering the day for himself. You can see on the drone footage right now, you've got a field of tents over there, and those were occupied by runners. I guess maybe there'll be some of them that are here for the 48-hour one, a place to sleep, so they had rentals available. And there are some canopies a little bit higher up that are actually for the 48-hour and the 24-hour. Like the 100-mile championship, the USATF championship, does not go up on that section. So most runners that are doing that are going to want to have their tent closer to the actual race course. Doing a flyover of Cornerstone Park here, as you can see, we've got some basketball hoops on the side as we approach the first lake crossing that the runners encounter. It is just a beautiful race setting. You can see the mountains in the background surrounding Henderson, Nevada, just outside of Las Vegas. I guess technically it would be a suburb of Las Vegas, about 10 miles east of the Strip, if I remember correctly. It was about a 22-minute Uber ride
From
from the center of the strip.
yeah.
So
I'm late for my shift. Uh-oh, I'm gonna get fired already. I am at 2.
yeah, hey, maybe we can have Jamil zoom in on that basketball game, and we'll do a little bit
Yeah.
of do our best Marv
pretty
Albert
cool.
on those.
Having a pretty dynamic to have like a drone covered outside basketball game.
See runners on the far side of the course, mixing in the 48-hour and the 100-mile U.S. Championships on that side. So.
All right.
And yeah, you can see the shot of the mountains in the background. Apparently, yeah, I guess that there is no fishing in the lake, but there are fish in there. So. And yeah, for those that are concerned, course cutting is not an issue here at the Jackpot Ultras. I didn't know that, Matt. The year that we broadcast 6 Days in the Dome, I wasn't a part of that stream, but they had youth ice hockey happening in the infield area of the track.
Yeah.
That's actually really neat. Yeah, you can kind of see pit row as our flyover with the basketball courts on the other side.
Three-pointer on the basketball court there.
Did he call it?
Yeah. We're approaching the 7-hour mark, which will... Yeah, and we've had our first two runners, Jonah and Zach, hit 50 miles.
Zach Marin.
Yeah, Zach Marin, too. Yeah, I guess I just said Zach.
Yeah, for those just tuning in, Zach Bitter has withdrawn from the race about 48 miles in, citing illness. So
yeah, if we, what's 641 times 2 would be 1320-ish given his current pace. So yeah, I'm expecting,
Jonah coming in right now.
Yep, here comes Jonah through.
And he's been steady. Listen to these. He's slower than he was, but he's found another level of being steady. His last 6 loops: 9:10, 9:17, 9:17, 9:12, 9:09, 9:08.
Be fun to maybe get a little intel from his crew on. Maybe we can add some.
Yeah, I'll see if I can figure out which
to the conversation. Maybe he has a specific goal in mind. Maybe he's just out to compete. But yeah, it'd be.
Well, he is, on the other side of 50 miles. So let's see if he's.
Yeah, it's a nice mark.
Women's leader Christina Pham has just come through. Through the start-finish line area, about 48.5 miles, and keeping about looks like kind of hugging an 11-minute lap pace, which with this being a little bit more than a mile, it's about a 9:24 pace per mile for her. She is about, last I checked, about 4 minutes ahead of the second place female, Sierra DeGroff. And with every passing mile past a certain point, though, Christina is going to be in uncharted territory. And we're rapidly approaching that point. I don't know if she's got anything longer than 50-mile finishes.
Narrow it.
50K, Coldwater Rumble 52 miler. A lot of 50Ks. She did, okay, so I believe that her longest run, I remember this run, I was there. She just cooked it. Hot Foot Hamster, it was hot. It was the first year of the Hot Foot Hamster. And she ran 69.28 miles in 12 hours, which is extremely impressive. Which I believe might still be a course record for women on that course, and a substantial one, yeah. Christina Pham, 69.28 miles on that. Gladys Rionda, 57.16, and Ellen Lagerman, 56.91.
Oh, 69, okay. So that,
yeah, 69 miles in 12 hours, you know.
Yeah, I was just looking at her build up on Strava. She's public there, so looks like she got right up to around 100 miles for a couple of weeks there before starting to taper down. So she's used to at least like the volume and time on feet of big training weeks, which I think is going to be important. Did she run much with the Aravaipa crew at all?
She used to,
Yeah.
when she lived in Arizona.
She doesn't anymore? Oh.
Yeah, she, I believe she moved to Wyoming.
Oh. She didn't update her Strava. I guess she didn't update her Strava.
Oh. I believe that she is an educator up in that area.
Okay. Oh yeah, Casper, Wyoming. A little snowier, a little icier up there.
951 833 6066.
Beautiful drone shot of the start-finish line area. I like when Jamil just kind of parks the drone, so to speak.
What's the lighting like here at night? Do you know? Is it
The lighting?
pretty
So this
well lit?
area is pretty well lit on this side. The other side is okay, but then when you head actually like probably the last, I don't know, quarter of the loop, it gets pretty dark, which was interesting because last year Jamil was following Camille Herron around the loop on her last lap, and over on the far side, the only way we would have known where Camille was, because people are wearing headlamps, because it does get that dark.
Okay.
But Jamil was, carrying a powerful light in addition to his camera.
Okay.
So
you could see the light.
and
as it
he
goes
had to
around.
book because I believe that she ran like a 6:30 for her last mile.
Wow.
Yeah, Jake Jackson raises an excellent point in regards to course integrity. If the easiest way to know if someone cut the course is if they're soaking wet from swimming across.
Do you know if there's any drone coverage at night, or does that cut out?
I think that we might. I mean, normally no, but
Yeah. I didn't know what the quality level of drone is, and kind of cool to
as
see
long as
like
it's
the
lit, it's
lights
actually
of-
a really nice
yeah.
shot. If it's not very well lit, then there's really not much you're
Yeah,
getting
not
out of
much to
it.
see.
As far as it looks like some geese are crossing Of course, I'll be honest that that would terrify me a little bit as a runner.
Yeah, they can be pretty aggressive. I've
Aggressive and
definitely-
unpredictable.
Yeah. Especially when they're in packs. If it's just one or two, it's okay. Sometimes they'll like cover this place that I run. There'll be like 30 of them just covering the trail. Change my route.
So Pete Kostelnik is going to be coming up here shortly. He'll be moving into 4th place. There are at the top, we've got Jonah Backstrom, Zach Marin, and Sam Skeels. And then there are 5 men that are all within, or 4 men that are all within 1 lap of one another in Pete Kostelnik, Alex Docta, Jeremy Brooks, and Sumner Jones. Then Sam.
10:07 to.
Well, and it sounds like those 2 are the most experienced at.
Yeah.
He had a stretch of 8 laps where he didn't break 10 minutes on any of them, and then now he is running basically 9-minute laps and change. So
Someone was mentioning the audio might be fading in and out.
let's see.
We'll look into that. Chris, thanks for letting us know.
Thanks for the heads up. Of course, there are about 45 people in the 44 people in the 100-mile U.S. ATF championships, and then we've got a few dozen in the 48-hour that are starting. That have 40 hours to go.
When's the next race start?
Tomorrow morning, or is it tonight, Jamil? When is the next start?
There's
something tonight, right?
Hour, it starts tonight.
Okay. So 6 and 12 hours starting tonight as well.
Just a couple people. Most people start tomorrow. Okay, good. We didn't have the audio on one of the screens.
Oh. Okay. Well, it sounds like we have our audio back, hopefully.
Hopefully you guys can
We
hear
can
us.
repeat everything we've said for the last 20 minutes and catch everybody up to speed. It goes out when the camera is walking.
Oh, yeah.
We'll leave that for people much smarter than us to address. Looks like we've got a shot that is level with the race course right now. Thank you to our person filming along the course. I do like the race level shots as well as the drone shots. A little bit of GW, and just okay. That's okay. I just make stuff up when it's out. I'm sure that what you are making up is probably at least as interesting as some of the stuff we find ourselves saying.
Be funny. Who's that guy? Ozzy something. He like I don't know. He's like a famous Instagram or YouTube guy. He'll like re-narrate.
Like
things.
dubbing in.
Yeah. Kind of fun to do for some ultras.
Christina Pham making her way around at her most recent lap. It's going to be about the just short of 50 miles at this point. And also moving into 4th overall at this point. So our 4th and 5th overall are the women's leaders at this point in the race. And she's only about 2 minutes, 15 seconds back of third place Sam Skills. Uh-oh. And here comes Sierra DeGroff catching up. How far apart are they? Maybe 15 seconds at this point?
Yeah, 22 seconds. She's looking good.
She looks better.
Yeah.
Like I said,
she stopped for a break there. We'll see how long she.
Oh, she's stopping for a break right now?
Yeah, she's just right.
Yeah, her approach versus Christina's couldn't be more different. She is, Sierra is stopping, like literally stopping to, stand and converse with crew and supporters, whereas Christina has not stopped forward motion since the race started. Outside of probably, maybe bathroom breaks, she's not leaving the course. Even when she talks to her crew person, her partner Norm, he kind of shuffles alongside her for a couple feet while, she is relaying instructions or requests.
She's still stopped.
Sounds great. We can check in and we can kind of formulate a plan.
AJW asking, what do we know about 50-year-old Jeremy Brooks from Texas? He's mowing through the field. Yeah, I noticed that Jeremy is moving his way up and is now a part of that log jam that is about 48, 49 miles in with Pete, Alex Docta, the Hawaiian shirted Alex Docta, and Sumner Jones, the Taylor Swift shirted Sumner Jones. What do I know about Jeremy Brooks? I'd say next to nothing, but I'd be lying because that's giving myself more credit than that I know a thing or two. Let's take a look at Mr. Jeremy Brooks. He had a...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, do you want to come in and talk? Yeah, come on in. We're going to...
I can... I'll hand
No,
off.
are you sure?
Yeah.
Either or.
You got you're a good question asked.
I drove 12 hours here yesterday because he was like, I need help. Are you mad?
Yeah, have a seat.
Thanks, bro.
Pop these guys on.
tell you, but I'll tell you everything I know.
Oh, we're gonna drill you for that hard hard information. So,
All right.
What's your name?
My name's Jesse Cody.
Jesse Cody. Welcome to the live stream, and you're crewing race leader Jonah Backstrom right now.
That's correct. Yeah.
So how did you end up getting drafted into this situation?
Man. So Jonah and I are lifelong friends. I mean, we're high school teammates, cross country, track and field.
Okay.
Back in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in the '90s.
Where did Patrick go? They're Cambridge, Mass guys.
Well, we got another Cambridge guy.
Boston.
Yeah. All right. Cambridge. Yeah. So. We've been friends ever since, obviously, and even though we live at different places, we always keep up with each other in our ongoings. And I've been extremely proud of what Jonah's done as a runner. So being here was a no-brainer for me, even though I had to drive 12 hours from Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Oh wow! So you're from Santa Fe? Yeah.
I'm from Cambridge, but I live in Santa Fe.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Like one of the things we've talked about over the course of the coverage is how Jonah has had some improvement year over year at this race that has been, something to behold.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you look at, I believe it was a few years ago that he was in the 19-hour range, and then he chopped 5 hours off of that, and went from a 19 and change to a 14 and change, 1908 to 14:10, and now he's tracking even faster than that.
Yeah.
I know that, and we've compared it with the USATF age group record for 45 to 49, currently held by Olivier LeBlond. Is Jonah aware of that number and chasing that number?
Oh, yeah, he's well aware of it.
Okay, good.
This is certainly his goal today. Here he comes, coming up right now. So,
he's
it's something he's chasing, he just felt like after last year, that drastic improvement and actually having a better understanding of what it takes to run a 100-mile ultra, that if he ran smart and consistent, he could definitely, chase that record.
He's definitely on pace for a special day at this point.
Yeah,
he's
really
been
is.
moving really well, consistent. Like right now he's tracking in the 9 to 9:30 range per loop, which means that he's doing about an 8:10 pace per mile.
Just over 8. I've been kind of trying to catch every third lap or so for him to give him understanding where he's at. I think the goal for him right now is to make sure he takes a few of those laps a little bit easier and then kind of pick and choose his moments.
Sure.
We have a little trick of the trade, kind of talking about things to set his eyes on and to use a few laps to chase down for him to use those faster laps to kind of keep himself on that pace that he's looking at. So,
and part of the it's just a fact when it comes to these races that not everybody has a day go their way. We know that there was an 800-pound gorilla in the race by the name of Zach Bitter, who we all know that is arguably he's one of the best runners in the world at this distance.
100%.
Now that Zach has decided to call it a day, has Jonah's mindset changed? That he was going to come out and try and run his best race and set the USATF record. Has he kind of come to terms with the fact that he could conceivably now become a national champion in addition to winning that age group?
Yeah, I think when I kind of dropped it on him, I told him, here's your pace. I kind of went over a few things, and at the end I go, and by the way, you're in first place now. And he kind of just looked at me quickly, and I said, Zach's moved out of the race. And I said, so the first thing you need to do is calm down. Because I know him.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm sure it's going to light a fire in you, but you got to take this one lap at a time, 1 mile at a time. Just keep chipping. So, the ultimate goal, sure, that record's great for him to set, but I think as, his support and his friend here, I'll just keep telling him, you're leading the race, and that in itself is pretty amazing, and let's just keep an eye on that and just keep counting these laps down.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's looking fantastic. He seems steady. He seems dialed in. But now it's not just an issue of trying to, hit certain, time targets. I'm sure he was always hoping to try and do his best, and if he won, he won. But now, more than halfway into the race, and he is the leader. And there's potentially looking at this, I would say up to 9 guys that are within, a potential striking distance if things, get a little bit weird, which they always do in a race like this.
They always do. It's 100 miles.
Yeah. So, but if Jonah keeps doing what he's doing, he's in control of his own destiny.
Yeah.
And, the top 2 men do have a few miles on the rest of the field, but we are still, just barely halfway into the day. But if he keeps this up, he'll be able to watch the 11 o'clock news.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
all,
No, I mean, I guess part of that is my job to make sure I remind him of that, just one lap at a time. The other thing that's cool about this is the first 2 times he ran, he didn't have anybody here. He just showed up on his own. So I'm glad his family really wanted to be here. You know, the snowstorms really kind of hurt people's travels.
It affected
to
my
get
travel.
Here, so
yeah,
I'm glad he has at least one person in his family are glued to the computer watching you guys right
Good.
now and watching Jonah run. So they're definitely here, and he knows that as well.
I'm glad to hear it. And I guess one last thing, I want you to, obviously be able to take care of him first and foremost.
Yep.
Is he an easy person to crew for, or a hard person to crew for? Or like, is he? He's not cracking the whip too hard, or is he?
No. I mean, listen, Jonah was that guy in high school that, he wasn't the best runner, but he was the hardest worker. He was the captain, and he led by example, and he's been doing that his whole life. Jonah's just really led by example and worked hard, and I think a lot of people look at Jonah and he's a really easy person to root for, because this right here, this if it turns out the way it could turn out, really equals a lot of hard work.
Yeah, I mean, last year was a breakthrough performance for him in terms of the time. This could be a breakthrough performance in terms of stature, like because again, if he wins this race, he's a national champion in a USATF event. And
that's wow.
we'll see if he can hold on. It'll be interesting to follow. So, but thank you very much. I'm going to give you a chance to get back to make sure that you've got him all set up for the next 45 miles.
Awesome. All right, brother. Thank you so much.
I love talking with the crew and supporters for all of our racers here. It's really an exciting time. A whole lot of hurry up and wait, but there's a lot of energy. It's a very positive feeling. The sun has kind of reached its the point where it's going to start to head down a little bit. It is, and it's going to get cold. I know that I've got a few extra layers that I'm probably going to have to throw on. Looks like Jeremy Brooks as well is from Boston.
Yes.
Like, what are you guys putting in the water over there? I mean, you got Jeremy Brooks, Jonah Backstrom, Patrick Karen, Scott Traer. Like,
They all wear sneakers.
What? Well, that's actually what I was going to allude to next. Like, they cultivate top flight runners, but they got to keep them around.
Yeah.
But we're cool when they come out to Arizona. We enjoy it.
Hey, Chris, good to see you again.
You too, AJW.
Patrick's going to take a little break. Hopefully try and find some of Jeremy Brooks' crew. Carrie, no offense taken. Are you related to Jeremy? Carrie Brooks is in the chat.
I possibly
guessing so.
They do share a last name.
Yeah, in the last 20 laps, Jeremy Brooks has certainly had the fastest splits of anybody out there.
Yeah, we were just going off of what his entry in the My Race results said. He's from Universal City, Texas. So
yeah,
we were just going off that.
Right.
And simply because he is a few months older than Jonah Backstrom, he technically is also shooting for the 50 to 54 national championship.
Okay, Carrie is the better half of Jeremy. Excellent. Thank you, Carrie, for joining us.
People reciting how many consecutive 100-mile weeks Andrew Glaze has run has become the equivalent of Where's Courtney. I wasn't going to say it, but I did have that kind of thought as well.
What shoes is Anton wearing?
Yes.
Check your bingo card.
Yes. Where's Jim? Where's Jim Walmsley? Where's Courtney? Let's see. What else? What would we occasionally hear?
Okay, Carrie is telling us there is no crew for Jeremy.
Okay.
Well, I will tell you this, Carrie. He is running a great race and plowing his way through the field. I expect to see him by our checkpoint in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, there's a nice little crew of runners that are Jeremy Brooks, Alex Docta, Pete and Sumner Jones that are all, and Jean Pommier. Like, that are all right there and kind of tied up with one another just within a lap or so.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be any of those young guys with Jean on their heels. He's gonna charge in the second half. Here comes the youngster, Sumner Jones, prancing up the hill
In that Taylor Swift
in that
shirt.
sartorial Taylor Swift concert shirt. So then this is as expected. We have Sierra DeGroff coming.
Sierra's coming in,
and Christina have had a back and forth.
Yeah, they've switched the lead.
So this is Sierra coming through the aid station now in first. So she flipped the script. They were only a few seconds apart, and I do see down the
there's Christina down there.
Down the way, Christina. So a lot of this could just be time spent in the aid station.
A bathroom break here or there. Well, as I was mentioning, I don't know if you've been able to watch, but the two of them in their approach to aid stations couldn't be more different.
Really?
Yeah. So when Christina comes through, she basically has not stopped forward motion at all.
Just grabs stuff, gets rid of stuff.
Not even that. Basically, for instance, she is so particular about being efficient. Her crew partner Norm was. I was actually standing next to them during an exchange earlier, where Norm held out a soft flask, and a note. He doesn't talk to her.
Really?
he
That's
passes
cool.
her notes. And
Here
so
comes our leader, Jonah. Hello, Jonah.
Going. But
we just talked to your crew. Said nothing but nice things.
But they dropped.
Sally, Christina.
But when Norm was handing off the note to Christina, it was fumbled and dropped. And rather than bend over and turn around, take 2 steps to pick it up, Christina kept going. Norm picked it up and gave it to her the next loop.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
and Sierra's taking a little more time.
Sierra stops.
I'm seeing over here talking to people.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing things extremely different, but still, all in all, just a minute or two apart from one another at any given time.
Yeah, that is a fascinating women's race.
I would expect
at
Christina
about the halfway. Yep, they've just hit the halfway. Well, 50.8. So
yeah, I'm assuming. Well, and they're both wearing pretty minimal kits, and it is starting to get a little bit brisk out here. So
yeah, and it'll cool off quickly.
Yeah. I can already tell.
This hillside behind us with the condos on it, it's gonna cool off this side of the course pretty quickly. I'm gonna guess that this is Jeremy Brooks. Carrie, you're out there on the chat. Does he have a fluorescent day glow?
That is Jeremy Brooks.
Yeah, there he is. Jeremy Brooks moving really well. Okay, now we know he's got the
he has a
cutout
very,
shirt. There he is. Your fourth place male, Jeremy Brooks.
His shirt is very breathable.
Yeah, closing with every lap. Yeah, Jake Jackson says it's those harsh winters that make them tough. Yep, I lived through my fair share of those harsh winters as a beast coaster, and I'm done with them.
Yeah.
Done. I'll take the harsh winter we've had in Arizona with a few frosts now and then.
People don't understand how miserable this winter is.
It has been
so cold.
It has been a brutal winter.
It's in the 40s and 50s every day.
Every day. And sometimes the sun doesn't come out till 11.
Yeah, it's been absolutely freezing this winter in Arizona. Won't somebody feel for us?
Occasionally they open the golf courses late.
Oh, now
I mean, come on. Just totally messes with my mojo. First class aid station, by the way, over here, as we've come to expect from Patty Curry and her team with Aravaipa.
Looks like we've got we're kind of rolling through some of the sites and shots from the course. Looks like we've got some stills from all around Cornerstone Park here in Henderson, Nevada, at the USATF 100-mile Road National Championships. I am Chris Warden. This is Andy Jones-Wilkins, and we're to the point where theoretically we're halfway through our race in terms of the the podium on the men's side and for 2/3 of the women's side.
Yep.
And
yep.
everything is still pretty snug out there. I mean, it's
So, with the typical slowdown, I would expect a male finishing time in 15 plus, possibly.
you think?
You think you could go under 15?
I was thinking. I mean, the way Jonah's moving. I mean,
It could go under. Okay. I'll give you that. We'll,
Jonah is still. I can quickly do some napkin math on his paces. Like his last 3 laps have been 9:26 to 9:31, so he's
okay.
remarkably consistent.
I'll stand corrected on that. He could sneak under. I don't think he's sneaking under 14:30.
9:26.
And I'm buying tonight if he does.
I mean, with a 9:26 loop on here is an 8:05 pace. Now that's still cooking for
that's
this
moving.
point in the day.
That's moving. While the wind has been a bit gusty, the notorious Las Vegas area winds have not really been a factor.
If it's anything like it was on Wednesday night, then it could become a factor.
SC in the chat. Yes, indeed. Jean Palmier is coming through the start-finish again. He looks just like he did on his first loop as he completes for Jean his 42nd loop.
So you're familiar with Jean Palmier? Then?
Oh, yeah. From my Bay Area years.
Okay.
Absolutely. He's a bit younger than me, but he's with Quicksilver Running Club, very active with them down in San Jose. Volunteers every year up at the aid station at Duncan Canyon. Just a great guy, and just seems to get faster with age. One of those folks that kind of defies the father time, at least
He's
for
not
now.
younger than you.
Oh no, he's older than me.
Yeah.
He was younger than me. He's older than me.
I don't know how that works.
Collared shirt commentary gives you a little hashtag napkin math.
Yeah, that's my specialty. Cribbing together numbers that are, I can present with 60% confidence.
That's better than our friends over at Single Track who eschew public math. I'll go ahead and throw it out there, and I'll be within 10%. A question,
but they are our buddies.
Of course they are. A question for Jam Jam in the chat is: any chance we get a remote-controlled car follow cam? Something perhaps Jamil has not thought of yet, but I would put it past him. Right now, by the way, if you're looking at that drone shot, look at that.
Yeah,
that's pretty close to the action down on that little gravel section going into the spillway.
Yeah, that's one of the few spots on the course that is not paved. It's
it's not a huge section, but it is a little bit of a
probably a nice little respite for the soles of your feet to run in a slightly softer area, especially if for these runners who are running 100 miles in carbon plated shoes.
Yeah.
A little bit more give on a couple of those sections.
I did see Pete Kostelnik. He started with Carbon X's and took them off about mile 15.
Oh.
I think went back to good old-fashioned Clifton's.
Yeah, not everybody likes to wear, those carbon-plated shoes for, extended periods of time. I mean, Camille wasn't wearing them last year when she had her run. She was, running, in a more cushioned shoe.
Yeah,
other people, like Nick Curry, will run them on hard rock.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he used to run hard rock on racing flats, so.
And, of course, not everybody that you see coming through is on the same race.
Here's our second-place male, Zach Marin, hitting the 55.5-mile mark.
Looking solid.
Get an idea of what the gap is.
So it looks like we've got a follow on Jonah right now.
Okay, it's an 8-minute gap between Jonah and Zach, which in a 100-miler, 55 miles in, is a decent gap, but by no means insurmountable. And Zach was moving well. Yeah, 55 miles, almost and a half hours in. Shadows lengthening here at Cornerstone Park.
I did talk to Jonah's crew, and one of the things that we, and you could probably speak to this from your racing experience. Obviously, you've been in extensive events, over, a long period of time. When you have a situation such as today where you had a prohibitive favorite in Zach Bitter, everybody knew that, he was the person, like if it were being wagered on, that he would be the betting favorite. And then when Zach opts to pull out of the race due to not feeling well, how that changes the the mindset of the runners who are running second and third and were in a very close race. I did talk to Jonah's crew person about how about the fact that he had just missed Olivier Leblanc's age group record by a hair, 24 seconds.
In the race last year?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So, and I said, how acutely aware is he of that? And he's
very aware.
But how it changes from, he wanted to run like a sub, like break 14:09 for his 100-miler, but now it's also, I can win this thing.
Yeah.
It changes everything.
So I personally had a couple of experiences like that, and then I can share one from Western States a few years ago. One time in Angeles Crest, I was going through the boulders at mile 52 and came across Scott Jurek just leaning on the rocks, sitting there enjoying the view, and passed him. And there had been other people ahead of me who passed him, but everybody thought it was Scott Jurek's race to lose. And once we realized he was not going to finish, it was like, oh my gosh, your mind completely, the switch was completely flipped. Fast forward a few years later to Western States, and I came down to the river crossing. I think I was in 4th or 5th place at the time. And there on the other side of the river, soaking his quads with his shirt off and his bib number taken off, was Hal Kerner, who was the prohibitive favorite at that point. And it was like game on. But the most extreme example that I know of this, and Eric Clifton is starting to move better, by the way, than he has the last couple of laps, was in the 2019 Western States, which was won by Claire Gallagher, second place Brittany Peterson. Courtney DeWalter had about a 30-minute lead at Forest Hill, was almost on course record pace, got down to the river crossing, and mysteriously talked to Kevin, her crew, and ultimately ended up dropping out with a hip injury. Nothing super serious, and both when Claire got down there and then when Brittany got down there and they're at the river crossing, crews, you could see them. They're whispering in their ears. There's a lot where it's like all of a sudden they were thinking it's a race for second to I can win this thing.
Yeah.
And there's Jeremy again. Wow, it seems like he was just here. And so he got in between Sierra DeGroff and Christina Pham.
Haven't seen Christina coming up.
Jeremy
yet.
continues to plow his way through the field.
Yeah.
So I think the mindset, and you have to expect that Zach Marin feels that way, Sam Skeels, and gosh, possibly even Jeremy Brooks at this point. Like, it could be a day for a win, and in this case, a USATF championship.
National title. Yeah, national championship.
Where is Christina?
There's Lisa Caballos coming in, currently the 4th place female. She is hitting the about mile 48.5 at this point.
She's been moving
pretty strong.
She's been moving quite well the last couple of hours.
Yep.
What did I had some
Christina
notes on
Pham
her.
is
7:44 Jackpot 50.
Christina is taking a walking break down there, it looks like. I think that's smart. I think that when I was talking with her crew, I mean, and I'm a fan of Christina's. I've known her for years, and we'd actually talked about having me crew her sometime at an ultra. But my concern was that she was going to go out too hot, and and that she had to be careful because she's got the talent, but she doesn't have much experience beyond like the 50-mile mark. I mean, I believe that her longest run was a 12-hour race at Hotfoot Hamster down in the valley, where she ran 69.3 miles in 12 hours. I mean, that's and that is a race that is near and dear to my heart because it's always ridiculously hot.
Yeah.
The first that year actually where Christina ran 69 plus miles in 12 hours was the same year that I actually made my first podium at a fixed time race.
What's the surface there?
It's gravel.
It's gravel.
It's gravel 360.
Relatively flat.
Oh, very flat.
Pancake.
The hill is maybe about 2.5 feet up.
Okay.
Over the driveway.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, talking about races where everything can change because somebody drops out. That was a race where things changed because everybody dropped out. So I was in 9th place or 10th place after about 14, 15 hours, and I was really struggling, and I said I was going to quit. And Rich McKnight, who was crewing Zach Bitter today, he said, "Hey, don't drop out. Just go and get some rest, and set your cell phone alarm for 2 hours and see how you feel." And so I went and I took a nap, and I woke up, walked over to the timing tent, and when I woke up, the race director, Jubilee Page, tells me, while you were sleeping, everybody dropped out. And so all I had to do was basically stay on the course and log another 10, 12 miles, and I jumped from 10th to 3rd. And
literally a war of attrition.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, Christina did walk. She did walk through. Gave Jamil the tongue out.
She did pick up a jog again. Yeah.
So, she might.
I think a walk break is going to be good for her.
Might just be catching her breath.
Yeah, I think that I think those of us that are following this race pretty closely and have known Christina, as has been alluded to off air, that that she might have focused a little bit too much on turning it into a head-to-head race as opposed to a 100-mile race.
Yeah.
And I see actually she is now standing there talking to Norm, barely on screen there. You can see near the top center of the screen a woman standing next to a guy in blue jeans. That would be Christina and Norm right there trying to figure things out. Let's see. We do have some coverage of the pit row here at Cornerstone Park.
Oh, that's a good shot there.
Collared shirt commentary with an interesting question. Any chance we can get an AJW comic book about all of his ultra war stories? Frankly, if you're listening to AJW's current podcast endeavor, Crack a Brew with AJW, you get a lot of those stories. I love it. And I'm not just shamelessly plugging it because, you're right here. I genuinely enjoy each episode, and it's not just about like the guests that I'm excited to hear about. Like obviously, like your first couple of episodes, you had Courtney DeWalter, Jim Walmsley, and Anton Krupicka. Like,
Okay, we did interrupt for a second.
Sure.
We did see Norm, and I couldn't tell if they were going Norm and Christina. They were going in the direction of the course, so
okay,
they may be having a
Christina
little walk
right there, yeah.
Might be having a walk and talk, and maybe just go down the hill. But one of the reasons hey Jean.
I'm not sure I should have run to the start.
There you go. That I like to find, one of the goals of the podcast, a couple of them, is to talk about a little bit about life outside of running, and also to find things that might be common threads between the guests and myself. So tomorrow, for example, we're releasing the Arlen Glick recording.
I can't wait. I love Arlen as a podcast guest.
We don't have a ton in common, but
but we did talk about the Western States Hard Rock Double, which I did now 14 years ago, and he's doing this summer. But then I also asked him about his prison ministry that he and his family do, performing gospel music in prisons in Florida and Georgia and Alabama. And Arlen admits he's the least talented of the musicians in his family, the most talented runner. But it was fun to talk about that, or to talk about Courtney Dauwalter's teaching career. Or how Craig Thornley first discovered the Western States Trail in 1978 when he and his brother were sleeping on the trail. Right.
That's one of the cool. See, that's what I loved about your podcast, is that I love kind of getting the backstory on a lot of this stuff. Like, you've been around a lot longer than I have in the scene. I mean, I've learned a lot, and I know a lot, but there's so much I don't know.
Yeah.
And, like the stories that you and Craig Thornley were sharing, and that's one of the things I love about talking with you on these, on and off the air, is that, there's so much I can learn and gather from, your experiences, and so again,
that's funny.
shameless plug, but I would say go and check out Cracker Brew with AJW. It's available wherever you get your podcasts.
Exactly. Here comes Jonah again. Yes, we thank you, Collared Shirt. We release it every Friday, every Saturday morning, thinking people might want to listen to it, during their weekend runs. It's intentionally short, it's 45, 50 minutes. I like to say it's about as long as it takes to, share a leisurely beverage with somebody.
Yeah.
Out on at
Sierra,
your local pub.
Sierra
is through
coming
again.
through. Sierra keeping it and potentially moving up in terms of overall. She's only about 3.5 minutes back of third place male Sam Skeels.
Yep, she is, and that was a really, what was that lap? Had to be.
It looked like it was pretty darn quick.
10:08.
Yeah.
It just seemed fast.
It was 10:21. Sorry.
She had a little kind of wobbliness, I thought, 2-3 hours ago, but
sure. Yeah.
seems to have steadied the ship, and we'll have to see what Christina does. She went out of camera frame with her crew. Her crew is Norm, you said?
Yes.
And it looked like they were walking down the course. Maybe they would just take a walking lap and talk.
Have you ever met Norm?
I've not.
Norm Brulard? Oh, he is
good guy.
Very friendly guy.
Yeah.
He's just a very very mellow, chill guy. A lot of fun. Has that long flowing hair. He just looks like somebody who's having fun.
Yeah.
At the whole life thing. He's always always smiling. He used to do event crew work for Aravaipa on the side. He'd be out there helping to set up and break stuff down.
That's
great guy. And very supportive of his highly talented partner, Christina. So
here comes Jeremy Brooks again. So I know Carrie, wife Carrie, is on the chat.
So Jeremy is he's moved up to 5th overall, 4th male.
Yep.
And only a few minutes back of third place. So it's tightening up in some stretches here.
I think we're really becoming a family show. Mary Skeels, I suspect you're related to Sam Skeels, sister, mom, spouse. Here comes Jeremy plowing through from Texas by way of Massachusetts, or the other way around, right through the aid station.
Looks like he's stopping for a quick...
just topping off the bottle.
Yeah.
He's all business and gone.
One of the beautiful things about these fixed-time races is that you do hit your aid station every mile.
Yeah.
So you don't find yourself in a situation where you're 2 hours between aid.
And actually, one of the things that's cool is when you see the crews interact, you're like, okay, next time around I want this, or next time around I want this, so they can be thinking, and literally crews right there, boom, here's what you asked for. It's great stuff.
What type of strategies will we see it play out as the day goes on for the mid to the back of the packers? Run a lap, walk backwards for a lap, close your eyes for a lap. I'm
not even going to look right now. That's got to be Collared Shirt or Golden Hour Adventures. One of those two guys. Is it Collared Shirt?
It is collared shirt commentary. So I think that it's just more like for mid and back of the Packers. Typically, we don't have it. I'm speaking from experience here as a bona fide back of the Packer for these longer.
You've
distances.
earned
it. Yeah, I've got the street cred. I just find myself walking more and more and slower because we don't tend to have it dialed into the point where we're negative splitting. It's,
right. As little slowdown as possible, but there's gonna be slowdown.
Yeah, like for instance, with my in my case, it's like, okay, I'm gonna start out nice and conservative, and in my case that would mean like 13-minute miles, and hold that pace as long as I can do it without hurting. And then once I realize that I'm kind of cooked at that point, then I kind of go to like maybe a 14-minute mile pace, and then 15, and it's just trying to hang on as long as I can. Like, yeah, negative splitting would be the dream, but that's just not.
It's not likely to happen.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Collared shirt commentary.
And as far as like close your eyes for a lap, only
Josie. Sorry, that's my dog.
Only John Giesler can do that effectively. John sleeps one eye at a time on the Across the Years course.
He can sleep with the best of them, no doubt about it.
And,
so Mary Skeels, okay, that's Sam's mom. Excellent. Good to meet you, Mary. Sam is looking real good, holding on to third place right now. A few laps behind second, but still a long day out here.
Yeah, I mean,
Eric Clifton coming by again. He's actually moving a lot better than he was a couple hours ago.
Yeah, right now Jonah Backstrom and Zach Marin are your 1 and 2, and they've got about a 5K lead on the rest of the field, give or take, at this point on the men's side. On the women's side.
Lisa Cabiles, by the way, just came by, still looking really good.
Yeah, she's looked fantastic.
Yep.
The women's race has been pretty consistent for the last couple hours.
Mm-hmm.
Heather Huggins has been sitting in third for a while, but only about 5 minutes ahead of Lisa at this point. Sally McRae, a couple laps back of them.
Sally's coming up right now.
Megan Eckert on the same lap as her. But, yeah, Sally McRae.
She's just about at the halfway point. Probably one more lap and she'll hit 50. Scroll a little bit.
Yeah, looking at a couple of these runners, Pete Kostelnik has worked his way up, to sixth place on the men's side. But, talking about, somebody who has, like, really been, moving up fast, that's Jeremy Brooks. And looking at his most recent, look at
that.
The consistency that he's had basically since about mile 25 or so. He's basically been anywhere between 10 minutes and then 10:45 on nearly every loop. Nothing longer than 10:56 at this point from what I can see.
Really running this like a pro. I'm going to do a little – we know he's running crewless. But let's take a quick peek at some of the things he's done. He's been at it for a while. He ran his first, according to Ultra Sign Up, first Ultra at the age of 46. Did a bunch of stuff in Chattanooga. But ran the Iron Mountain 50, which is an excellent race. By the way, put it on your calendar. Labor Day weekend in Damascus, Virginia. He got a 10th place there in 9:46. He did a Brazos Bend 100 marathon in December of 2021, where he did a 3:42. Silver State 50K, so he's come out here to run. 6th place overall in 2022, 5:07. So he's been trending in the right direction. And then a 7:01 at the Tunnel Hill 50. Part of the Tunnel Hill 100. And then just 3 weeks ago, the Rocky 50 in Huntsville, Texas, which I assume was a tune-up for this, finished second place, and that was a 50K in 3:56. So he's come here ready to race, not a ton of experience, 50 years old, seems to be getting in the groove and running, really running like a pro, like a veteran, which is cool to see. Yep. So again, closing in on the 8-hour mark. You know, we started at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Here comes Zach Marin completing his 50th lap. So he has 35 to go. 35 to go for Zach Marin. The laps are one. Oh, and Jonah is pretty close to lapping him. Jonah came through about 10 seconds after Zach. So Jonah is basically, he's going to pass him in the aid station. Yes, he's passing him in the aid station. So Jonah is a lap ahead, give or take, of Zach Marin. You get Jonah at 7:48:31. Zach finishing lap 50 at 7:48:19. So that's pretty simple. It's a 1.17 mile lead for Jonah. Not insurmountable, but each time he comes by, he looks strong and is moving well. It's a big ask. Now, Jeremy Brooks continues to plow through the field. Anything can happen. Yes, SC, Jean Palmier aiming for his 18th national title in 15 years. The ageless one.
We're seeing now Sierra DeGroff come through. Sierra's looking like she's reasserting herself at this point. Although Christina
is running again. Back in the game. Took a little walking break, but she's back at it. So
Wait, are you okay? So she's actually got a full lap.
She's
on
lapped.
Christina at this
She's
point.
been lapped.
Okay.
Yeah. So now in both races, actually, the leader has a 1-lap lead over second place.
So my battery's getting low, so I need to
When it resets, it did reset. There you go.
Actually, I probably just hearing
Yeah,
what
I'm
our
hearing
camera
me.
person was said. I was like, I probably need to.
Is that on yours?
No, I just need to. I'll be right back.
Okay. Dale Earnhardt asks, a timed event at a NASCAR track. I don't know about that. Of course, we do know that we had the Breaking 2 challenge that Eliud Kipchoge attempted a few years ago, was on a Grand Prix track. And I do know that in cycling, in road cycling and in the crit world, I've been to a number of crits on NASCAR tracks, particularly the short track in Richmond. Big steep bank turns. That's actually fun to see a see a cycling race on those big bank turns. Not sure how those bank turns would treat ultra runners, but
might wear on the hips after a little
stranger
while.
things have happened, right? These people do crazy stuff. There's Jean.
Yeah, I think your hips would really hate the high bank track.
Yeah, tacos de lengua. Thank you. The slope of the track would destroy the runner's ankles after 10 miles. Fair enough. Not to mention hips, knees, and pretty much everything else. So here comes Jeremy Brooks.
I want to say, so Jeremy has been moving very well and everything, but I also feel like he looks like it's a very high effort move. Like it's a little bit more deliberate than most of the runners at this point who are, some of them might be cruising a little more. He doesn't look like he's cruising. He looks like he's pushing.
Working. Yeah, I would agree. So he's closed the gap to Sam Skeels down to 5 minutes. To Sierra DeGroff to 2 minutes. Hey, everybody. It's Friday afternoon, getting close to 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock somewhere out on the East Coast. Maybe you're getting dinner and tuning in the live stream. Happy Friday afternoon and evening, and thanks for joining us on the Aravaipa live stream. Thanks to the good folks of Henderson, Nevada, here at Cornerstone Park. Incredible venue for an ultra marathon.
Yeah, this is a perfect
Yeah.
setup. I mean, you've got a nice little lake in the middle. We've got visibility on nearly all of the course from where we're sitting, although it is getting a little bit chilly out here. As you can see, I had to throw on a layer.
I was thinking of going, maybe taking a little time out here to go get my puffy jacket.
And after my experience at Desert Solstice a few months ago, I did bring a puffy as well, just in case.
Yeah, that was a rough night at Desert Solstice. Well, of course,
cold.
that was a long night too. It was very close to the solstice, so it got dark early. We got a little bit more daylight here, but still going to be a chilly night. Here comes Dennis Traficante, one of our octogenarians. He's been moving well all day.
I don't know if you caught it earlier, but I was
18-time Western States finisher.
18-time. He's also the oldest Javelin 100 finisher in history.
Yep.
At the age of 78.
Yeah, that was a Western States qualifier. He had Scotty Mills pace him the last loop.
It's amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, that was just 2 years ago. So obviously he's still got it in him.
Oh yeah.
I think that I saw that that Dennis had run this last year in about 35 hours.
Yeah.
And it made me think that because there are 5 guys kind of duking it out in that age group this year, that you can't sleep on the competition. So I wonder if we're going to see. I didn't see Dennis run last year. I don't know if he took like a full rest or anything like that along the way. But if you're aiming for that 80 to 84 age group national championship, you might have to stay out on the course and do the work. In order to stay ahead of your other competitors.
Here's Ian Madison, who's moving as well as he
has a ton of Western States
since
finishes too.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think 5 Grand Slams and a last great race.
So that's what Patrick and I were doing a little bit. We were actually watching, or as we were seeing, the octogenarians going through their race history.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I mean, all of them going back into the 90s, or in some cases even the 80s.
In some cases the 80s, yeah.
And and all of them have extremely stout resumes, multiple, and like you said, 12 Western States finishes, 18 Western States finishes, multiple Leadville finishes, Angeles Crest, back when it was
I know Ian has a bunch of Vermonts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, and they're still at it. And in a lot of their cases, have recent 100-mile finishes. So
Oh yeah. How long does the clock stay on for the USATF 100-miler? 40? 40? Okay. So the clock stays on for 40 hours for the and thank you, Liam, Aid Station Fireball. American road record is a 32:09.
Yeah, Ed Rousseau's on pace for a 26-hour finish.
Yeah, Ed, you have to imagine Ed will slow a little bit. But, I certainly think going into today, the prognosticators would have put him as the having the best chance. But don't sleep on David Blaylock either, the 10-time Wasatch finisher, and just a tough dude.
Fun one to see. I looked at his race history. His first 8 ultras were all Wasatch.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I mean, and that was back in the days that Wasatch was 10 aid stations and just a bucket of water out in the middle of the mountains. And I got to say, my good friend, 64-year-old Eric Clifton, who's been around the block and really has nothing else to prove. He started out hard. Midday, he slowed to almost a race walk, and he's back running again and moving well. It's really good to see Eric Clifton after all these years, doing what he does best. Which is run ultra marathons.
Well, and as far as skills go, honorable mention to his tights creation.
Oh, yeah. Jonah hitting. So this would probably put him at, this would probably put him at 60 miles. 59.02. Oh, there it is. No, it does hit him. So he's done 100K. No, not 100K quite yet.
60.19 miles.
60.19 in under 8 hours. And I was just mentioning David Blaylock. That's David there in the white, the red cap.
And that was 7:57:48.
That's a fast 60 miles.
Yes.
He's got 40 to go.
I've been using, I'm not.
Coming up now a lap behind is Zach Marin. So he's keeping in striking distance, but the lap plus gap has opened a bit. David looks focused, arms swinging. Yeah. And that is, I always forget her name. Lisa Cabiles again. Sam Skeel's mom weighing in. Blizzard weather here in Adrian, Michigan. Yeah. Sorry about that, Mary. I can tell you we don't have any clouds here.
So Jonah's current mile pace is a 7:57 right now.
Is it really?
Yeah, he's running sub 8-minute mile pace. And
so that's his average for the first 60.
No, his average for the first 60.
Or so his last loop was at that pace.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not right.
So another of our octogenarians coming up, Todd Lee. So we've now.
But he is averaging a 7:56 pace all day long.
That's
so
awesome.
Far. Yeah.
That's awesome. As we've hit the 8-hour mark.
And I'm going to do some quick little analysis. It's only a linear tracker. It doesn't account for degradation of paces or anything like that, but just kind of showing where people are at in terms of, potentially.
God, can you just do this deal here?
Oh, sorry. I can do that.
There we go, yeah. Just to keep tabs. So Zach split. There it is. It came up. So, yep. Now a lap and a lap plus a minute behind.
Which is about 9-10 minutes at this point.
So Jonah is stretching his lead, at least for the moment. And next up, we should see Sam Skeels hit the 59-mile mark.
Let's see, that's Edward Rousseau at 7:47:32.
Chris is doing a little analysis, and we've got the Game Boy back on. So a little bit of drone footage heading out.
Oops. Let's try this. So yeah, it looks like Edward Rousseau is trending towards about a 26:30 finish right now. and I would expect that his pace is probably not going to deteriorate too much over time. I mean, he seems to be very, very chill.
He does seem very chill.
I mean,
he does. I'll give him that.
Basically an aggressive walk / shuffle, and if if that's the case, he's probably going to be able to maintain that for quite a while. It's a great shot of the other side of the park here in Henderson, Nevada at Cornerstone Park. Our weekend, even though we're probably pushing the halfway point of the U.S. 100-mile ATF championships, we're really
just
beginning the
going.
weekend.
We're
yeah.
just getting going.
So the only races that have begun, that are underway are the 100-mile championship and then also the 48-hour.
Yeah.
Coming up later on, we've actually got our first 6-hour section kicking off tonight. We've got a 6-hour and then 12-hour as well, and we're going to have several of those runners entering the course, and we also have a 24-hour that starts tomorrow. So we're going to be out here, for the time being. We can see women's race leader Sierra DeGraw coming past us from right to left.
Jeremy Brooks, who we've been keeping tabs on, just leapfrogged Sierra just by a few seconds, 24 seconds, and is now in 4th overall, 6 minutes behind Sam Skeels on the same lap as Sam. And then there's 3 laps clear to Zach Marin and another lap.
I see Christina coming in, Christina Pham. And so
Christina has regrouped.
Yeah, she's running again.
Regrouped.
She's definitely downshifted from where she was at before, but she's still moving. I think that she is still well within reach of her stated goal to try and hit the 100-mile age group record, which is currently 16:04, held by Connie Gardner.
Oh, that's stout. If it's a Connie Gardner record, it's stout.
Yeah, 16:04 for 50 to 54.
Travis Longcar, excellent Game Boy reference. Jamil probably working his way through Pokemon Yellow while operating the drone. I'm guessing that's a safe bet. We all know nobody multitasks quite like Jamil Curry.
He's working on like 5 different things at once. It's
pretty
amazing.
Yeah.
First of all, he's like keeping us on the air like in his role as producer right now. He's also flying the drone and
managing volunteers who are coming in and needing him.
Yeah,
answering questions about the races that are going to start later tonight.
Yes, yeah. And with our setup here, what's funny is that people at times have assumed that we were the timing people.
Right.
And as you can see during the stream, we would have people coming up, and you'd see us kind of react to people off screen, and
right.
But it's all a lot of fun out here.
This is great. I love this angle.
As they're coming around the curve.
The drone has right here where you get up the 100. Both courses go up on that wide pavement, and then if you see the dirt to the right, that's what we call the horseshoe course of the 48 hours returning on their horseshoe. So it's really a nice spot, all on the far side from where we are. You get a really good view of that. And course skeptics, take note of those perfectly placed cones at that corner. Those cones are not going anywhere.
So let's see. I'm going to check to see where. 0.3393 and an 8.
And again, in a 100-mile race, there's an old saying. In fact, Jean and I were talking about this earlier. The race doesn't start until 60. It's kind of true. Lots of stuff happens after mile 60. The night comes. You're in an area. You're in a zone where you don't often go in training. 100K races are 62. You don't often do a 70-mile training run, but so this is when a lot of stuff happens, and anything can happen. Right, Jonah still moving strong, just came through timing mat again.
And when it comes to elites, I think that what I've noticed, and this is purely an anecdotal observation, I don't have any data to back it up, but it seems like if if the elite level runners are going to drop in a race, it's more often earlier than later.
Yeah,
You know,
I agree.
It's
I
basically
agree.
to save, their body for another day. So like for instance, in the Zach's case, he realized it was not going to go the way that he had hoped, and he wasn't feeling well. So, he's going to, convalesce and regroup for another, another attempt at another amazing run. Like past that 50 to 60 mile mark, I think
You're kind of
pot committed,
you're gonna finish it, and I suspect, with the exception of Christina, who did look a little ragged just coming by us here, but
I feel like she needs to throw on another layer.
yeah,
she
I
looks
do too.
like
Here comes Ed again, coming through.
It's
moving.
It's getting chilly.
Yeah. Look at that.
What a beautiful shot of.
Okay, Friday
Cornerstone
afternoon,
Park.
folks. Take a pause and just.
This is
take
our
that
playground
in.
today.
This is the Jackpot.
That is from the far
Ultra
side of the park,
course.
looking at us. We're right square in the middle of that shot. You can see us waving at the.
The beautiful sort of golden grasslands in the middle of the lagoon. The
Probably
bridge,
pretty marshy.
the two bridges crossing the course, and the Las Vegas Strip far in the distance.
What a shot! That's beautiful. Yeah, you can see the Stratosphere Tower on the right-hand side.
Indeed, and by the way, for those of you who might just be watching this and think, "Wow, that looks like a great destination race," it most certainly is. Hotels and affordable hotels and restaurants within minutes of the.
I have one that
park.
I've kind of been playing around with.
Airbnbs within minutes of the park, and the Las Vegas Strip, where Chris lost a few dollars, I suspect, earlier this week, is only what, a 15-minute drive away.
Yeah, I'm currently down $19.60.
Just $19, and so you've still got a chance then.
So I was playing a Britney Spears themed slot machine at the Cosmopolitan the other day for just for fun, and I was just hanging out, killing time, having a drink, and but that's all the gambling I've done so far.
Okay, and it only cost you $19.
Yeah.
Well, that's entertainment. That's
Absolutely.
that's a spring training game with a dog and a beer. Actually, less than that.
Let's see if I can.
More great drone shots again of the. This is the section where the from the right the course comes down, and then that dirt section to the left of that fork are the 48-hour runners heading back on their horseshoe loop. Jamil is the Picasso of drone pilots, which is certainly better than being the Salvador Dali of drone pilots.
I'm going to see if I can.
Don't you have to have a license for that? But what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Ed's the jester coming through.
All right, let me see if I can do this really quick.
Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. The Jackpot Ultras live stream brought to you by Aravaipa Running. Thank you to the city of Henderson, Nevada, and this beautiful Cornerstone Park, which is frequented by the locals, by the way. It's a local favorite, and there are quite a few locals around enjoying a Friday afternoon here at the park, probably wondering what's going on. What are all these people doing? Little do they know, it's the whole weekend. But thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us in the chat. Feel free to comment, ask questions. And as I was saying before, if you are thinking of a destination race, maybe a spring break adventure, this course is conveniently located not far from the airport, not far from the Strip, affordable hotels, restaurants, in three directions. Would be a wonderful place to get away. Certainly fun for families. And next year, Jamil tells me next year returning back to President's Weekend, which of course gives you an added day, and some people have school vacation for that February. I know California schools often have President's Week off, affectionately called Ski Week.
I would bring an extra layer if that's the case.
Bring an extra layer for the 2 weeks.
Like last
before.
year, we were doing the coverage here, and it did get cold. Those poor showgirls were were just huddled up near any heat source they could get.
Aaron Swank asks, they do not flip the course and go the opposite direction? No. It's a one-direction course.
It's it would be pretty bonkers to have.
Yeah.
Like add that dimension because the two courses are slightly different, and so every 3 or 4 hours, if we were to do it the way that we normally do it, it would be. Like there are points like where you get some of these vantage points where actually on this shot
there's the shot right there, yeah,
where you have runners going in all different directions because of the two differentiated courses, that you might find yourself in a really weird situation,
which will only get more complicated when the races start this evening and tomorrow morning. And
runners get more tired and disoriented.
One direction seems to be the way to go. And as I've said a couple of times, with the exception of one sharp right-hand turn, and by sharp I mean 90-degree right-hand turn on the first after the first straightaway, the turns here in general are rather flowing and gentle. Sierra DeGroff through again. And she pulled ahead of Jeremy Brooks. So maybe your call on Jeremy laboring a bit it will come true. Maybe he took a little bit of extra time, but he's coming up here right now. But they've now flip-flopped again.
Okay, cool. That's my back of the napkin. Yeah. I was just talking with Christina Pham's son, Enzo, who is obviously a filmer as part of Aravaipa Running, and he was just wanted to get some checking in on how his mom's doing in terms of versus her stated goal of trying to hit the national age group record for 50 to 54.
So is he out here both filming and helping crew?
I don't know. We could ask his boss.
No, he's just supporting his mom.
Just supporting his mom.
But
yeah, we did. We explained that would not be likely to happen.
Arlen Glick.
It would be total chaos.
If there are any blind runners out on course today, last year they were in great need of braille on the outhouse. Tomorrow? Okay.
We hear Arlen. Excellent question.
She's going to run shooting for 100 miles in under 24 hours.
Okay. So there's blind runner Terry Rupp, you said, is going to be shooting for 100 miles in under 24 hours. That was one of the major initiatives that former race director Ken Rubley had emphasized was, assisting blind runners. They actually had, I guess, a team and a presentation for it last year as part of the Jackpot Festival. And I think they did I think the local news had picked up a story on it as well.
Now, do they have a companion runner?
Yeah. Basically, they have a tethered companion runner.
Similar to, for example, I've seen Kyle Rubidoux at a number of races with it. Yeah, similar to that. Okay.
I have a friend who actually did that for a runner a while ago. Okay. Achilles? Okay. So a runner I knew was helping a runner, and she was fast. It was like she was about a 5:10, 5:15 miler and blind, and he had to keep pace with her. And when she started to get faster, he actually said, I don't think I can keep up with you. And I think at the time one of the people that he had suggested to work with her was Nick Curry. This was several years ago, but she was I can't remember her name, but she was a Hispanic runner who had actually incredibly brilliant too. Was a Stanford alum. But yeah, it was pretty amazing to see some of these adaptive athletes that are like these running guides doing some amazing work, because some of these athletes, they may be blind, but they're still fast as heck.
Yeah. In the chat, yes, checking back in on Jonah.
There is a link to the runner tracking at the top here.
Just up at the top.
Obviously,
He's at 62 and a
Jonah
half
is
miles.
still in first place at this point. It looks like about a lap, maybe a little bit more ahead of second place Zach Marin. Sam Skeels in third overall and third male. Sierra DeGraaf, first female, fourth overall. Jeremy Brooks, fourth male, fifth overall. Christina Pham in sixth place and fourth male overall. And in terms of the women's race, we do have a couple of women that are just about 2 laps back of second place Christina Pham. We've got Heather Huggins and Lisa Caballos. And
and then Sally and Megan.
Yeah, Sally and
mentioned
Megan
that,
Eckert still hanging strong.
And somebody that Jamil pointed out in the pre-race show who's running steady is Alex Docta.
Yes,
from
the
Utah.
very colorful shirted Alex Doctor coming into, or actually on view right now, heading up towards the start-finish line. And also, shout went out for the more experienced runners. In 8th and 9th place, you've got Jean Pommier, as you mentioned, and Larry Stevens at the age of 66. Is still on pace for about a 17-hour 100-mile.
Look at that. Still busting out 12-minute laps.
That's fantastic.
Chad Adams, thank you for the shout-out. Yes, tomorrow morning, wherever you get your podcasts, go to Crack a Brew with AJW. All right, there is Zach Marin coming through. I had a wonderful, wonderful conversation with Arlen Glick earlier this week, and we talked about running. We talked about his life outside of running, talked about his plans for 2023 and beyond, his new contract with Kraft. So tune in on that. It was a great conversation. Arlen's a great guy. He's got a great summer ahead. And we miss you down here in the desert this weekend, but we know you've got other things going on.
Larry Stevens, he won Fat Ox 24-hour last year with just over 103 miles.
That's great.
That's,
Hearing from
down in
good
the
friend
valley.
Ed Wilson, a good Oregon friend, chiming in on the Larry fan club. Good to hear from you, Ed.
He actually finished 5th male here in 2021 with a time of 16:51 for the 100 miles.
Wow.
At the age of 64, running a sub 1700 mile. That's tall
Not
timber
too
right
shabby.
there. Yeah. Obviously an extremely talented runner. And, another one of those. Actually, he was a late starter. Looks like his first few trail races were not until he was in his 50s, back in 2007, 2008. And he ran Western States.
How we doing?
Oh, we're doing. How are you?
All right, good.
Ran Western States in 2009. So, yeah, he's got a pretty solid resume.
Out on a run.
How's it going over here? It was good. I'm good. Yeah, it was. I had like a quick short run this morning, and then I turned on YouTube and started a little live stream. So it was a fun way to start the morning. I was like, oh, we did.
Yeah, what do we do on that request? They want to sign up for the race. Do you have race day registration?
Yes, they do.
They do.
Absolutely.
There is race day registration. We do it all here at Aravaipa.
Yeah, so there is race day registration for tomorrow, because there is another 100-miler that takes place on the long course. It's not the USATF championship. So yeah,
And it takes place within the 24-hour, or
It's
Is it similar to like at Across the Years where you have 24-hour runners and 100-mile runners?
I think, right? We had the separate 24-hour or the separate 100-miler tomorrow is on the
long course, right? Everything's on the long course. Everything's on the long course tomorrow,
Okay.
yeah. So, yes, Miller S., you can come on over and join the fun.
I won't be here, but I know that everybody else will still be hanging out. I have to head back to the Valley first thing tomorrow morning to view and cheer on a friend in the Scottish Highland Games.
Oh.
Have you ever watched
I have not.
the caber toss? Like literally carry a telephone pole looking thing and do a flip? If you're... I don't want to steer anybody away from watching us on YouTube right now, but if you ever go down the rabbit hole and search the caber toss, my friend Adrienne Wilson is one of the best women in the world at that event.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, she's and she's been a dear friend for a long time. She also coaches Special Olympics and adaptive PE athletes as well in
that's cool.
throwing events because of her experience on at the Olympic trials in the shot put, having done it 4 times.
Sarah Eppenbaugh is asking, how's Sally doing timely? She's running by our aid station right now, clicking off
I think that sounded like a good doing well.
a 45th lap. So she's hit mile 50, almost 2, and is currently sitting in 5th place in the women's field. Okay, technically 51.9977. Let's call it 52.
Female race leader, Sierra DeGroff.
Just rolling through.
And it looks like Alex Docta has moved past Christina Pham at this point on the overall by about 90 seconds. A note. Obviously, we notice it because we see it on the tracker, but it's it's not like that is an insurmountable gap at this point.
Patrick. Okay. I'm going to take a break mainly to get my warm clothes on and take a walk up and down pit road. But, of course, we'll be back. We're here in the live stream at least until midnight. We are committed to the podium.
Yeah,
both the men's and women's podiums.
I think that we're probably going to be here until about 12:30.
Right. I mean, just guesstimating. Let's just assume Heather Huggins or Lisa Cabiles is our 3rd place female. I would say it'll be a little bit past midnight. And we really appreciate you all hanging in there with us. So I'm going to pass it into the able vocal cords of Patrick Karen, and I'll see y'all again in a few hours. Move this hip every hour or so. You've been a good dog. Yes, you have.
We're hanging out here in beautiful Henderson, Nevada at the Jackpot Ultras featuring the USATF 100-mile road championship at Cornerstone Park. We are about 8 hours, 26 minutes into the race. We have had a bit of a shift on the leaderboard, most notably that prohibitive favorite entering the race, Zach Bitter, is no longer participating. Zach dropped out, was not feeling well, and so this opens things up. and whereas I truly think that it was if the overwhelming favorite of people would have been the expectation that Zach Bitter was going to win had he stayed in the race, but as he's no longer in it, we have a very interesting dynamic that these runners who maybe had certain specific goals, as we spoke to, Jonah Backstrom's team, he wanted to come out and hit certain benchmarks in time, and now it's like, oh man, I could win this thing. I could be a national champion.
Yeah.
So the
exciting on their end.
The calculus kind of changes on that.
There goes Jonah himself. It's getting a little chillier out there.
I believe we're does the 6 hour start at 6 p.m. or 8 p.m.?
I think 6 p.m. Yeah, I
Okay.
started to see people picking up their bibs. That'll be some nice added energy.
Ed
to the
Wilson
course.
asking how many folks are here to count laps. Must be a crazy effort. No, we have just one, Mike Melton.
Yep.
Doing an amazing job.
One the only.
I saw him hard at rest earlier, taking a nap. But, when you're as good as Mike Melton and you have all of your systems dialed in to do all the counting, that's what you get to do. You get to rest. And I know for a fact that he, as well as several people on the Aravaipa team, were out here, burning the midnight oil, trying to make sure that they had everything all set up for the Jackpot Ultras, because this being a USATF National Championship, there are records on the line, there are national championships on the line, and they've got to be prepared for anything. It could be, I don't know, exactly how many runners are looking at age group national records, but we already have had a few that we're discussing. I think most notably we're likely to see the 80 to 84 men's age group record fall over the course of the weekend. I know that it's it's the most competitive the division has been in years.
They have 12-hour road record too, for age groups. I bet. Bet if they're on pace for the 100, they're probably on pace for the 12.
Yeah, that is true.
Because I was looking, that's been a record that's been contested here in the past.
So the 12-hour, it's meters.
Yeah, I had to do some converting.
The 12-hour 80 to 84, Dieter Valls, 79.728 kilometers. It's just under 50 miles. The 80-50 is the easy conversion on that one. I was looking at you hoping for confirmation.
No. Clicked, yeah.
So that would be on the men's side. So, 79K, so 50 miles in 12 hours. I don't know if that's under threat. That seems a little bit tight. Because the men right now, they're currently tracking at about a 26, 27-hour finish for the 100-mile, at least the lead men in the 80 to 84 age group.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe not that one. But potentially for other ages, I'm thinking 12 hours, definitely one that, and then maybe, I don't know if anyone, we've already passed the 6-hour mark, but that's another contested one. I don't know if they would do, I don't think they would measure partial distance for a 50 or 100 Ks.
I don't think they would.
Yeah. Although it'd be hard for them to do that, I guess, for the 12 hours too, because could be anywhere on the course.
Am I getting word that Christina Pham dropped?
She has been moving back but I don't think she's dropped.
She's dropped in the rank and the standings. I don't know if she's withdrawn from the race. I can't see from our vantage point. We had to put a wall up in our tent to avoid getting blistered by the wind.
Yeah,
'Cause it got chilly in here.
Arlen Glick mentioned great watching Marin out there representing Ohio. Yeah, he just came through our start-finish area. Saw him on the screen. There goes Pete coming through. says done on the tracker. Do you want to maybe go find out, or?
Yeah, I'll go and take a peek and see what I can find out. I'll be right back.
Yeah, maybe we can bring her in here if she did drop out. No. It's always worth asking.
Hey, it's the monkeys.
All right, for those watching, we are at 8.5 hours into the 100-mile National Road Championships. We have had not too much drama so far today, but to recap the leaderboard for the men's and women's, Sally coming through. We've got Jonah leading the men's race with 63.7 miles, 55 laps of the course, followed closely 1 lap behind by Zach Marin, and Sam Skeels 3 laps back of Zach with 59 miles. And then Sierra is leading our women's race in 4th overall in the field. Christina Pham is 2nd for the women. We're actually trying to find out, make sure whether she's still in or not. And then Heather Huggins from Monrovia, California, is 54 miles into the race to round out the women's top 3. Jamil. Yes, sir. Do you know if Christina is still in?
As far as I know. Okay. Has she not done a lap in a bit?
Yeah, I guess so. But
It says done on the tracker is what Station Fireball says.
yeah.
And that's probably true, but I could also try.
We have our 6-hour race starting in a couple hours, as well as the 12-hour race. So they'll be going through the night. And then we have the 100-mile race, the non-USATF 100 starting tomorrow morning. And the 48-hour will go through till Sunday morning at 8 a.m. So full weekend of events here. Our live stream will be going through about midnight or maybe a little after, toward 2 a.m. We're going to try to get through at least the men's and women's podium finishes, depending on, how long those extend out to. Right now we are projecting our men's top 3 to finish right around 14 hours, with Jonah, 64 miles in, so a little over 50K to go, and we will see both, interestingly, Jonah, Zach, Sam, they all have a fair amount of experience in the 100-mile distance. They've all run in the 13-14 hour range. Sam Skeels having kind of the most experience, I would say, at the distance, with 7 or 8 14, 15 hour hundreds, dating back all the way to, I think, 2015, where he ran Rocky Raccoon in 14:11. Going through some of his results were pretty impressive, with a 14:11 Rocky Raccoon in 2015, 2016 15:04 at Indiana Trail 100. He ran 14:09 here at Jackpot in 2019, 14:19 at Brazos Bend also in 2019. 15:28 at Tunnel Hill, 15:38 at the Lighthouse 100, and 15:58 at the Hennepin 100 in 2020, 2021, and 2022. So a lot of familiarity with fast, flat hundreds. Zach Marin ran 13:25 a couple years back at Tunnel Hill. And Jonah, his PR for 100 is 14:10, having run that on the course this past year, 2022, at the Jackpot Ultras as part of the championships. And I know, we've spoken to his crew. He has every intention to try to break that mark. The current American 100-mile road record is, I think, 14:08, and he's targeting that. So it'll be interesting to see how he compares to that mark in the next few hours. Chris is back. What news do you bring us?
So I spoke with Christina's son Enzo, who works with us on these live streams a lot, but he's here in a cheering on mom capacity. She chose to withdraw, was not really feeling well at all, and basically just her body was just not responding to the race very well. She is not disappointed. The 100-mile distance has been a bit of a difficult puzzle for her to navigate, and she is very satisfied, though, with the 50-mile split that she ran. She's very happy with it.
Absolutely.
So, I think that as long as she's okay with that, I mean, it was still an admirable effort. That would be, what would her 50-mile split have been? That would have been lap 40, is it 43?
Yeah, probably.
So a 7:04 50-mile, that's genuinely solid work for, female 50 to 54. I don't know how that would be viewed in terms of records. Okay, it would be short of the. Oh, that's an absolutely blistering 50-mile pace.
Wow.
50 to 54. The U.S. record was 6:19, so she wasn't moving that quick. But she still had, a 7-hour 50-mile is a darn good.
Do you know what's next on her calendar? Or
I don't know. She hasn't been racing, too much over the last year or two. But I do know that she had been, in the last, I would say about 18 months ago or so, had been looking for a Desert Solstice qualifier to. Okay. But she, I know that that she is going to concentrate more on the 50K to 50 mile distance for the time being. Yeah, I think that she's just found what she's good at, and those that is her wheelhouse. I've seen her do some great runs at those distances and at shorter times. The 100 miles is a hard thing to do. And we'll see if she decides to take another stab at it. But for right now, she is going to concentrate on the lower distance, shorter distances. So, but yeah, I don't think I'm glad to hear that she wasn't disappointed, all in all, because this was a huge step up for her. So as long as she's happy with her result, I'm happy for her.
Yeah, so two of our front runners stepping out early, but still, putting up
so
some big miles.
That
Zach
means
at
that
47 and
Heather Huggins and Lisa Caballes are looking at running second, third. Sally McRae fourth and Megan Eckert fifth.
Yeah, so we'll see those changes reflected on the leaderboard. I guess the leaderboard won't remove people entirely, so Zach Bitter and Christina Pham will remain in the results, but they have both withdrawn from the race.
Sierra DeGroff. And I also think that potentially, and I can't speak to it with any certainty, but just anecdotal observation, I think that she got caught up in the fact that she and Sierra were on the same lap, neck and neck, and literally passing each other back and forth for several miles there, and maybe that caused her to push a little bit harder for a period of time. And Sierra is still moving very well. Most of her laps are within the 10:30 to 10:15 range, which would put her her pace at basically about an 8:58, 8:59 pace. So, and that would be tracking towards a 15-hour 15-miler or 100-miler, which was what I know that she was looking to accomplish here today. That was her stated goal, according to my sources, i.e. her crew. So if Sierra is at 60.1932 and at 8:44.24, yeah, she's tracking at about a 14:30-ish pace right now. I mean, as long as she doesn't slow down too much over the
her overall pace, not like her most recent.
Yeah, that's
pace.
her overall pace. Yeah.
I got the whole loop.
Woo! Although if I were to play around with it, her most recent.
Aid Station Fireball said Sierra's gunning for a 15:35 finish as per her Instagram. She has it written on her arm.
Oh, I was. They told me 15. Huh. Oh well.
Well, maybe she's adjusted her goals.
Well, she's definitely moving well enough that 15:35 is in the cards. Like I said, 15 hours is still in the cards for her potentially.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sally's brought the Party van.
So in order for her to hit 15:35, she's going to have to average 10:19 the rest of the way per mile.
10:19 pace per mile.
Yeah.
Okay.
The rest of the way.
So like 11 and a half-ish minute.
No, that's oh yeah,
like
per loop,
or,
yes.
Yeah.
And she's tracking right now still in the low 10s for her loops. So yeah, she's averaging an 8:59 mile pace right now. You know, if she's able to do that for another, 10, 12 miles, she's going to, create herself a huge cushion on that 15:35 attempt. It's an oddly specific number. Kind of curious as to where that number came from. I don't know if there's any historical significance.
Yeah, maybe Aid Station Fireball can chime in. I'm not sure what her Instagram is or if it's
because her
private.
She wrote on her hand. 3 numbers: 642, 921, 1535. I'm guessing that's like 50 mile. 50 mile, 100 pace goes.
Couldn't find it.
Hmm?
I was just looking for the post. Oh, Sierra has moved into 3rd overall. She just passed Sam Skeels in the overall leaderboard. So, Sam Skeels, Jeremy Brooks. Pretty tight leaderboard still. I feel like on the men's side, it's probably one of the slower finishing, projected times in the past few years. Just looking back. 2019, Mark Hammond won. That was the first year. This was the USATF Championships. He won in 13:05. Then he returned in 2020, ran 13:04. Zach Bitter ran 12:52 in 2021. 2022, Camille Herron was 12:41, and then Arlen Glick was 13:10. So yeah, this will be one of the slower, winning times this year, but I wouldn't say any less deep of a field. I'd say, there's still like a close race up front.
So yeah, when Liam mentioned that he knew that Sierra was gunning for a 15:35 because she has it written on her arm, I had to think for a second. I was like, how can he see her arm? He's got really good vision.
He's got good eyes.
It's on, as mentioned, it's on her Instagram. So 6:42 50 mile, 9:21 100K, and 15:35 100 mile. I mean that would make sense. Although wait, no, that'd be a
6:42.
6:42 to 9:21 would be a huge slowdown.
Yeah.
For the 100K.
Cryptic. We'll have to find out.
Beautiful flyover drone shot on the far side of the course. It's one of the one of the bridge crossings over the water that the runners take on here at Jackpot Ultras in Henderson, Nevada. Beautiful shot in the background. You see the mountains. We've got a lot of scenery. Some of the mountain ranges out here actually still have snow at the top. I noticed to the west of town. Looked
surprised seeing that this morning.
inviting, but oh so cold looking. So, interestingly, also Sierra has moved into third place overall on the leaderboard, having passed Sam Skeels. Jeremy Brooks continues his surge up the list, although he did take a couple of slower laps recently. We'll see if he's able to turn it around. Alex Docta coming through now. Pete Kostelnik. Now, Pete has been the most recent benchmark of consistency, it looks like. Most of his laps are recently have been in the 11 to 11:15 range. And he has moved up to 6th overall, or 6th male, 7th overall. As we mentioned, the most notable withdrawals at this point have been Zach Bitter and Christina Pham. So those two are out of the race. So when you do go to the runner tracking that is linked on the top of the chat, you can see that they're still on the list as they have not been removed. I don't think they'll be removed until after the race. Jim asking what happened to Zach. He just got sick. Wasn't feeling great. Although I did speak with his crew person, Rich McKnight, and he said that Zach was already talking about possibly the dome. So, he's trained up. He's in great shape. So I could see Zach making a run for the dome this summer up in Milwaukee. Meaning the good land.
Yep.
Great shot of the far side of the course. There is an asphalt portion. This would be it that you're watching. It is the road on the other side of the park to enter through a neighborhood. It's just a neat little environment here. And as I was fortunate enough to find out there was a coffee shop at the corner, grabbed my wake-up juice there today, so.
What do we have in there right now? I haven't peeked in. 4 round tables, a bunch of chairs, a bunch of camp chairs.
Fun parts, David.
These chairs and a table for the USATF. Cool. So I can use some guys with round tables. Yeah, put a power strip over there. Yeah, I feel like people would appreciate it.
Do we know of any other folks who have dropped besides Zach?
I don't know. I haven't heard of anybody else who's dropped yet. I'm trying to figure out. So there's a woman with a bib number 30, and she's been moving really well. But I can't find her on the tracking.
Maybe 48 hour.
No, those are triple-digit bibs.
Oh.
So I'll point her out the next time I see her, and I'm going to go and check with Mike Melton on this. But I'm beginning to think that maybe she's just.
Oh, here, Elizabeth Herman's 30, bib 30.
Oh yeah, that would be.
Old, yeah.
She seemed like she was moving pretty well, but for some reason she wasn't showing up in the 100-mile national championship results. Which race is she in? Is she in the 100-mile or?
Yeah.
Elizabeth Hermans?
Yeah, she's in the
100-mile short
what's
course.
S? Yeah, short course. Oh, I mean, what? Yeah, what's the difference? Is she not?
100-mile US versus 100-mile SC.
Short course, it's people that are running today that are not
Don't.
USATF
Yeah.
members
Okay.
choosing not to participate in
The championship. Okay.
We wanted
Okay.
a way to know who's actually in the championship.
Okay. Well, there it is. I see it. The 100-mile short course. Okay. So yeah, there were. So they're basically running the same time because yeah, she'd been moving really well. She's actually leading the. This is going to get confusing.
The non-USATF.
The non-USATF certified athletes section. So the 100-mile short coursers, she is leading that section. Oh, okay. I
This stretch is awesome. There's so many people right there.
yeah, that is on
For a
the
casual stroll.
far side of the course. A notable runner on to the right of that. That was one of our women's. Megan Eckert was the
Yeah, Megan.
runner.
Nice job,
And
Sam.
then you can see Edward Rousseau entering. Edward moving really well.
Just had Sierra come through. Start finish. Another loop
Sierra
down.
just short of the 100K mark at this point.
Yeah, we'll have our 100K, approximate split next loop.
340.
But if indeed the numbers written on her arm were her goals, she would be under the 921 100K split.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think the 642 doesn't necessarily.
That would be a ridiculously
compete.
fast 50 mile. In comparison with a 940 200K.
Yeah, and on that loop, Sam Skeels just took the lead between himself and Sierra, so they're kind of flipping back and forth. On the recent loops,
So-
with Sam in third overall, Sierra fourth overall, and first female.
If 1535 is indeed Sierra's goal, she needs to average a 10:15 at this point from here on out. So we'll be keeping an eye on that.
Looking good. Just had Sumner Jones come through, our 22-year-old contestant from Cleveland Heights, Ohio. He's rocking some new bright pink calf sleeves. Looking extra stylish.
Yeah, so if she's trying for 1535, yeah, she's got 38.64 miles remaining and 6:36 to get there. So we can see Jeff Garmeyer hanging out on our screen, the multiple-time Cocodona finisher, and an aficionado of the Across the Years last person standing events.
It was a good race there this past year.
It's always a lot of fun.
Yeah. You guys following along. There's some folks I knew, so.
And Jeff doing a little bit more to take care of his feet today, not wearing Crocs. Because he did the last person standing event partially in Crocs.
Wow. Yeah. How much did he do in Crocs? Do you know?
Oh, I would say a few hours at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't understand. Mad respect for those who can do things like that to their body.
Rocket and Crockett. Sarah Newberry commented, I have so much respect for anything road related. My feet just can't hang on pavement. Yeah, pavement? It adds up. It's tough.
It beats you up in a very sneaky way. Like, you don't know how much you're hurting until you're hurting so bad.
Especially because this is
it's
not
concrete.
just pavement. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's kind of like it's even firmer, harder than
And once
pavement.
you've run enough, you can feel the difference. At least you swear you can feel the difference when it comes
Is it
to...
all concrete or is there...
No, it
it's
switches to
pavement?
asphalt down there.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right there.
And then the other side is asphalt. So, of course, Jeff Garmeyer for a leisurely stroll past the condos over on the other side. The people at the condos on the other side wondering what exactly is going on in the park behind them that he's usually so quiet that will have people out there all hours of the evening tonight.
Yeah.
Also, just passing Jeff Garmeyer there is Jonah Backstrom, our current race leader in the 100-mile USATF championships. Jonah is he's doing what he needs to do. He's moving very well. His most recent splits are pretty solid, I believe. Still in the high 9, low 10 range, which a 10-minute loop or a 10-minute loop on this race equates to about an 8:35 mile pace. So he's moving it. So we'll see if I can cobble together some analysis.
Yeah, for those who may have missed it, we had his crew in here, and you got to ask him a few questions. You want to maybe reshare for some of
oh, yeah. So
what you learned?
I was talking with his crew person. I'm spacing the name right now, but it was a high school buddy of his from back east. A couple of Massachusetts guys just like you. And so his buddy lives in Santa Fe now, New Mexico, and drove up from there through some hellacious weather, really, if he came from that direction, to be there to crew for Jonah. And I think that he was the one who broke the news that Zach had opted to pull out of the race. And so, it's now... Jonah came in seeking the 100-mile U.S. ATF record for the for his age group, 45 to 49. So now that due to Zach's unfortunate withdrawal, there's a whole new thing that he's shooting for, and that's for a chance to be a national champion.
Did his friend crew him this past year or two, or this is the first year?
This is the first year.
Yeah.
So if Jonah is at 67.2179 and he is at 8:57.23, if he is shooting for Olivier Leblanc's U.S. record of
1408 or 1409.
14:09.45. 14:09.45. He needs to run a 9:32 pace the rest of the way. Whoops. Yeah, so he needs to run a 9:32 pace the rest of the way for the remaining 50K.
When you hit that like less than 50K to go, I feel like that's a nice landmark, like in my experience.
Oh, absolutely, mine too. So when I ran my 100-miler in October, I had the option of a pacer, and I wanted him to pace me. And he's like, "Oh, do you want me to go and do like the last 20 miles with you?" And I said, "No, I want you from miles 47 to 69." Like, and he's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. So you want to run through the night by yourself?" I said, "Yeah." I said, because if you can get me to mile 70, then I can mentally digest a 50K. It's going to hurt. It's going to be, some down, some miserable times. But I was able to mentally swallow the idea of doing 50K at that point. And I knew I would be, and it worked out, because he got me through the points where I was really first hitting the pain cave. And by the time that he was done, my pacer, shout out Jason Zenda, that when he left me, he knew that I could wrap my head around it and just, push myself through. So I think that it's, it was more important for me to have a pacer at that point. And I didn't have any contact really with anybody from, and I didn't know anybody at that race. It was not an Aravaipa event, so I was just this random nobody, which I kind of liked. I was able to just be quiet and keep my head down, and yeah, from the time that he dropped me at 2 a.m. until I saw my parents who crewed me, until I saw them at mile 88, I was totally in this quiet zone, and I actually dropped one of my amphipod bottles and didn't even notice for probably 2 aid stations that I was no longer carrying 2 bottles. I literally just had
fell out of your hand somehow,
yeah,
and you didn't.
That's how out of it I was.
Connor Holt. Track and road ultras are so tough. Truth.
Hope you're having a good day, Connor. Happy weekend to you. Yeah, I think that that we've seen it in terms of participants at these fixed time road ultras, that it's a different kind of tough. I mean, are you climbing like you would in hard rock or another mountain type race? No, but every step is replicating the pain of the step before it, and compounding it ever so much. So Sierra de Groff, 62.5348 miles in at 9:09:27. How long was her last?
Another flip-flop.
Okay, so she had a 14:32 lap. That's okay. That's why her required pace to get there has changed so significantly. Before it was like a 10:25, and now she's got to average a 10:17 because she had that 14-minute.
Mm-hmm. She did just flip-flop another time with Sam.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, they're where is Sam at? Oh, there he is. Wait, is that Sam right there? No, that's not Sam. I think he's wearing.
There's Zach Marin. Zach's walking. Our second place male in the black singlet.
Yeah, kind of.
Looks a little bit like
off kilter a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Beautiful shot coming up behind the runners as they head up the short hill to the start-finish line at the Jackpot Ultras 100-mile USATF National Championship. Yeah, some of these runners that are, wearing tank tops and has Andy Glaze put on a shirt yet? It's too cold out here to go shirtless right now.
Golden hour. Golden hour.
Nice work, Zach.
Yeah, Zach is about 2 laps and change back from Jonah Backstrom right now. As
Looked great coming in. I would not be surprised if Sierra is able to put some time into him.
Yeah, aid station Fireball Liam reiterating the current American record for the 80-plus men's division is 32:09:27 by Bill Dodson back in 2016. As I mentioned, I think that we're likely to see that fall. I can actually do some... Sure. So our leader in that particular race, the 80 to 84 men's, Edward. Edward, how's it going? Edward Rousseau. Edward Rousseau currently about a third of the way into the race. I'm going to do that math right here. 34.4359. $32. 32:09:27 being that record. 09. So yeah, for 80 to 84 age group race leader Edward Rousseau, for him to break the current 80 to 84 American record, he needs to average a 21-minute mile for the rest of the race. So I think that that's very reasonable the way he's moving so far. As his laps have been in the 19 to 20-minute range. I'm going to do some more racing math here. If he's averaging a 20-minute loop, 20 and a half minute, if he's averaging a 20-minute loop, that's a 17:06 pace. Per mile, and he just I was doing the math on Edward Rousseau and what it would take for him to break the age group record. He needs to average 21-minute miles for the rest of the race. I think it's very doable because he's been averaging, recently at about a 17. Mm-hmm. So what do we know?
Didn't find out much. He's still moving though. Yeah, he got out of the aid station and kept going.
Coming in,
one of the 48-hour runners just dropped. I was thought it was a 100-mile runner, and I was going to try to get him in the booth, but
looks like Alex Docta just came through, kind of a strong-looking stride there on his most recent pass by here. So Heather Huggins has actually officially passed Christina Pham at this point, as has Lisa Caballos and Sally McRae. As we mentioned, Christina Pham earlier leading the women's race has withdrawn. Actually, both of the names that we know of that have withdrawn are people who led their respective races at one point.
Mm-hmm.
So just goes to show you that anything can happen in this sport.
Aaron Swank just asked what races are going on other than the 100. What are the records of distances like 48-hour?
So yeah, you've got the 48, the 24, the 100-mile long course, which is not the USATF championship, and the 12-hour and 6 hours.
And those start at 6 p.m. I think, or Jamil is 6 hour, 12 hour, 6 p.m. or 8 p.m. 7.
Yes.
Which one? 6 p.m.
I didn't know you said two numbers.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Is it 6 or 7 p.m.?
So the first batch is out on, or the batch of runners is out on course then.
No, it's 5:17.
Oh, my computer has not updated time zones.
Yeah, you're on.
So we have a handful of people starting.
Okay.
Yeah, our 48-hour record here is actually Ed, who's also outrunning this year as well. Back in 2016, he ran 220 miles in 48 hours. On the women's side, Cheryl Simmons ran in 2018 195 miles. And in the 12-hour, we have on the men's side, back in 2018, John Knoll ran 81 miles, and in 2018, Chevette Hills ran 72 miles, and in the 6-hour, John Olson, 47.5 miles in 2019, and Anna Russell, 44.42 miles in 2014. And there was in prior years a 72-hour race, where I think actually, Victoria Brown set what I think is the world record still for 72 hours of a 288 miles for women. And then I'm not going to know how to pronounce, but our friend BB.
Bajargo Biamba.
There we go.
That's what I'm going with.
252.
Yes, BB.
252 miles, just this past year, 2022. So those are the records across all the distances that we offer here. 100-mile USATF, Zach Bitter with 12:52, and then last year, Camille Herron with a 12:41.
I'm going to pull up some age group numbers.
Aid Station Fireball.
Yeah,
was also
the U.S.
American record for
USA
48
Track and
hours.
Field website needs to change some of these pending results from 2017 into official. Maybe get some of those ratified. Gonna do a quick little conversion.
So Zach Marin, who we were mentioning, seemed like he was struggling. The past four laps, he's kind of slowed down substantially from his. He was averaging around 9 to 10 minute. 9 to 10 minute laps. And last few laps have been 12 and a half, 11, 45, 15 and a half, and 12:51. So a couple minutes slower. We're not sure exactly what's going on. He looked like a bit like he was favoring one side, and potentially, he was walking a fair amount the last loop out on course. He's currently our second place male, so we'll see if he's able to kind of rally. If not, I think we'll quickly see Sierra, who's running almost a minute and a half faster per lap. She'll start to catch up, being only 2 laps behind at this point. She's pretty awesome, Sierra. Potentially, right now in the top 3 overall, and potentially in the top 2 overall of our 100-mile race here.
I don't know if we're going to see any 48-hour records endangered. I'm doing some
conversion
math. Those meters to miles numbers are rough on my poor little brain.
Yeah. Here comes Sally through the start finish. She's currently our 4th place woman and tells us this is a training run for Cocodona.
Because what better way to train for a race than to participate in a 100-mile national championship?
Nice sunset starting to unfold out on the course. I think the official sunset's 5:37 our time. So maybe another hour or so of natural light, and then have the lights start to come on out on the course. You were saying it gets a little bit dark on some stretches, and would you say every runner will need a headlamp, or?
I think that most of them will. I mean, maybe there's a few that choose not to. And it's not perfectly flat over there on that side where it does get dark. Like you
don't want to buff it.
Great shot of the field. You can see Pete Kostelnik on there, as well as see if we can figure. I think that's Van Fan that's right there as well. Van currently running as 9th female.
Very tan as always, and he's like, it's funny seeing him in this shot. He's so vibrant and colorful.
Yeah, he looks very dark in that from that vantage point.
Aaron Swank asking if there's a place for your team to set up tents and gear, food, and all that stuff. Yeah, so right beyond the start-finish area is the Aravaipa aid station, and the where we are, the live stream booth, and also the timing booth, and just beyond that are all the participants' kind of crew and individual aid stations. So they have, I don't know, a little under a quarter-mile stretch to set up. Jamil's gonna maybe show you guys on the drone. So
that stretch right along there, that's where in the fixed time events and the 100-mile that starts tomorrow, this is where the long course crews can set up along here. You can see there are tents for sleeping in the background that people were able to rent. But I mean, the runners can set up a pop-up. There are some that actually have, you can see right below the trees. And then most of the USATF 100-mile championship runners are actually in these tents that are lining the shot that you see right here.
Yeah, so there you'll see the white tent is our probably become a little more popular at night on the left.
The heating tent.
Nice and enclosed, heat. I think there's some cots in there.
I'll probably be spending a little bit of time in there.
Opportunity to charge up your phone, your electronics. And then, the little tents beyond that, and tables and chairs are the individual runners and their crew.
I'm going to take a
bit past are some porta potties.
quick peek at the 48 hour, just to kind of see if there's anybody that
that'd be
is
fun.
looking at the at some potential age group records. Amy Maurer is a name that she's done some great stuff at the 100 and 144 hour the 6th day. Has the American record at that. Oh,
Man down.
as I knock down my second screen. There we go. Perfect. Amy is currently 9:01 in and is at 43.8843 miles. The current women's 50 to 54 in the 48 hour is Liz Bauer with a 204.9996, so 205 miles basically in 48 hours. That's the way that Amy's moving, that might be a tall ask. Looking further down the line, the Jester at 41.5746. The Jester has entered a new age group this
Good
year
man.
and is now in the 60 to 64 age group. And the current record holder for that group is John Brown with 183.998 miles. That could be in danger because for those that know how the Jester rolls, he just doesn't stop rolling. So I could see the Jester potentially setting an age group 48-hour record here this weekend if he keeps himself going. And based on his experience, I don't ever foresee him. He won't even.
Can't count him out.
Yeah, you can't count out Ed. Let's see. Beyond that, it would take a lot of projection and speculation. Let's see. Alan Barnes is 67 years old and at 39 miles. Let's see if that would put him in position. I don't know what the 65 to 69 national record is. Bill Heldenbrand with 180.65. That would be a tall ask based on where he's at right now. Let's see if any Masters women might have a shot. Bruce Rousseau is at age 76. 30 miles in, the record is 160.99. That would be a tough projection too. On the women's side, Rosie Nelly Garza is currently at 27.71 miles. And in the 70 to 74, interestingly, the record is held by the late Isla Brandy at 94.47. I think that Rose has got an excellent shot. Stay on course and keep moving forward, and Rosa could be somebody that we're talking about after all is said and done with a new national age group record. Kathy Mason in the same age group is at 23 miles, so about 4 miles back of Rosa. It could happen for either one of them. They're both in good shape to it.
Oh, here's Zach and Sierra.
He's back running?
Wow, yeah, Zach. Sierra's just right on top of him. Yeah, so Zach Marin, our second place male, his last lap was 18:39, his slowest lap, I think, so far. He definitely looks like he's
working hard
with something. And Sierra, last lap 10:51. So yeah, she's 2 laps back. She's about to, essentially pass him right through the aid station. We'll see what's going on. Wonder if we can get if fun to get one of the USATF officials in here. I don't know if they have a duty to be on course at all times, but
I think we're on course.
yeah, they can see. We all see.
Yeah, they can see his just as well from here as over there. I can go and see if they'd one of them would like to come on.
Maybe eventually. Just thinking, just using this little bed here. Just roll up. Yeah, true. Jamil was being so kind as to ask if I needed a heater. Over on this side is getting a little chillier as the sun dips down. Desert is always deceptively cold. It does say it's on 56 degrees, but I'd say it feels a little colder than that. It'll be around 45 degrees at midnight and get down to 39 tomorrow morning for the runners going through the night. So yeah, I think the low through the night is 39 degrees, but it feels pretty chilly. For anybody wondering, Glaze is still shirtless. And asked if he's cold, he said, nah. We'll see if he can make it to the finish shirtless. So an update on our leaderboard. On the men's side, Jonah Backstrom from San Francisco, California is leading the field, 61 laps and 70.73 miles recorded, so under 50K to go at this point. Zach Marin.
Never done this, so I don't know how.
Zach Marin with 58 laps, and Sam Skeels 55, and then on our women's field, Sierra DeGroff 56 laps and 64 miles, Heather Huggins 60 miles, and Lisa Cabiles with 60 miles. Well, welcome to the booth.
Intimidating booth.
Oh yeah, just pop this right down. So yeah, for live with our audience on YouTube, we got covering the 100-mile national champs for those tuning in, and we are joined by one of our USATF representatives. You want to share, I guess, what your name's?
My name is Lynn Gentley.
Lynn. That's okay. Yeah. What's your role for USATF?
All the national championships have a USATF liaison present between 1 and 2, depending on the distance of the event and the amount of time that it will take for the event to occur. So in this event, we have 2 liaisons from USATF because of the magnitude of the race. It's big. It covers a great amount of time, and we just want to make sure that it goes off according to its intentions. Basically, our responsibilities are to ensure that the races run fairly, and so that all people are under the same rules and regulations, and that no one has any advantage over another. But as importantly, we're here to educate the runners, so we want to do everything we can to make sure that they find their finish line at 100 miles. We don't want to do anything that will get in their way. So if we can educate them according to what the rules and regs are, that's what we do here. We don't go out of our way to make things miserable for them, but we do everything we can to accommodate what their needs are within the context of being fair and consistent.
Yeah, and you cover like a vast range of events and disciplines and distances.
We do.
Is the mountain running champs probably the shortest end, or
right?
Yeah.
Yep,
all
they
the
are.
way up to 24 hours.
We'll go to 24 hours, and many of our events that occur during the year are selection events for our national teams to compete in world championships. This is not because we don't have a world championship 100-mile team, but we have 50K coming up next week in New York, and that will be a selection race for the world championships, which will be happening on November 4th in India.
Okay.
And then a couple weeks ago, there was a selection race at Formidable for the mountain trail team. There'll be another one the middle of April, and another one the beginning of May for those selections. And that world championship will be in June.
Scramble, and then Lake Sonoma.
Lake Sonoma and Breakneck.
Breakneck as well. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. And do you generally go to all of them, or?
Not all of them. I do most. My expertise is mostly in the ultra events. So I've gone to the 50K, 24-hour, 100K, the 100-mile, and then in the mountain trail, the 50K and 50-mile events.
And you generally join the teams, the USA team, when they go to Worlds?
I do. I team lead the 50K team and the 100K team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess how I'm curious, like how long you've been doing it, how you got into it, what's the origin story?
Yeah, part of the advantages of ultra running is that the more you do, the more you know. So I got into it with the least amount of information and somehow found my way to the finish line. And so I was a national champion in the early 90s and ran my way onto the US 100K team for 2 years in the early 90s, in 91 and 92. And then I started team leading in 93, and I've been blessed with being able to do it most every year since then. So it's a blast, and I love working with the athletes. It changes over time, of course. Not everybody makes the team every year.
Yeah.
So you get a new, fresh blood, so to speak, from year to year. And it's pretty exciting because for them, it's their first experience. For me, I've been there before, but I get excited because it's their first experience.
Yeah,
and just that excitement. So you live vicariously that first time through them every time you're able to go to a world championship. So it's there's nothing to compare it with. It's just, I live the dream all the time.
Do you have a favorite event, to attend, or?
Well, I got I started off with the 100K world or 100K. So 100K is my favorite. It's the roads are getting more difficult as I get older. So anytime I get on the trails, it's a little bit softer on my joints. So I gravitate toward trails. But unfortunately, as you get older, you have to remember to lift your feet. So I face plant a lot on trails. So it's six of one, half a dozen of another. I just feel privileged that I can still get out there and put one foot in front of the other and end up going across the finish line upright and smiling.
Yeah.
So those are my goals.
I love it. Are there things you're excited particularly about with this year's teams that are starting to form and shape up?
Oh, wow.
And
Yeah.
I feel like we've continued to get stronger as a country and really put forth some really deep fields.
Yeah, last August in Germany, the women won the team gold medal.
Yeah.
And we've always been strong, some years stronger than others, but we really try hard to come home with gold, silver. We try to be on the podium. And we've been pretty successful, knock on wood, that we'll continue to do that. One of the exciting things this year is that the World 50K champs were supposed to be held the end of May in South Africa, and at the 11th hour they were canceled, picked up 5 months later in India. So now those people who are trying to qualify for that team have a little longer window to qualify. So it opens up a can of worms for some people. Some people thought maybe that time that I had back in October, November would be sufficient to qualify for the team, but it's not anymore. So it's not totally safe anymore. So so that's exciting for me, just to kind of see people coming out of the woodwork saying, well, I either got to do it better, or I've got to run this race. I have a chance to qualify.
Yeah.
So that's
the
exciting.
Qualifying standards, usually there's both kind of some are place driven and some are, and then do all of them have a minimum time as well? Not really asking that clearly, but
no, I understand what you mean. There is a certain standard that you have to qualify in, regardless of whether you auto qualify in a national championship or you just run a certified record eligible course. For men, they must run a time of 3 hours or better in the national championships or any other time.
Okay.
And for the women, it's 3 hours 33 minutes.
Okay. So if you say win the national championship, you're not an automatic.
You are not automatic unless you
run
qualify with that
faster
time.
than 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So there could be 5 people that qualify sub 3 hour in the national championships, but only that first person, only the winner with that sub 3 hours. Those other will be lined up on the roster for consideration.
As backup.
Yeah.
And then one thing we were talking about, Chris and I, earlier was just there is this jump from 100K roads to kind of the next jump would be 24 hours. From your understanding, why is 100 miles not represented?
Largely because it's not considered on the world level.
Okay.
And we run under the World Athletics guidelines, and they do recognize the 50K and the 100K and the 24-hour, but they don't recognize other distances, especially those distances which aren't metric.
Okay.
So the world is on the metric system. United States and maybe 1 or 2 other countries are not.
Although 50 mile they recognize.
Not for world champion.
Okay.
Not for records.
Just a world best.
Yep. It's world best. Yeah. Yeah.
So do you see in the future there being the potential for 100 mile, or unlikely?
I don't.
At this stage?
I don't, just because it's pretty unique to the United States.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. I'd like to, but I'm a voice of one.
Yeah.
There may be other voices that join me, but right now I don't see that happening for any time soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Any other questions for you that I have? Generally, obviously you probably don't want to have to do the not so fun part of your job of enforcing things out there. What does that generally look like? If there is enforcement needed, what?
Oh my! Athletes have been very accommodating, and I'll give you an example. We don't permit the use of headphones or electronic devices during the running of a national championship, where an individual may be eligible for an award, money, or records, which is most everybody in the national championship. And so today we had several people start off the 100 mile with earphones.
Yep.
And it's not permissible. And so we had to enforce that rule, again, to be consistent across the board, and let those athletes know that they were not permitted to wear that. And almost without exception, people were apologetic that they didn't know it.
Yeah, they just weren't aware.
They weren't aware. And so that's where the education comes in. But athletes, they want to do it right. They're not here to, they're an honest group of people. And they have great integrity, and they just they pull for each other as well as themselves. But it's an easy group to work with because they want to be compliant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I fully see that. And people want to. Yeah, they want to. There is competition out there, but also everyone's kind of like a family.
Yeah.
And there's a very supportive environment in nature too.
I'll give you another example. We have 5 80 to 84-year-olds out there.
We've been following them. Pretty impressive.
That is, and that's it's not a 50K event. It is 100 miles.
1/10 of the field, I think.
And so, one of the one of the support people came up to me and she said, my husband is out there running, and as the day progresses into evening, I'm afraid he's going to trip. And older people don't, and I'm one of them, we don't see the ground as clearly at night as we do during the daylight hours. And she said, would it be permissible for him to use sticks? I don't know the answer to that question, so I phoned a friend. And Jason Bryant is our MUT rules and regs representative, so we talked about that. And although there's not a rule that specifically prohibits or encourages, we decided that in the best interest of those athletes, and also to promote a safe environment where the best opportunity for them to finish upright and without a bulging bruise on their face, we're going to allow sticks.
You will. Okay.
And so tonight, and so what we did is that we had one request, and so we went to all the others who are in the 80 to 84-year-old age group, asked them if they were okay with it, and they, without hesitation, said, of course, and can I use them too?
They all want their friend to be safe.
Yeah, and they said, by the time you get to be 80 to 84, you competed against these people in several races before, and so they know each other.
Yeah.
It's just it's this tight fraternity of brothers that are out there. And it's so cool because they're rooting for each other, but they're also going for the records. Yeah. So, yeah.
No, we were going through some of their historical results.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive. I mean, some of them hundreds of ultra finishes.
Yeah. And there's great inspiration.
To the 70s, 80s, yeah. Doing something right. Awesome. Well, thanks for joining. One last question.
Yeah.
What's on your any personal goals or races on your own calendar this year?
I don't do ultras anymore because I can't make the cutoffs.
Yeah.
I'll be doing some more liaisoning as the year progresses. But for me, half marathons and marathons, and again, I try to stay upright.
Yep.
And runners are one of the few groups of people that are really excited when they get older and they go into a different age group. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Lynn, for joining.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, great.
I'm sure I'll see you around.
Oh yeah, I'll be here for a good part of
until
the cows come home. Pretty much. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah,
well,
great.
Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot. Nice talking with you.
Yeah, you can just set that down. I think I've met you probably maybe at Loon Mountain in the past, or I at least remember
never been to
seeing-
Loon.
You haven't been
No,
to Loon, okay.
no.
Have you been to any of the mountain running?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
like Cranmore?
Cayuga?
Oh yeah, Cayuga.
Yeah, so
Okay.
my-
Yeah, I ran that.
Yeah.
The 50 and
Okay,
I think
yeah.
2018.
Yeah, and I was the liaison for that. Yeah, with Ian Golden.
Yes, yeah, he does. Yeah, I'm excited for Breakneck. I signed up for the marathon.
That's a tough
yeah,
race.
it'll be tough.
Oh my gosh, I hike walked it last year. I'm thinking these guys are running it.
Yeah. There's like an interesting dynamic this year too, where I guess the people, because the half is the Golden Trail series,
Yes,
but I
yes,
think
yes.
he's allowing people to place in both,
He is.
which I thought was pretty unique and kind of like as an athlete tricky to know how to race.
And psychologically, if you're not having a good day at the full marathon, and you can cut off and just call it a day.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Do you know if you run the marathon, do you automatically get a half result, or?
I think you do, because I remember we were discussing that, and I think
It's like, what if you're like, don't want, well, you would think of it like as a less performance in a half. But
It's a good question, but I can't say that convincingly that it will. But I know that he wanted to put the perks on that folks were running.
Double the prize.
Yeah, right.
Awesome.
Right. So, yeah, but will I see you there?
Yeah, very likely.
Good.
Yep. Yeah,
Cool.
I'm currently signed up for the full.
Okay,
but,
that's a
we'll
national
see.
championship.
Yeah.
Too. Yeah. So,
Yeah, I've had like the long-term
Yeah.
hope of making.
Yeah.
I think I was. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll see.
And I think, for me, one of the neat things about a race like this is that I see so many older people in trail races like right now. You don't see many older people because we fall.
Yeah.
And the potential of injury is heightened. But at a race like this, where it's pretty level, and you got 40 hours, I mean, it really draws out the older person. So this is really exciting for me to see the older runner because I'm one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope. Yeah, we were talking earlier just how to. It's interesting that this, even though it's one of the most accessible, it's also the least attended, least deep of fields.
Yeah.
And I would just love to see it become more popular.
I think we could do that with Aravaipa.
Yeah.
So. Oh, good enough.
Thanks.
All right, I'll see you at
Yes.
I'll see you tonight too, but I'll see you for sure. Right. Nice talking with you.
When you turn around and go backwards, bad things happen. Don't do it.
All right, folks. We are 8 minutes out from the start of our 6-hour and 12-hour races. It's a little fresh energy out on the course there tonight. We are going to try to get some folks to join us here in the booth, some runners, some crew, maybe some aid station volunteers throughout the next few hours. At this point, we are approaching 10 hours into the race, and our current men's leader is projected to be around 14-hour finish, and our women's leader around 15 and a half hours. So another 5-ish hours of racing for our men's podium, and another 6-7 hours of racing for our women's podium. Curious if we will be switching streams. Chris, do you know, are we switching streams anytime soon? Or
Yeah.
Are we going to get kicked off this one?
No.
No? Okay.
As far as I know. So I was doing a little bit of fact finding. Jamil, when are we going to switch streams?
Probably after this start.
Okay, probably after the start of the... Cool. So I did some chatting with some people. Talking with Sierra's crew, and also with Sierra briefly as she was taking a stop to.
Awesome.
So I got information on the numbers.
All right.
So let me actually pull something up on.
In the chat earlier, we were made aware by Aid Station Fireball that Sierra had posted on her Instagram. She had written in Sharpie some numbers on her hand, some splits, it seemed, potentially. Chris is going to educate us on what exactly those numbers were.
So 15:35 is the women's A standard for Desert Solstice.
Oh boy.
For the 100-mile. So she's using this to gun for Desert Solstice. And the other numbers are benchmarks that she was trying to...
Splits along, I think it was 6:42 and 9:20-ish.
Yeah, so those were her goal times for, basically where she wanted to be at certain points in the race. So she's using this as a means to try and get into Desert Solstice. And
Does she have
also
intentions of 24 hours or 100 miles there?
Well, I would assume probably the 24 because this is also serving up as a tune-up for Badwater.
Yeah, okay.
So she's running Badwater this summer, and so she's got a hell of a year ahead of her. And we talked about the year that she had last year, the summer where she ran, Angeles Crest, Cascade Crest, and Leadville all in the same summer. So
stacked summer.
Yeah, she's go big or go home. And she was joking as I was talking to her. It's so funny because, she's just, very relaxed, very calm right now, and she was joking. She's like, "Oh, I found something I'm decent at." It's like, yeah, you're probably a little bit more than decent, but I mean, we can actually, now that we know that we're looking at, we can kind of do some, conjecture. So she is currently 66.0472 miles in, and her current time is 9:41, or her last mark time was 9:41:52. So she needs to average a 10:24 to hit, because she's got 33.9528 and 5:53 to go. So basically, she's got to run about a 5:30 50K basically, and change on both sides of that. So
Yeah, and she's been, so her last lap, 11 minutes. So it would be for 10:24 minute per mile. That's
now this lap is going to be slower because she did stop for a few minutes.
Yeah.
So,
well, better take care of yourself now. Interestingly, Zach Marin, our second place male, he did pick it up the last 2 laps. So he went from an 18 back to 10:45 and then down to a 10:06. So he is rallying. That's nice to see. We were thinking Sierra, was starting to creep up on him, but.
And I see that the pack of chase men has started to catch up to Sam Skeels as well.
Yep. Yeah. Not giving him too much room to work with.
Including Alex Docta, who has moved into 4th. Jeremy Brooks is in 5th, and Pete Kostelnik is in 6th. And that's a hell of a chase pack right there.
Tuning in, or new to tuning in, we have pinned at the top the link to the live race results where you can see splits for every single lap, all 85 laps, or 85 and a half laps for our runners.
It's 1.17 miles per lap on the short course. The long course, where the 48-hour runners are, as well as the next set of 6 and 12-hour runners that are getting ready to start as well. A beautiful shot from the drone.
Lights are starting to pop in
the city of Henderson in the background.
It is really lovely with the
that is actually almost right above us. It's kind of the lower right-hand corner covered by you and I is where the start-finish line is. So.
Oh, Finn in the chat. Hey, Finn. Finn's a friend from the East Coast. Saco, Maine, represent. Peter, Lisa's looking solid. Yay. Woo-hoo. Yeah, Lisa. Peter, maybe you can educate us on how to pronounce Lisa's last name, because I feel like we're going to be saying a lot more of it. And
yes.
I want to make sure I'm saying it right.
Caballos?
So
or?
Let us know if you can hear this. Aaron Swank, can we see the strip lights?
I don't know. Maybe that's the next town over. We'll
see.
We
definitely not in this shot necessarily,
but
facing
the other direction.
Jamil can get his way up there. Strip lights. We want to see.
We're about to watch the start.
Okay, so we'll as soon as we're about 10 seconds out from the start of the 12-hour and 6-hour first night heats.
All right.
Just a handful of runners, as you can see, but
small pack.
people cheering for them as they embark.
Also
beautiful shot right there. You can see in the background the Las Vegas Strip as the sun escapes our view, and you can see the neon kind of pick up. I can tell that would be the Hilton at Resorts World, that big white dot in the middle. Not saying I spent.
Oh boy!
There we go. Yep, that's Hilton.
That's
Resorts World right there.
See a plane taking off there.
The Ferris wheel at the link. Moving right to left, you've got the MGM signature with the 3 gold, what looks like crosses in the middle. The Cosmopolitan right behind those. The MGM Grand in the green.
Well versed on the Las Vegas Strip.
I've been here a few times. The excellent lobby bar at the Cosmopolitan, the poker room at the MGM Grand. I've been here a few times. You see Excalibur, and then the Luxor, Mandalay Bay.
Well, we do have prize money for our podium, so maybe somewhere to
they'll head
take
on
the
over.
money.
Well,
Saturday.
I would say that get your money, keep your money, and maybe go out and have a nice dinner. I
Yeah.
mean, you can get a world-class meal on the Strip. There's no doubt about that. Of course, that's all fun and dandy, but we're here to keep tabs on the Jackpot races here. But yeah, this is a great. I love it. I mean, this is a wonderful shot right here. I can't stress enough how much this makes me smile. As we
Pretty fun to see the course outlined with the the lights.
Yeah, it's I mean, this is what it's all about right here. It's such a great venue, with a beautiful backdrop and a whole lot of energy amongst the runners. So.
Yeah, I feel like it's the energy level has stepped up a notch.
Yeah, you add a half dozen to a dozen runners onto the course that are all fresh as a daisy, and look what happens. So yeah, I'm gonna update my math on Sierra DeGroff, and I'm also gonna take a look at Jonah Backstrom as he chases down 14:09:45.
Yeah. Heidi Smoot commented, "There's a school full of people in awe of your strength. You're inspiring us all." Regarding Jonah.
73.0719 at 9. Oh, he just passed by again.
Who is it?
Jonah.
Jonah cruising
So
along.
Jonah basically has less than a marathon to go at this point.
It's got to feel nice. Yep.
74.25 miles in.
25.7 miles. Just went through 11:26. Well, I don't know if I'm ready, Jimmy. Oh boy.
Oh.
Jamil's working his magic on cameras. Oh boy.
Wow.
Dun, 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 dun.
That is the it's the Venetian. The Palazzo is in the middle. That is the Trump Tower, and then Wynn and Encore, Resorts World, the Hilton Crockford, and what is the other hotel? The Conrad within there. You can see Circus down below.
I want to go on that Ferris wheel.
Oh, the Ferris wheel at the Link? They have a happy half hour where you get unlimited drinks for like 30 minutes if you do
on
it.
the Ferris wheel?
Well, it takes you 30 minutes to do a loop of the Ferris wheel. And they have an open bar on, like, if you do it for, like, I don't remember what, it's like $60 or something like that. But
good to know.
But yeah, such a great shot of the Las Vegas Strip in the background. You can see the Mirage, all these other establishments. And as you zoom out, and you can see that is just a few scant miles from Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada, which is where we currently are at. So, doing the math, it looks like Jonah has things pretty well in hand. Jonah has to average a 9:34 pace the rest of the way in order to break Olivier Leblanc's 100-mile age group record for the United States.
What would that be per lap?
934 per mile pace.
Yeah, but what would the lap?
The lap would. I mean, what would
9:34.
his lap pace be? It would be
Not lap pace, like lap time.
Oh yeah, or his lap time.
Like 9:34 for 1.17 miles.
11:12.
Okay, he's doing 11:26, 11:23 for recent
Oh.
ones, so he is slowing some.
So yeah, it looks like he is slowing down a little bit. Is that?
So he would have to go fast for.
I know that
So he's
one
off.
of those laps he was putting on sleeves or putting
Yeah.
on a top. So
Yeah, so
hopefully,
it is just these two. Yeah, the ones prior were in range, but yeah, we'll see for the next couple ones.
and the other runner that we're looking at chasing very specific numbers. So yeah, Sierra DeGroff did have an 18-minute loop last time, and that was because she was actually throwing on some sleeves as well.
Midwest Mitfit was impressed by your recognition skills of the Las Vegas Strip.
What's funny is that I don't go there that often.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say like maybe once a year, every other year.
Yeah.
Actually, I've gone more recently simply because travel was pretty cheap over 2020 into 2021. So I got to take in some high-end resort hotels at very reasonable prices.
Yeah.
I did stay down there this week as I was working remotely too. So
Peter
didn't do much gambling.
Yeah.
Gambled less than $20.
I was surprised just coming into like the airport how many like machines
Oh,
just,
yeah.
like, in the airport. I was like, "Oh, wow."
every gas station,
Yeah.
it's right here
This is my
for you.
First time here, so.
So what are your first impressions of Nevada, and obviously Henderson as well as Vegas? Like, what are your impressions of being here?
I didn't really know what to expect, honestly. I feel like I didn't really have a good hold on what Nevada had to offer, but I went on a great run this morning.
Nice.
Really nice trail that was a little bit away from where we are. Pretty cool seeing the mountains and the snow on the mountains. Looked like some great trails up there.
I know that Bryce and Jamil on their way back from Jackpot last year did go up into their hills,
Okay.
and they recorded a Steep Life episode. I know from
I'll
up
have
there.
to,
So
I'll have to tune in.
So Sierra is needing to keep a 10:12 pace to hit her stated goal of 15:35, which would be a Desert Solstice qualifier, the A standard. So she's not wanting to leave any doubt.
And do we know the? Can you do the similar lap time for 10-12 pace?
Oh, the women's B standard is 17:30. So
Yeah.
she had hit that last year and across the years.
You get extra. What if you hit the first standard? I think you get paid. Like you get like paid entry.
Oh.
Or I'm
I
pretty
wasn't
sure
sure.
there's like
I should know these things. I mean, I've been there.
Yeah, see.
Can gain any point until the 30 runner capacity. So they actually, it's not they still have to pay their entry, but they're automatically entered as long as the race is in that capacity. So she wants that to be, she wants to be there. And,
solidly in the field. We got a pronunciation for Lisa's last name. Cabiles. Is that how you would say that?
Cabilas?
No.
Cabilas?
Going with that. Till
Broke it down into two-letter chunks and we still can't figure it out.
Cabiles.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, Cabiles.
Ready to come back on and play for a little bit?
Just after I have my dinner.
Somebody asking who was carrying the American flag. I believe that
48-hour runner. Or no, it was.
no, it's
yeah.
I'll know his name when I see it. He's from Arizona. Nathan Butler.
Yes.
Nathan Butler of Peoria, Arizona, is carrying the American flag for the entirety of his run from the looks of things. Again, for those just tuning in, two of our former leaders in the race. Is that Micah Morgan?
No.
I was like, I just saw the back. I was like, wait a minute. Like, yeah, Lisa's moving very well.
Yeah,
But Sierra de Groff is, has a lead at this point, about a 2.5 to 3 loop lead at this point. Just under a 5K lead from the looks of things at this point. We'll see if, as the race goes on, as long as she's able to maintain, she doesn't really have to stretch out too much, because the longer it goes, the shorter the race gets. Mm-hmm. And so these runners that are currently chasing her have about 30 to 33 miles to close the gap. And it's going to get tougher to do that as time goes on.
Let's check in on how Sally's looking.
On the men's side, Sam Skeels still hanging on to third place behind Jonah Backstrom and Zach Marin. Alex Docta in fourth place on the men's side. Jeremy Brooks followed closely behind by Pete Kostelnik in sixth. Yeah, I love that shot right there that we've got on the drone. We've got the great view of the start-finish line and the aid station and the Ramada right here at
I
Cornerstone
see
Park.
my arm waving. Incredible.
Oh, down in the
you can
the
see.
tent.
Do you see it?
I can see you down below. Kabilas.
Further clarified. All right. We've got it nailed now.
Thank you, Peter. I appreciate it.
Kabilas. Well,
thank you for re-asking,
looking
Liam,
very
because
strong.
we obviously couldn't figure out how to even pronounce how to ask
You
it.
said bye.
Live TV, there's nothing like it. I guess we will be flipping over the stream here fairly soon, at which point we'll take a break and leave AJW in here for himself.
Ben for himself.
He's having, actually, what's your dog's name, AJW? Molly? Josie. I think that Josie and AJW can hold down the fort. Sit Josie in one chair and AJW in the other. That would be fantastic. Yeah, I've got doing my best to try and follow. Oh yeah, isn't that wonderful? I don't know if you saw, I was doing my naming off every single hotel in Vegas bit as we went from left to right. Yo, yeah. And at one point, Jamil and Patrick were just staring at me.
It's impressive.
It is. Oh, you're right. It is. Now that the sun is setting, it's darker here in person than it looks on the shot right now. I'll just say that. But I guess technically it would be Aravaipa after dark.
Station fireballs getting.
Most memorable line was
Saucy in the
AJW talking about runners getting topped off at aid stations with respect to their water bottles. I missed that one.
Yeah.
I thought it was more about the running organization that he kept on referring to the name, and I was just kind of triple taking every time.
What? Which?
There was some sort of running organization that when he said it, it sounded very off color. Lisa splits looking so steady. Let's take a look at Lisa Kabila's splits. It looks like over the last, I would say since lap 34 to 55, she's maintained between about an 11:15 and 12:15 pace for most laps. It looked like she had a pit stop on one of the laps or maybe two of the laps. But for the most part, she's been remarkably consistent in that 11:15 to 12:15 range per loop. And of course, the front of the pack is shortening the race that they have yet to run. Jonah Backstrom being at the forefront of the race at this point. The lead dog, so to speak, is over 75 miles into his 100-mile run.
He's slowing down, though. Yeah, a few additional laps in the 26, 28. So he's a little bit off.
Yeah, he definitely
14.
is.
So close.
Is slowing down. I mean, he's still,
I wonder if his. I'm sure his crew knows, but maybe we could.
Let's see. It's
we could go rally the
75.4135 at 10:14:40.
11:11.
So he's got to average an 11:11 pace the rest of the way to hit the Olivier LeBlanc mark of 14:09:45.
Let's check in with the crew.
Sierra on the other hand.
Make sure they're aware.
3887. Well, they're watching, from what I understood, so they can hear it from us right here.
They're watching the live stream?
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
10, 12,
they're
28.
listening.
So Sierra, in order to hit the Desert Solstice A standard qualifier, needs to maintain a 10:12 pace per mile or an 11:56 per loop pace in her remaining time on the course.
Let's see what she's been doing. 11:45. She's still under. A big stop. 18:51.
Yeah, that was when she was stopping to.
When chatting.
I almost felt bad. I wanted to shut up because I didn't want to keep her there talking.
Yeah.
But while she was standing there, just putting some sleeves on, it's definitely. I mean,
nice work, Ed.
She would have to tighten up that part of her game at Solstice, very much.
Yeah, it's one of the tough things with shorter loops. More time to stop every loop.
Well, and you know what it is. She's approaching it like a trail runner mentality. Like we said, she's run several trail races, trail hundreds over the last year, and that's how you approach an aid station in a hard rock qualifier type ultra, where you just kind of come in and you're still dialed in, but your sense of urgency is a little bit differently defined. Oh, I can't get enough of this shot from Jamil. Thank you so much for bringing us this shot. It's a gorgeous night. It's gotten a little bit brisk. It's funny how this seems like a cold 55 versus the 43 that felt so warm earlier today.
Oh yeah, is that weather that's there? Yeah. 50,
yeah. Sounds like Mary Skills is asking how Sam is doing. Sam he's hanging in there. He has had some slower laps more recently. I haven't been able to single him out. I haven't seen him.
He does seem in good spirits. The times he's come by, he's either waved or smiled.
His pace is definitely leveled off as the race has gone from day to night. Yeah, some of these runners that are now on the course with their fresh legs for the 6 and 12-hour night runs, hopefully you'll get the other runners up and pumping. Because in some of their cases, it's probably been a long time since they've been passed by other runners.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be nice. It could also be a little bit kind of like, kind of.
It's Aravaipa After Dark. Aid Station Fireball knows it.
Is this Patrick's first time after dark?
No, he's been at Desert Solstice. Yeah.
It's during the initiation.
I wish I had something clever for that. Like, I don't, though. Basically, I just
I was just thinking
decided
of
that when the sun goes down, Aravaipa After Dark
Nemo, in the fish tank. Do you remember the
Midwest
Finding-
Misfit. It'd be funny if you had a graphic of a minus sign before an amount over each casino representing how much money Chris lost gambling at each establishment. You'd be surprised how little I've lost in Vegas. Now, keep in mind, I say in Vegas. I don't gamble when I come to Nevada.
Yeah.
I hardly ever. Like, I might, and with the proliferation of legality, I don't have to come here to do it. I can. We have casinos and gambling establishments and accessibility through online apps in Arizona. I come here to like hang out and spend $22 for a cheap margarita in a plastic boot-shaped cup. Like that's what I do. On my oddly specific random reference. Yeah, I come here to eat at awesome restaurants. That's what I come to Vegas to do. You've got
a favorite, personal favorite?
My
or-
personal favorite was one that that got shut down.
Oh.
It was a neat little Korean barbecue joint just off the strip, and it's no longer open. Apparently, they had some issues with the law.
Yikes.
There was a place, I believe, in the Aria called Lemongrass that I really liked.
Andy Jones will can.
Look at all these sprightly 6-hour runners.
Yeah,
a little fiery over there, Andy.
Lemongrass in the Aria was an excellent restaurant. I enjoyed that place a lot. I also I went to dinner at Flights last night at Planet Hollywood. That was good. Very interesting concept on some of, like, they actually literally do like everything in Flights. They do drinks in Flights. They have a flight of buffalo wings. They have a flight of French fries. Like it's cool because you get to try a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's a neat idea.
Scott Traer in the chat is.
Yeah, Scott.
Run fasta, Scott Traer. I'd love to see what Scott Traer would do out here at
sneakers
at this race. What?
Oh, Andy Jones said Andy's wearing sneakers. Trying to pronounce it how Scott pronounces it.
What sneakers are you wearing today?
These are probably the most worn shoes I've had. It's like a trail shoe.
Oh my goodness!
God.
Oh, good, we have a video.
Those are so done.
It's like almost coming through to the sole.
They look like
turning into road flats.
I have a pair of Lunas that look like that, but I've had them for 6 years.
Yeah. Finn's wondering how Andrew Glaze is doing.
He's hanging out in 10th place right now.
Yeah.
About at the 100K mark. Just behind Larry Stevens. Larry Stevens, 66 years old, and in the top 10 of a national championship.
Yeah, very impressive.
Amazing.
Yeah, Andrew's been very consistent. 11 to 13 minute laps with no down laps. And real question is if he is still shirtless. As far as I know, he is, but
It's
it
too
is
cold for
getting a
that,
little
dude.
chillier.
Throw something on.
Cut to an image of Scotty Traer in stained white t-shirt now. I wish.
Okay,
But
so there actually is our leader, Jonah Backstrom, coming in. He's got what looks like I was going to say a camo. Yeah, I guess it is a camo.
A little camo-esque. It's pretty bad.
Sweatshirt underneath his hydration pack.
That's got a So yeah, he's looking good. Let's see what his last.
Sierra has under 50K remaining.
Ooh, he's picking it up. 10:52 on the last one.
Nice.
We were doing the
5,
math,
9,
and he's
5.
got to do 11:11 per loop to get under the American age group record of 14:09. His current PR is 14:10. He is, I'm sure, burning for sub 14:09. So he's got 23 and change miles to go.
So yeah, he's got to remain on an 11:12 pace at this point per lap.
Okay.
To pick that record off.
Ooh, he banked himself a little bit of time there.
I'm sorry?
I said he banked himself an extra second.
Yeah, well, you got to, I mean, you know, when you get to this point, you know, how much of it is like hanging on for dear life at this point.
No, it's tough. I mean, Glaze is still shirtless.
I mean, 60, it's too cold. It's way too cold to be shirtless. You can see him come into the view.
Hey, I got my 3 years.
Wonder if he'll be shirtless to the bitter end.
Bitterly cold and
it's another 39 miles shirtless. It's gonna be.
I mean, so it can. I mean, it kind of tells you what is going on with him. Like, you're wearing a beanie and and a jacket. I'm still wearing a hoodie, and you know, you can see some of the runners that are coming through. They're all wearing beanies, or a lot of them are wearing beanies.
Yeah, I mean,
and,
our fastest
coats.
moving runner of the day right now is layering up.
Yeah,
so.
he's wearing a hoodie.
He's moving at a still good clip. We've got our flag bearer.
It looks like Pete Kostelnik has passed Jeremy Brooks. It looks like Jeremy might be having a rough time of it lately. Yeah, so Jeremy's splits have really kind of fallen off. The last, I would say the last 7 or so, 14:57, 11:51, 15:27, 12:30, 14:05, 14:54, and 21:37. I don't know if he's just working through a rough patch or if there's something else going on, but it's he definitely has fallen off because for a very long time he was one of the marks of consistency in this race, with his average laps being in the 10 to 10:30 range for a very long time.
Yeah, Sumner just passed through. Sumner Jones, 22 years old, of Cleveland Heights, Ohio. He's still looking really strong.
And yeah, you're right, Peter. Lisa Kabilas is moved past Heather Huggins into second place.
She's making moves.
I mean, by the narrowest of margins, a 4-second difference the last time they came through. So they basically came through together at that point. How many suit changes does Jamil have planned?
Not enough.
I've only seen him wear one suit, and he did have a change of clothes, but that's about it. So
maybe if we get enough complaints, he'll change his suit more.
Still has 2 more days.
it's true. Lisa's splits have been more steady, whereas Heather's have been a little bit more up and down. So we'll see if that's something that we need to pay closer attention to. Larry Stevens, Andrew Glaze, Sally McRae in 4th for the women, Megan Eckert in 5th, and Jen Francis, a name that we haven't brought up yet, moving into 6th place. As Christina Pham has withdrawn. Jen Francis, a local from North Las Vegas. I am not familiar with her, but the beautiful thing about the internets is that you can look and see what what is on their ultra sign up.
Yep.
So, Jen Francis, she won the 12-hour at Fat Ox in December for the women with a 62.2 mile total. She ran Jackpot last year, did 59 in 12 hours. She's logged time here in at Beyond Limits. Looks like she's logged some time at Nanny Goat as well. Seems to really enjoy the fixed time races. Seems to be more of her focus. She's run Ray Miller 50K.
Oh, she tried at the championships
Okay.
back in 2019.
Yeah, she threw her hat in the ring here a few years ago. It looks like it didn't go as she might have hoped. But she has logged as looks like her personal best is 105 miles in 24 hours at Nanny Goat 2018. Right now she has moved into the top 7 here at Jackpot.
Comment from Peter. Lisa is a machine. She will only get faster as this goes on. If she gets wind that she can catch DeGroff, she will hunt her down. Love it.
I mean, Sierra's looking really strong right now. I think that that might be a little bit.
There's a lot that can happen with 50K to go in a race. So a 4-mile lead is a substantial lead, but
yeah, especially the way Sierra's moving. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Is that it's other than her occasional loop to where she stops and chats with her crew and pauses, she's moving extremely well.
from Troy, go Lisa, can't wait to pace you at Badger Mountain 100 in 3 weeks. Oh my God. Another 100 in 3 weeks. Love it.
I guess these people like to run lots of races.
Yeah, what does the winner get? Fame and glory, as AJW says. They get a title of
national champion.
National champion. Not too many people can say that. They also get $1,200, I think, is the prize.
Wait, there's money? What?
Yeah, I think it's 1,200. What is it? 1,200, 3. Yeah, but right, 500 for third.
We can take a look. Oh yeah. First place,
money
man
on
and
the
woman,
line.
1,200. Second place, 500. Third place, 300. So. So there's Lisa coming through right now. It'll be interesting to see how far back Heather is.
Lisa just came through,
Yep.
or yep.
And there's Heather right there. I mean, Heather's looking strong too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like, it's not like she's looking worked. I mean,
Sierra.
yeah, 32 seconds separate the two of them, and here comes Sierra right behind them, extending to a 4-lap lead, essentially. So she's got about a 4.6 mile lead on second and third place. And Sierra has under 30 miles to go.
What was Lisa's last lap? 11:58, and Sierra was 11:30.
And Heather was 12:24. Sally McRae, a couple of laps back of them. I haven't seen Sally come around recently, though. I have to keep an eye out.
LA Marathon, too. Wow.
And then Megan Eckert rounding out the women's top 5.
Aid Station Fireball, take that 1200 to the strip. And yeah,
Put it
that's
on
what I
red.
said.
Yeah, no,
Double it.
I'd
Triple
rather
it.
I'd rather take it and buy a nice dinner with it. A couple nice dinners.
$1,200 dinner.
No,
That would be
no,
pretty
no.
Nice.
I've never spent that much on dinner. I've had a few pricey ones, but never anything
Yeah.
in that range.
Maybe that would be a good challenge.
I went to a restaurant in Scottsdale one time. You know, just I knew that I was going to spend whatever just to have myself a good dinner. I built my own. It was like I set myself up for that one. Like build my own seafood tower
Wow.
to start with, and then have a steak. It ended up being a with tip and everything, almost $3 bills. It was one of the few times in my life I've ever had leftovers.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe after the next loop that they do, Jonah and Sierra, I'll do some math to see what we're looking at. Liam talking about ringside seats to an AEW pay-per-view. We found out that we're both not closet wrestling fans. So, actually, Liam, AEW was in Phoenix last week, doing their TV tapings. I didn't go. I had a group friend to attend. But I did get an invite to a post party where some of the wrestlers hang out, but I did not go, unfortunately.
Ah, that's pretty cool. Nathan in the chat mentioning, yeah, Sally's just out for a composed 100-mile effort. Didn't even know it was a championship race when she signed up. Planning on doing the Grand Slam of 200s this year. Good little tune-up.
Well, I mean, if she keeps it up, I mean, she's on the outside of the top 3 looking in, but you know, if she is able to catch one of the women ahead of her, then she could potentially be, you know, taking this composed 100-mile effort and make a few bucks for it. I'm going to take a quick peek at the...
Another fast lap from Jonah.
Looking back at our Masters, Super Grand Masters 80 to 84 age bracket, it looks like, let's see.
Yeah,
Edward
Troy will
Rousseau-
try to switch up the camera angle soon. Closer up view, we could definitely do that.
Let's see.
Still rolling.
What do you
Still shirtless. Edward Rousseau, 39.1190. And
I
249.
think it's the 200 Grand Slam, not the 100 Grand Slam. Aid Station Fireball. Her own Grand Slam.
Yeah, the Triple Crown plus Cocodona.
Plus Cocodona, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of those things. It's kind of like a thing, but not a thing.
Yeah, like the Sierra Slam.
Yeah, I heard that term too, thrown around.
Do you want to hop on AJW or
I'm ready.
you ready?
You want to take a break, Patrick?
I'll switch out.
You can. I'll switch out. I'd be happy to take a break if you want to hang out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll hang out. See if I can change that.
Oh, I can do it.
What could go wrong?
It's one of these buttons.
What happens if I push this?
I won't do it. I was feeling confident until I looked at it.
It's the Stream Deck. Well, and I also.
No, you go to that one. I like that one better
You like what one?
because I can see the scoreboard and.
I'm old. Yeah, I don't want to mess with it simply because there's a drone involved.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
If the drone crashes in the lake.
Because I asked it.
I mean, is this okay for you? Can bring your binder over.
Yeah, no, this works.
Josie. All right.
Rejoined by AJW in the
Good to
live
see you again,
stream.
Patrick. We are here at Aravaipa After Hours. Good to see all our friends in the chat. It's, as everybody has said, it's getting a little bit cooler around here. I think you can scroll that puppy. No.
Oh.
This one? There you go. There we go. Yeah.
Refresh.
So I took off, walked my dog, got a little bite to eat, and it looks like Jonah has a couple lap lead, is moving well. Zach Merritt, Sierra's moved into third place overall. Jeremy Brooks, as Chris predicted, is sliding slightly off the pace, and Lisa, who has lots of fans in the chat, is probably not going to slow down. We've also had these sprightly 6-hour runners start. Probably added a little excitement to the festivities. 66-year-old Larry Stevens is still going strong, as are our 5 octogenarians. So, yeah. It's Jackpot Ultras from Henderson, Nevada.
Almost 11 hours in.
Indeed. Here's American flag guy. Yeah.
I think that is,
I know we looked up his name before.
yeah.
actually running at a
Nathan
pretty
Butler
good- all
from
right.
Scottsdale.
And
or
then who's
from-
with the
I mean,
orange gal with the orange singlet here?
That would be Megan Eckert.
That's Megan Eckert.
Yeah. So our 5th place woman.
Yeah.
Right behind Sally. Yeah, I'm sure Jonah's got to be feeling excited about 22 and change miles to go.
Oh yeah.
Once
He's
you get
gotta
under
be.
that 50K, you're just counting them off one by one.
Pretty strong. 49 years old. Been steady all day.
Yeah.
Again, he ran a 14:10 here last year. So I'm not going to do public math, but it could happen.
Yeah, no, he's on pace for right now he's on pace
to go under
14:09, which is the age group American record. I think he's right on pace for like 14:08, though. It's close.
It is close. John Montgomery asked, and I know Warden can get on this, an update on Jonah's pace.
Yep.
Chris is going to work through this. While we're doing it, Sebastian Garcia,
So,
Andrew Glaze,
10:45.
He's still shirtless. He comes by our tent every lap and gives us a little shout out. He seems to be very happy. There's David Blaylock. That dude's not quitting, man. Holy cow, what a beast. 10 Wasatches back in the 80s, thank you very much, in the syrup bottle days, I'd like to say. So Andrew Glaze moving well.
Yeah, no, it's good.
So we're going to get an update on Jonah's pace.
Yeah, so Jonah has got to be running 11 minute and 17-second laps. Reminder, the lap is 1.17 miles. So 9:38 pace will get him, if he runs, the remaining 22.2 miles, under the current American record for 40. Is it the 40 to 45? Let me just check.
While you're checking, Lisa Kabiles just jumped Jeremy Brooks in the overall to 7th overall, second place. Still 3 laps behind Sierra, but I have to imagine she's smelling blood in the water with still 30 miles to go. Thank you, Finn Kind. Shirtless Jorts, 10th place. Sounds perfect. Here comes Sierra through. So that's a pretty interesting dynamic. Sierra is slightly behind Lisa out on the course, but of course 3 laps ahead. Now 4 laps ahead in the actual race. So be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out. Dennis Traficante been running in the Puffy all day, coming through the start finish, looking very much like he has all day. As you would expect, some of our octogenarians. That's what I am. Octogenarians. So Jonah maintaining his current pace, where he's basically at 79 miles, gets the American age group record.
For the age
for
group.
40 to 49.
Yes. Or I guess it would be 40. I think I'm pretty sure they're 5.
45 to 49,
49.
Yes. We will tell Larry that OD is watching. For those that don't know, OD is Ed Wilson's nickname, overdrawn. I'll just leave it up to your imagination, good listeners and viewers, what that nickname actually means, or you can just ask Ed and he will tell you offline what his nickname overdrawn means. But just use your imagination and the rest will take care of itself. Eric Clifton coming by again. He's donned his vest. That vest has seen some miles. And Eric Clifton, I know he's a splits guy. He knows he has a chance for a sub-24 hour. But it's going to be close, especially as he's kind of resorted to sort of a race walk. And this is not a finger thing. Yeah. That you have to use. I just want to get a read on Eric. So he's just hit halfway, and he's a smart guy. He'll know that at halfway with basically going 3 miles an hour the rest of the way, he's going to have to move a little bit.
Yeah.
But still, so much fun to see Eric out here doing what he loves. Those of you longtime fans of the sport know Eric Clifton. If you're sitting at home bored, just Google him, ultra sign up him, do whatever you do. You're in for a treat with all of the stuff that Eric has done in the sport.
Do you have a favorite Eric story or?
Oh well, definitely when he bolted Western States from the start, was first over the escarpment, and then was puking before we were even out of the snow. He was in short shorts and a singlet and like shoes that he'd cut long before Anton was cutting his shoes. Eric was doing that. It was just beautiful. He was behind the tree in the snow puking at like mile 10, but it was an amazing story.
Did he go on to finish that year or no?
No. He did not. I think he made it to Robinson Flat and then called it a day. But on the positive side, I remember watching Eric like put on clinics at the Vermont 100, which was just a course just tailor-made for him for the rolling up and down climbs and not too technical. And, I mean, just a fantastic sort of pure runner, Eric Clifton. And, you know, it kind of inspired a generation of East Coasters, not the least of which was Mike Morton and Courtney Campbell, and to, you know, come out west and run. You know, there was a time where, I mean, I know we talk a lot about East Coast, West Coast now, but there was a time where it was just like two different worlds. You know, you were the East Coaster and you did Vermont and Old Dominion and Massanutten and, you know, and JFK and all of that. And you were a West Coaster and you did Way to Cool and American River and Western States, and ne'er the two shall meet. And I think there's some East Coasters who kind of liked it back then because, you know, they were the sort of tougher, rougher around the edges. And there wasn't a lot of the stuff we have these days, you know, with social media and attention paid to whatever. I mean, you and I know very well that there are some runners out east that could match up to anybody, any day, any time, especially on their terrain. So, I mean, you just dig around on Strava and look at some of the incredible Strava segments that exist on places like the Priests and Three Ridges and the Prezi Loop up in New Hampshire, and sections of the Long Trail. I mean, sections of the AT. I mean, I would dare some of the fastest, sleekest Westerners to come out east and take a shot at those. So,
yeah, there's I feel like definitely more of like a FKT, like kind of like maybe more of a history there than on the West Coast, like on the East. Like that goes back pretty far.
Well, and history that people care about, that are like, oh yeah, I remember back in '87 when that dude, you know, he went from here to here.
Yeah,
no one's touched it for 20 years.
Well, that's like all the white stuff. I mean, like, especially just with the AMC and the Huts. Like Hut Traverse was like a, you know, it still is a huge. FKT.
The Andrew Glaze fan that checked in on the chat. Andrew just came through just now, smiling, happy, still shirtless, hands up, enjoying a good evening out here.
A lot of Lisa fans
in the desert
in the chat. All right,
the Tri is cheering for her.
All right, we'll try to tell Lisa.
Is there a story, Carol? What is the Tri?
The Tri.
I mean, this is Aravaipa After Dark, so you can
story time.
You can tell us. You can just let it all hang out. Sierra DeGroff, by the way, 3rd place overall. Got a lap on Sam Skeels, 2 laps on Pete Kostelnik and Alex Docta, and 4 laps on Lisa Kabilis, but as I think everyone has realized, Lisa is charging. Whether she's charging too early, only time will tell.
Yeah, there's a great comment earlier with Lisa.
Nice. Also, a little behind the scenes intel. Patty Curry, who is Jamil and Nick's mom, and I should say Nathan's mom too, and is the mastermind behind all of our Aravaipa aid stations, has officially left to take a nap, which doesn't always happen around
a rare
these parts.
feat.
So it shows that she has a fair degree of confidence in her son, as well as the rest of us, one could hope. She suggested she would nap until 10 p.m. Pacific. The over-under on that is that it's going to be more like 9, 8:45 or 9, because she can't stay away.
Too much fun. Too much fun to be had.
Good stuff. And you can see the one nice feature of this race. There are a few runners with flashlights and headlamps, but mostly the loop is lighted. There are a couple little, semi-dark spots, but you can make the loop without a light if you wanted to, especially if you were with somebody else. And it's kind of a nice little perk of this race. The lights of the city are around. You can see on our drone shot the start finish area. So
Here comes
it's a lovely evening
coming
for a run.
through. Nice work, Sumner.
Sumner Jones, 22 years old, from Ohio, Cleveland area. Still going strong, still rocking the Taylor Swift concert t-shirt.
Yeah, I wonder if we can. Let's see. So tomorrow, our event schedule, we've got the regular 100-mile course starting off at 6 a.m. So there's going to be a lot of fresh energy come tomorrow morning. At 8 a.m. is 24 and 12-hour start. Then we've got also a 50-miler going on, 6-hour. And then tomorrow night, another 12 and 6-hour. It all wraps up on Sunday morning with the final 6-hour from 8 a.m. to, that would take us, to 2 p.m. So lots more fun to be had out here.
Absolutely. 2 p.m. Sunday, it all wraps up. So, you know what? If you're in the area and you want to see some ultra marathon running, come on out. Take a look. It's a sight to behold. There's plenty of parking, plenty of stuff to do, some wildlife.
You headed out tomorrow, or are you sticking around a bit?
I'll come over. I am heading back to Phoenix tomorrow, but I'm gonna come over and see the start of those races. All the 6 o'clock early start, the 8 o'clock 24 and 24 hour, 24 and 12 hour. I have a lot of friends running, so I'll come and I'll probably stick around for a little while. I want to looking at that. Yeah, I'll probably leave, maybe head back about 10 or so. After a nice aid station breakfast.
Yep, yeah.
And you're here?
Similarly, probably
sort
stick
of
around for the morning. My flight's till afternoon, so I'll probably come here in the morning, go for a nice run, maybe try to take another nap.
By the way, Patrick here, flies across the country to be part of these Aravaipa live streams. He did that for Desert Solstice, events before that, and so we're really grateful for what you do and the insight you bring to these live streams. It's a lot of fun, and as you know, as you may not know, Chris Warden, highly paid accountant, takes time out of his life to do this as well. What's the drone doing now? Has someone gotten a hold of Jamil's Game Boy? Oh no, okay, it's back to normal now. It zoomed up and looked like it was headed skyward, but Jamil's back and
it's crashing.
Yeah, it looks just fine. It did look a little bit like it was going to be a moonshot there for a second.
Yeah.
But
fortunately,
that's a drone save, and so we've got our main feed, the start finish. We're just about at the 11-hour mark.
Exciting stuff. 3 hours to go for our race leader, Jonah. Just hit 80 miles. 69 laps in.
Yeah, it's interesting. You think,
16
someone like, hey, Sally
nice
McCrae
work,
coming
Sally.
by. Someone like Jonah could, I'm sure, routinely, run 20 miles in 3 hours, right? But here he is facing, what you said, 08, so 3 hours and 7 minutes to run 20 miles?
Yep. Yeah, he's
for an age
picked
group
it up
American
a bit,
record?
and he's now slowed a little bit, so we'll get an update on what what kind of splits he needs to hit. A lot of fans. One of the cool things with the timing platform is you
Oh,
can
there's
also
comments
comment.
down there
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
So yeah, we're all rooting from you here in Somerville, Revere, Chelsea, and Boston. So some East Coast.
Look at the
representing
East
us
Coasters
there.
staying up late too.
Yeah, I
love
know.
it.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's what is it, 3 hours later, 11 p.m. Yeah.
Well, they got a storm coming too. Probably sitting by the fire with some chowder. Some chowder. Sit by the fire and enjoy the live stream. Thanks for coming and joining us, New Englanders.
Yeah.
And of course, you have the added bonus. You can come back and, if you get up at 2-3 a.m., see us wrap things up with the women's podium. Patrick is practicing for Sunapee. Lawn Car says that. Do tell.
Oh, Sunapee. Well, we've got Sunapee Scramble coming up end of April. So, and we're gonna attempt.
Is that like a throwdown or is it an FKT?
No. It's a new race this year because the World Championships were moved to June in Austria. They had to find a selection race. And there wasn't any mountain running selection race in the U.S. that really fit. So Tom Hooper from 603 Endurance, he puts together Loon Mountain Race, some of the other big ones around there. He put together Sunapee Scramble kind of last minute. Brand new event, end of April. Saturday and Sunday are the up, down, and the vertical qualifiers for the world.
And it'll qualify folks for the world. What is it, top 3 in each? Or?
Yeah, I think it's top 3 or 4, depending.
And are you running it?
Well, I'm considering running, but Tom's trying to convince me to help with the live stream. So yeah, last year we kind of had a rough go trying to attempt some live stream coverage at Loon Mountain, but it's kind of tricky. And it's middle of the White Mountains. Like it's at a ski resort, so there's a little better cell coverage, but it's still rough. It's not middle of a city. So
yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the one tricky part. But it's a very short race. It's a 40-50 minute effort, so super dynamic. The commentators are great, but often I think it's more just like trying to have a bunch of runner cams. Like passing off cameras, just like let people follow the action. Because you'll have like the Joe Grays, Andy Wackers, like Allie Max. I think
they'll all show up for that. Yeah,
it's a pretty stout field currently, so I'm excited.
That's
to
cool.
see it unfold.
So you're practicing for Sunapee to run it, or you're practicing?
I guess I'm practicing
Sunapee to commentate it.
Getting some understand. Like feel
or
like
just checking out this whole scene.
Checking out the tech. It's the tech stuff that is.
I mean, maybe Jamila will let you fly the drone.
Yeah.
I don't know if you fly a drone in New England, you might smash into a mountain.
Trees. Yeah. Could be a little tricky.
We're getting close, right?
All right, friends. We are going to do a bit of a switcheroo. So
yep, as those veteran live stream watchers, we're going to sign off of Stream 1, and it'll be a small hiatus, and we'll ramp up on Stream 2.
So we aren't gone. We're just headed to the new stream.
Just taking a break.
So we hope to see you on the other side.
Yep. Go grab a beverage, take a bathroom break, make yourself a quesadilla, and we'll see you on the other side.
Freedom.